public, not private. Private is the opposite of what I want. Now we're live. Wait.
Hello, hi everybody.
Hello.
How
Hello.
is the internet doing? There was no Forge last week, so I feel like I haven't seen the internet in forever.
I think the internet is just fine. Well, as fine as the internet can be, I guess.
I mean, I know that it stops when I'm not on it, so
Yeah,
can't be that fine.
not a lot of people know this, but the internet is individual to everybody. So,
Yeah.
what you're seeing right now, maybe nobody else sees ever.
Yeah.
So that's
Wrap your
that's
head
the
around that one. Let's
that's just
we've got lore that's sillier than Resident Evil lore, and we're here to talk about
because
but not
everybody.
my best segue.
Don't break it. I'll try. I'll try.
The internet?
No, I think
Or
I think they mean Resident Evil because it's called a breakdown. So maybe I'm supposed to
ah,
break it. I guess, but that's my
okay.
that is my best guess at least. Yeah. The, I had like an internet outage today, really shortly. I hope it's only the one. So if we randomly uh, are gone for a couple of minutes, that's why. I'm currently moving ISPs anyway, so hopefully in the future I won't even have that problem anymore. But
So welcome to Resident Evil 9 Forge Part 1, I guess, possibly. Possibly of one, maybe of more, depending on
I'm not
Metal's
doing
internet.
two parts. I don't want
No,
to.
I mean if your internet goes down and you have to make a new stream, I mean, like for today, still today, don't worry.
I mean, normally the thing is up long enough that I can just reconnect and we should be fine. At least that worked
Here's
in the
Welcome
past.
to Resident Evil 9 month on the
Resident
Forge.
Evil
yeah.
We are
9.
talking about Resident Evil 9 every week, every
For
day.
every day. Resident Evil
I mean,
9
yeah,
forever.
Metal having been on the EFAP, he's got 2 weeks in a row talking about this game, and I know that's 1 week or 2 weeks probably more than he wants to because
Yeah.
I'm aware of Metal's opinion of the game. I have a brief idea of where Justin and John are at, but maybe that's what we should
Yeah.
do. We should go around and just give our brief opinions on this here video game that we're discussing.
Sure. I'll just go last as
All right.
always.
Okay, hold on one sec. I can't see the order that they are on the actual stream itself. Discord might lie to me. Justin, why don't you go first?
It's it's
Jinfinitas.
it's best
Yeah.
people to who are the most losers goes last. So
Damn it.
Ah, well,
So
I
I,
mean,
all
I'm
right,
runner
I'm
up.
gonna pause my game right here. Okay, so I did enjoy my time with this. The only issue that I have is the storytelling. I love the fact that it's more of a amalgamation of every good thing about the previous RE games into one package. But I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. It's rather the structure around it. It's ah God, how can I put this? It's like there are some things in here that just feel earned, and most of it just doesn't, you know. And I don't know if tying it to the Outbreak games, really amounted much to anything as far as the canon goes. But it does solidify the fact that hey, like Resident Evil 2 remake is canon compared to what we have seen from the original RE2. And really by the time you get to Raccoon City, like a good chunk of that gameplay belongs to Leon. That this is more his game and not so much Grace Ashcroft's. And the Grace Ashcroft sections are yeah, they could be creepy. Though if you are playing as her in third person, she does stumble and trip whenever she gets chased. It's yeah, it's more rather on one hand she does get to places quicker, but on the other, like you can't really control her properly.
She gets
And
oh, sorry, never mind. Keep going.
oh, it's fine. Um, yeah, it's and when you get to playing as Leon, it does feel like a sweet release of tension, just having to go through all the stuff that gave you trouble before. it's like and what's funny is that in my first playthrough of this, by the time I got to like the self-destruct sequence and the underground lab, I did not use any of the disposal tanks that you have to use to spray on
Mm.
the zombies. Nah, I just model off cocktailed them. Like yeah, I set them on fire and just ran through it. Yeah, I yeah, it's a strange experience that I have with this. I do enjoy it, but it's the story that I'm just having a hard time processing with it.
Oh, we will get to the story in detail. Don't worry. But
Oh,
any
yeah.
other just sort of like high level thoughts, or should we pass it off to John?
Hmm. I'd say that if you are a fan of the Resident Evil games, I am. It's my second favorite series behind Metal Gear Solid and all. But yeah, if you're that invested into the story, I don't know if this will, I don't know if this will get you fully invested into what, especially with what came before. I don't know. But anyway, how about you, John?
Um, I had a good time with this. I spoke about this on the EFAP with Metal as well, and I think I had the warmest opinion on that panel by far of the game.
Mm.
I think the others were like lukewarm at best. And and then ranging from that to like outright hating it, maybe.
Platoon was pretty
Which
funny.
Oh,
yeah,
was Platoon the one who disliked it the most?
We
yeah.
went in basically in order from most liked to least liked, and Platoon was way off at the end, even after Baller.
Yeah.
Oh
It
boy.
was.
And I was at the other end singing this game's praises. I'm gonna do a bit of that today, but I mean, same as before, but I mean, this game is riddled with plot problems from start to
Oh
finish.
my, yes.
Like,
Mm.
I like the broad strokes of it and what it did in terms of thematic and character, but if you analyze what's going on in the plot on a surface level, like none of it, almost almost none of it makes sense. Um, it's like right off the bat, it's just like, why is she being sent to this place alone with no
Mm.
partner? She doesn't call for backup. She's being sent to a traumatic place and not like why doesn't her boss send somebody who's divorced from the case, like who's emotionally disattached and not likely to like suffer some kind of panic attack or just like be stressed out in general. Like you would probably send somebody else ideally, but no, she goes there alone. And then there's the linearity of it, which people are gonna appreciate or not appreciate. Like the whole, like, Capcom's RE engine is sort of, it's ideal for very close quarters, like graphically intense environments, and not so much open world. And so like when you're doing something like the opening of this game where you're walking down the street, like the RE engine is like optimized for things like that. And you're either impressed by a bit like that and you appreciate the setting and like the world building, or you're just like, fuck, I just have to walk in a straight line. This is dumb. But I that didn't bother me at the start. I kind of like the overall linearity of it.
Mm.
I like the speed running of it, like what additional runs trying to like find the quickest route around everything. And there is one of the drawbacks of this game, I think, is that there is sort of a trick to everything because there's a bunch of like scripted moments in this that you can learn to sort of work your way around. And like on a first playthrough, it can all be like genuinely surprising and spooky, but when you play it a second or a third time, it becomes very obvious like where all the moments are that you can circumvent a stalker enemy or take some kind of shortcut or manipulate the AI or whatever.
Mhm.
Um, but I actually didn't bother me. I sort of liked analyzing how I could break it down and get through it quicker for the additional runs, and then you combine that with like the post game sort of the economy of completion points. I thought that was all sort of well thought out. There's balancing issues between Grace and Leon that we'll talk about that I didn't like, but it sort of evened itself out in the second half in a weird asymmetrical way. I feel like where it starts off Grace heavy, but then it became Leon heavy in the second half. Um, and there are appropriately spooky moments. I like the last. I like that it went Leon heavy in the last half, but I mean there are issues with like the fact that it introduces the weapon system for Leon only like halfway through, like with the crates and the BSAA currency thing. Um, the the Xeno is cringe and retarded. The ending, the final boss sucks. It's like lifted right out of Resident Evil 3 remake, basically, except it's like a more dumb version of it. Um,
It's I will give
and
it this. It's slightly better.
oh, okay, fair enough.
It's better.
I might have gone on too long there. Sorry. That's all I'll say.
I don't know,
Nah,
it's okay.
it's all
Yeah.
right. Keep going.
No. I think that's my summary. I think I sort of went from start to finish there in a broad level. So yeah, that's my bit.
All right. Well, overall I had a lot of fun playing this game. I got the Steam Blue ribbon in it, so I did all the achievements. I completed every challenge. I got kind of sucked into the like post game economy of like I want to earn the things and get stuff that'll make stuff like the insanity run and no heal run a bit more manageable. And because I'd gotten so good at knowing where all the solutions to the puzzles and everything were, I was able to do that no heal run. I knocked out so unbelievably fast. I was actually kind of surprised by it. But also at the same time, I had an infinite ammo requiem and an infinite ammo rocket launcher, so combat was basically a non-issue for the vast majority of that run. At the same time, this game has so many problems, big and small, most of which I think both John and Justin kind of covered in their blurb. So I guess like most of it I will talk about in depth in our discussion as we go through it. But I think that if this game did not look as nice as it did, I don't think this would be regarded in as high esteem amongst Resident Evil games as it is. I mean, again, like it's fun, and I think that the or I mean, I guess fun's kind of a subjective one, but I found it fun, and I think the mix between the Resident Evil 7 style horror as Grace and the Resident Evil 4 remake style action as Leon kept things interesting while playing through it. It also it's not better than I mean maybe the Grace stuff might be a bit better than 7. I'd have to replay 7 to say for sure, but I don't think any of the Leon stuff in this game is better than any other game in which you play as Leon, with the exception of Resident Evil 6. Metal and I played a bit of Resident Evil 6. That game, Requiem, is definitely better than 6. I think I can say that pretty
I
confidently.
just finished that the other day. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's that's
Sorry.
a wild ride. So yeah, the CGI movies I was mentioning earlier are about the same level of tone and being able to take seriously as Resident Evil 6. They're all very wacky and over the top, but yeah, I think that this would be a hard game for me to recommend because I think that it's like, hey, if you want to play a game that like looks and runs really nicely and has a lot of like neat moments in it, and you may or may not get sucked into the gameplay loop and find it fun, it could be worthwhile. At the same time, if it's a I'm going to play this game once and then never touch it again game, it's pretty expensive for the amount of content that's actually here. Though I guess if you're playing on like standard classic, I think would be the highest difficulty you can start with on a first run. You probably get a pretty meaty first playthrough out of it, and yeah, and I think the tone shifting between the horror and the action working for you or not would be the big deciding factor on whether or not you'd like it. we'll get into the story. I think the story is ridiculous, and
Yeah.
yeah, I see people. Well, like I'll see tweets of people say that like, oh, this is like the best Resident Evil story has been like ever, and I'm just like, what?
Hmm.
Like, I was like,
What?
the story makes so little sense almost all the time. But yeah, that we will certainly address as we move further. Metal, what did you think of this video game?
Good God. So, first time I played through it, I also enjoyed it. I had fun. I immediately caught on the story being absolute fucking nonsense right away, which is not great as a start to you as a start to your game when you have these stupid things happen. But you go through on your first playthrough, you still have like the benefit of exploring the areas with Grace and see what's up. And then it's like, oh, there's a big spooky monster. But I didn't find this game scary at all. I found all the jump scares very predictable. I was like, oh, this is doing a thing. Oh, look, there's noises. Oh, this ceiling tile just fell down, so it can give you a little spook. Oh boy. I fucking hate that kind of horror. It makes me go fucking crazy. Because even though I'm saying, oh, if I go there and pick up this item, there's gonna be like an oogly boogly, and this happens, and I still go like, because that's just the human body works, because it just made a loud noise and that spooks you. I find this incredibly lame, and I hate it. But yeah, just going through the gray section on the first time, it was alright. It was okay. I was like, yeah, okay. Then you get to the Leon parts, you get like incrementally here and there, and it's like, oh, this is fun. You can do some things. This is more up my alley. Do some crazy wacky action stuff. That's fun. I enjoy that. Then you do the whole Leon section. I was like, yeah, yes, that was alright. But I'll get to this later. But I think it's just not up to par overall to the Resident Evil 4 remake, for example, or just the original Resident Evil 4. Again, story.
I love both versions of RE4.
Yeah, they're both good. They're both good stuff.
Yeah, same. I think we're probably all on the same page on that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I go through the thing, then the ending happens, and I was like, what is even going on? Why is this a fake ending? And why does the game tell me to go back and do the other one? Which is had a good laugh about that.
You destroyed Elpis on the first try?
Yeah, of course I did. Why wouldn't I?
I mean,
I'll get there. I'll get there. It's ridiculous.
The bad ending is so fucking funny.
It's really funny.
It's such a troll ending.
I laughed pretty hard, I'm pretty sure.
It's so silly.
So yeah, I finished the game, and I was like, okay, that was that. And then I did some more playing offline. Actually, I did one more stream where I tried Insanity mode, and I didn't get any upgrades initially because I was just trying shit out.
Oh.
And because in the beginning I was like, okay, this strat is pretty straightforward. I learned a lot about the combat in that where I get to when we get to that Leon section eventually. But in short, I don't think Insanity mode is made for you to play without bonuses. I'm pretty sure they didn't intend you to do that. That's my short version for that.
I learned that pretty quickly when I did the same. Like I attempted Insanity mode with like just nothing really purchased. I think it might have been like one of the guns I bought.
Yeah.
Oh, the Clatter Carbine, like the AR-15 for Leon.
Yeah.
But yeah, they like the second every single enemy started popping out with blister heads. I'm like, oh, what? Like,
Wow.
is this gonna happen through the whole game? It didn't, but I was like, I don't think this is. Is there enough ammo in this game for this?
So in any case, I did that, and I was like, okay, that's I think I'm good. I'm gonna do some casual runs offline, which I did 2 in one day. One before the EFAP and one during the EFAP, where I got like all the points for infinite ammo and other things, get all the Mr. Raccoons for unlimited stuff. And I realized like, man, I'm going through this on complete autopilot already. And then I tried it on Insanity for a bit. I was like, I'm still on autopilot. I don't really want to do more of this. And then I got killed by some flumpy grab that shouldn't have happened. I'll see if I can pop up that clip later on when we get to that part. And I was like, No, I think I'm good. I don't even want to do more. That was like Monday, and I haven't touched the game since. Like, I plan to do the full insanity run sometime during the week, but every time I was like, I don't, I just don't care. It's just it's so boring because I know where
Yeah,
where all the children things are gonna happen. I know where I need to go, and when then you get grabbed by some flumpy grab, and it's like, nah, I'm all right. So yeah,
yeah, I
it's
think that's sort of what I was getting at with the like you're either going to like get that bug to be like I want to finish these challenges and like get more I guess life out of this game or you're not and that will be the difference between this being like a total waste of a full ticket price and something that you'll be like, "Oh yeah, that was all right."
yeah. So yeah,
I fell into that category. I 100% of this. I assume
Yeah, same.
at least a couple people did here.
You and I believe. Justin, I believe, is on his way, and Metal never wants to play the game again after today.
Yeah,
Fair
I'm
enough.
doing it while we're talking right now.
yeah.
Yeah, and this highlights one of my biggest gripes is that there's no difficulty between standard and insanity,
Yeah.
which is like
Yeah.
why wouldn't you add a fucking hardcore mode that
Professional mode.
favors veteran players,
Yeah.
but
Give me
doesn't
give me
have
1
the
second
whole
to
like
finish my
wanting you
thoughts,
to.
and then we go to difficulty
Oh,
immediately.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm
That
sorry.
was my
bad.
fault, actually.
No, it's all right because I want to touch upon the difficulty because it actually lines up with this is going pretty much.
I thought you were done, man. My bad.
No, I got like one more thing because someone in the chat already asked like what people mean with identity crisis. The thing that I at least mean with identity crisis, and I think I said that in my rando rant, by doing basically every Resident Evil at once, trying to do like the quote unquote greatest hits, I feel like in every way it gave you diminishing returns. You have RE4, but worse a bit. You got RE1 and 2, but worse a bit. You got all the other ones, but it's all just a little bit worse. Like the essence is there, but it's missing the sauce, if you will. Like it's like there's a lot of little things that they put in here. It's like, oh yeah, I remember this from the other game. That's kind of cool. But when you look into it, it's like, oh wait, but it doesn't have like these parts to it. And I get to specifics when we get to specific points, but that's pretty much the short version of it. So yeah, unlike like Resident Evil 4 remake and original, I will never touch this again, for sure. And yeah, going into the difficulty, exactly where you already were going with, John. This needed like a professional mode or something, because one of the coolest things in the other games, especially like I fucking love RE4, dude. This awesome game, fucking rules. And
Never heard of it.
never heard of it. And one of the really fun things is doing the professional mode. You don't have any extra things and bits, but you can do everything with the resource you can get. If you remember, and if you watch those streams that I did and that Mahler did, when we did the professional mode, we kind of made like the small, super stupid challenge. You don't have to do this, but we're crazy. Especially when Mahler has one of those, and then he starts messaging me, I have something you should try. And then I already know I'm going to be playing a section for like 4 hours straight, whatever the game is. Because he's tried something insane, but it's going to be really fun to pull off. And what we did there was clear the village area in a way that you get both chainsaw guys before the bell rings. So you get like extra resources. And it's like really fun because you learn like the first little route, and then after this chaos starts happening, right? So you move around, you go up the onto the roof, shoot some people, and then the other guy is arrived. It's like all these things you can do, and it's like really fun. And you can do all this without any extra challenge points, weapons, or whatever, and it's super satisfying to do. While here with the difficulty, you have insanity mode. I tried it up until the first proper grace section. At a point where it's like, I tried like a couple of times, and then you have like limited ink ribbons, so you can't save like all the time. So you need to be careful with those. And it gets to a point where I had to keep pushing that stupid soup bucket from the kitchen guy. And for some reason, I don't know why, for some reason they made that animation half as fast on Insanity.
Yeah, that was annoying.
And it drove me
Oh,
fucking
so
insane.
slow.
And then you make a mistake because you don't know yet where you need to dodge without any extra weapons or infinity weapons. And you get killed, and then you have to do it again. I did that 3 times, and I was like, I think I'm gonna get infinite ammo because I don't want to do this again and again because this pushing a fucking card with soup on it every single time, which takes like 5 to 6 minutes. It's like, God, no, please make it stop. I did learn a strat though, where you kind of want to aggro him and then just run away into the hall because he just punches it all the way to the end. So I guess I don't know. Maybe that's a speedrun strat. I don't fucking know.
I picked up a strategy to where I had to pull that soup pot away so that when the chef zombie gets distracted and just turns away to, check out what's going on, I just slip by him.
Yeah. But then the problem becomes you get the infinite ammo. Now you're just the fucking war machine everywhere. You have Grace with unlimited requiem. It's like, oh, look, the big Chungus guy from the kitchen. Shoot him 5 times with the requiem. He's dead. It's like, okay. And then it just becomes a way of running around, killing every zombie in 1 or 2 shots, grabbing the things, doing the stuff, and go through it. And that's why I was like, man, I don't really care to do this again. Like, there's no strategy like in the other ones you can do and shit like that. And I don't have any. I don't need to do any ammo. Like, I didn't pick up anything extra. I was like, I have a fucking killing gun. They can destroy everything in 1 shot. So, yeah, definitely misses one of those where you can do some fun strategizing and stuff like that. But, yeah.
I found for the infinite ammo run, I would still pick up all ammo as Leon because I could then sell the ammo for upgrades because... Right. I don't like that they don't have your upgrades carry over between runs.
Right, yeah,
Leon.
yeah, do that.
That was disappointing.
Gotta do those over and over again.
It doesn't carry over, and there's a limited amount of upgrade tiers, even with like the bonus one that you unlock by shooting all the statues.
Right.
Even then, it just feels like I can't, because like in Resident Evil 4, I remember you could like upgrade all the weapons to a ridiculous degree and upgrade them over a series of runs. So it was disappointing to not see that this time.
But yeah, that's that about the difficulty, I guess. I think we can just go into the story then, which let me just roll back. I just have my stream here in the background from when I played it. That should have the things we need to see if it actually plays. There you go. So starting off, good God.
Starts off strong.
Starts
as
off,
far as the silliness goes.
Yeah, the beginning of the game is just absolute nonsense. We get introduced to Grace Ashcroft, one of our protagonists in this game. She is a FBI analyst, so she's not like a field agent or something. So we're trying to do like a thing where it's like she's not field trained, not trained as the other one. Apparently, she doesn't even have like her own weapon, because I'm pretty sure the weapon you have, she bought herself. I think it says somewhere.
Yeah, it's like her personal firearm.
Which I don't know if you're an FBI analyst, you don't get like a field gun. I have no idea, but maybe you should have someone with you that has one or something.
I would think FBI agents get their own service weapon.
Right? That's
like,
what I thought.
Yeah. It's sort of juvenile the way you read about it. It's like, I bought this with my own money.
Yeah,
it's like she got an allowance or something and she was saving up for a gun.
Saying as my mom got her throat slit, I should maybe carry a gun.
Yeah. Finally, I can defend myself in the field. That's awesome.
Yeah, on the field missions that I'm being sent out on alone.
Yeah.
We already did kind of touch on that, but I think I saw some. I didn't see the. I probably should have watched this before the show. Like that's my fault. But apparently there was some like announcement about like the DLC that's coming out, and they show like a picture of her boss in it. So I'm like, is the DLC actually going to reveal that he was actually a villain and like sent her out there because he specifically wants to get her killed?
Well, here's the
because
thing. Even if they would do that, that would just push the issue further ahead into how she behaves.
yeah, it wouldn't make it make
Yeah.
sense, and it would honestly, to me, it would feel like a retcon based around reception of the inciting incident of this game
Yeah.
that is ridiculous. Because, for I get the short version of it for people who have not played the game, is Grace Ashcroft is a woman whose mother was murdered in a hotel, and there are additional murders that have recently, 8 years after her mother's murder, happened at that same hotel. She is an FBI analyst, so like a desk worker who goes over data and like compiles evidence and things like that. Not a field kind of Leon Kennedy style combat agent. And her boss sends her to the site of her mother's murder, hoping that she'd be able to figure something out that other people would miss. Which, in general theory of like how do we get this character to this place, I don't really have a problem with that necessarily. What's silly is he sends her entirely alone. So not
Mm-hmm.
only with like, hey, like just a cop, like not an FBI agent, just like there's a police officer. There is a police officer there, but he's there coincidentally. Uh,
I
and
would have just, had her partnered up with someone else in the FBI and not just some random cop.
I mean,
Because
like
that
honest,
random cop would appear much later, but infected.
I would say that like they're with like her social worker as well as like investigators that will hopefully be able to ask her questions about the things she's seeing that could perhaps give evidence that they're not seeing because they don't have as much knowledge of the location and the previous crime that happened there as Grace does. But no, it's she's 100% alone, like with
Mm-hmm.
no help at all. And
Yeah.
it
It should
it
probably also
just
be emphasized that the boss is aware of this. He starts with, "Hey, I know you have trauma there, but I think it might be good for you to go and face that trauma.
Yeah,
So
like as
go
if that
there."
like this is the thing that will help.
I'm not forcing you to go, but you should go.
Yeah. And
I
just
mean,
so she
and
does.
even if you just go by movie rules, like you almost always see, I think if not always see FBI agents partnered with somebody,
Yeah.
like when they're sent to when they're sent somewhere. And you could have done something with that here, where she is sent with like a seasoned veteran,
Mhm.
and then and then like he or she is just like, hey, stick with me, like you'll be fine, and then he gets brutally killed or something.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
Yeah,
then
or
Grace
just
has to
one.
Yeah,
like
her
work alone.
partner would have been the one to be infected, not just a random cop that just showed up further into the hotel out of nowhere and
It
Yeah,
it
attacked
yeah.
her.
it is so easy in a horror movie setup environment to just have her looking at the photograph that she was looking at, remembering or like being, I guess, confused why there's photos of her all over this bed, and then saying like turning around, being like, "What's this?" and then turning around and the guy's gone, and be
Yeah.
like, "Wait, what happened
Yeah.
to him?" And then he's been killed or is a zombie, and or even the whole team is just gone. That you just have her kind of hyper focus on one detail for a moment, which at least will give some reason why she has missed the other person or people that she's with dying while she wasn't looking. And yeah,
Yeah.
apparently that was not something that they could have happen.
No.
No, the fact
Mm.
that she's so like young and timid and stuttery and probably very new to the agency, like just draws attention to the fact that she's being sent alone into this crime scene. It's like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't she be accompanied with
So
somebody?
here's a funny
Sh-
thing. I've seen that, I think, over the course of the week. Apparently, at the end, when you look at the big terminal where you actually watch like the footage, somewhere there is like a mind map of sorts where it says that apparently Gideon had somehow made sure she gets put on that case. That's all it says. It doesn't say how and why. And again, this just moves the issue further to her behavior during the whole ordeal. But it's just like funny how it just says, make sure she gets the case anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have like a little walking section where I'm pretty sure they just wanted to show off the RE engine and what it can do, and it looks great. RE engine is awesome. That engine looks sick. 'Cause
That said, I've seen people showing the opening walk down the streets of New York, and like again, this is like Twitter stuff, so
yeah,
perhaps not real life. But people be like, "Man, they should 100% make like a big open world like Grand Theft Auto game in this engine." I'm like, "Buddy, that's a straight hallway." Like,
yeah.
It's like there is a lot of experience that I've had with RE Engine games that do take place in an open world that suggests to me that is not happening, or at least not with the
It
level of
it's
technology we
definitely not
have.
gonna look like this. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Fucking
Dragon's
monster.
Dogma 2 was so horrible as far as how it ran,
Yeah.
and it doesn't have nearly as much going on as is happening in that, or at least as appears
Yeah.
to be happening in that opening walk down the city street. It looks great. It looks really, really good
Yeah.
on a variety of systems too. Like I've tried it with the whole like, Mimi path tracing thing that everyone raves about. Had to cap it at 60 FPS for that, but with I think it was DLSS, the NVIDIA like preset K, I think is the one I used, where it actually did look pretty good, and I didn't have to use frame gen or anything, and it was holding 60 FPS for everything except for Raccoon City. Got a little dicey,
Mm.
and
That's
playing
the
on
only part
Linux.
where I had to put down some settings because it
Yeah,
just started all of a sudden. I think mesh or something I had to turn down a bit, and then it ran fine again. But I had everything like up until that
mhm.
point.
Yeah, and on the Linux build, like with the 97 XT, it was just locked 120 FPS for pretty much the entire game, with a couple dips in Raccoon City. But I think I had FSR 4 on quality and everything else pretty much max, but no ray tracing of any kind in that playthrough.
Hmm.
And I found that from a gameplay perspective, that was more enjoyable. As much as people say, oh, like path tracing just like adds so much to the immersion, it looked slightly nicer at times, but ultimately, I don't think it. Like, I think this game looks really good without any of the super GPU tricks that are happening, like ray tracing or path tracing. I think just base level, this is a pretty attractive game that runs quite well.
Yeah,
So,
for
yeah,
sure.
even if
You
you got
ever
a
had
lower
the
end
game
machine,
on
still
you?
good.
I'm
Uh,
sorry. Have you ever had the game freeze on you?
no, no, not at all.
No.
No.
I have, like, several times actually.
Oh.
I just had to wait like what, like a minute or two just for it to just unfreeze and I can just play the game again.
Uh,
Like, thankfully it
do you
didn't
do you have
crash on
a
me.
do you have an
Yeah,
Nvidia
what's
card?
yours?
Do you have an Nvidia card?
Oh yeah, I do have an Nvidia
Yeah,
card.
so I think the
It-
problem is that they recently nuked their drivers for like a couple of days. So maybe you had that
mm,
update and it screwed you over. I did hear they had some shenanigans happening. They pushed like a shitty version, and I think they actually
mm.
rolled it back. I think I'm not sure about that, but I'm pretty certain they fucked up their drivers recently.
I might have
People
lucked out in that.
people were rolling
Sorry.
back their Nvidia drivers all the way to the oldest one listed on the fucking website for like a 57% increase in performance, which is just ridiculous because that came out like ages ago. That rollback drive. It was literally the last item on the like the driver history page. Like it's yeah. I mean it's dumb. They sometime after the game came out, they released an update for Resident Evil Requiem, but I think that was more focused on optimizing the ray tracing and path tracing.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know if that actually like gave a general frame rate boost. But anyway, what were you gonna say, Mark?
I was gonna say that I kind of lucked out in that regard as far as the drivers go, because they pulled down the driver, and I
Mm.
realized I had not updated mine. So I actually opened my NVIDIA app on the Windows build to check, like, oh, I guess maybe there might be a driver update that'll help like the ray tracing and path tracing look better. And there wasn't, and I was like, Resident Evil 9 doesn't have like a game ready driver for it. That's a little strange. And then I started reading all the stuff about the fact that apparently the drivers that they did release that I didn't download before they pulled down were like overheating people's GPUs and destroying computers. And I was like,
I
oh,
didn't hear about
okay,
that.
good thing that didn't happen. And then apparently the next one they did still had issues, but nothing that it'll end up costing you $1,000 critical.
Yeah,
And
I'm just
apparently the
switching to
new ones
AMD.
are relatively good. Well, because that's the thing. Like I was playing on both a Windows NVIDIA build and a Linux AMD build. So, granted, I didn't do AMD Windows because I don't have Windows installed on the AMD build at all.
Yeah.
But I did not actually try though Linux with the NVIDIA card. Probably should have done that for a bit of extra context. But
Yeah,
either way, the
I only
game
have
either
a
looked. I was just
I
gonna
only
say, like,
have a
I just to
Sorry.
finish it off. I was just saying either way, like the game is generally, like barring any driver issues, going to look and run quite well on pretty much whatever you're running. Though Steam Deck could not get Steam Deck to a stable 60 FPS. If you played in 30 FPS, I'm sure Steam Deck would be fine. But that was something that Silent Hill F actually managed to hit 60 FPS consistently on Steam Deck if you lower all the settings down, which that's Unreal Engine 5. So I would have put my money on Resident Evil winning that battle, but
Basically.
yeah.
Yeah, like my build is basically a hybrid of AMD and NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA's the graphics card, my CPU is AMD.
Yeah, pretty much everyone's same. Yeah, I think honestly, most people's CPU are AMD. If you play video games, Intel has
Right.
generally been far too expensive for the boost that people used to get from it. And I think now, just in general, the Ryzen cards are better than the
stuff.
chips are better than the Intel ones.
Yeah. Yeah,
from
my
what I
old
hear.
Intel build was yeah, it was not doing so well. So I upgraded.
Oh,
But hey, I
I-
mean,
yeah.
Go
I streamed my playthrough of this, and when I got the game going, I was getting a bunch of screen tearing.
Ooh.
And then I noticed that there was no VSync option
Ah, classic.
to turn it on or off, and that was disappointing.
Mm.
But then when I tried running the game sometime later when I wasn't streaming, because I stream and game on the same system, which I mean is a lot of people probably wouldn't recommend. But like I don't play a lot of like really intense games on stream. A lot of the time I'm just streaming like relatively retro stuff. But with this, it's like if you're combining streaming with a high taxation game like this, like there could be problems. And I noticed there wasn't screen tearing when I wasn't streaming,
Okay.
or it wasn't nearly as noticeable. So I'm like, okay, well, if I just wasn't streaming, then this would actually run okay. Although I would prefer if there was a VSync option. I don't know why there
Absolutely.
isn't.
That's weird that it doesn't have one. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I wonder if it has anything to do with their reliance on the super sampling technology.
Yeah,
I feel
maybe.
like there was a VSync option. Sadly, I'm not running. Actually, Justin, are you still playing? Can you check if there's VSync?
Yeah, hang on a
can-
second. Let me
I can
check
almost
here.
guarantee that
Go
there's
through
not one there because
options.
I looked for it.
Ooh, is John gonna be a liar soon? Uh-oh.
I mean,
Don't believe his lies.
Okay. I'm under graphics and image. Let's see here.
I will say the UI, while he's looking for that, the UI of the menus is ridiculous in that game. Like, I think it was Metal. I was in one of your streams, and that's where I found out that you actually can change the like mouse sensitivity.
Oh yeah. I only figured this
Yeah.
out because Swole told me as well. Because
Yeah. The
Yeah,
little
for-
box with the arrow is apparently a sub menu with
Yeah.
additional options every time you
Right.
see it, and that is, at least to me, that was not very clear. So I was like, "Wait, what? What sub menu?" I thought it's like there's menus you navigate with the bumpers, menu if you're on a controller, menus you navigate with the bumpers, menus you navigate with the triggers, sub menus. But then there's also additional sub menus if you click on something that has like a box and an arrow in it. I'm just like, buddy, like, why did you guys design this game like this? Like the menus, I mean.
Yeah.
Let's see. What am I looking for again? I'm sorry.
VSync.
VSync. Yeah, I don't see it here. Vertical synchronization. Yeah, it's off. This option can only be used when frame generation is turned off.
Uh-oh.
Oh, right. I never saw that. I wonder if they added that. I might have just been dumb and fucking overlooked that.
That is
but-
possible.
but
I mean, it is
but it's
grayed
either-
out.
it's-
It's grayed out when frame generation is on.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's what it is. Like I was taking advantage of the artificial frame rate to keep things smooth. So like I honestly I couldn't find that option at the time. I would have tried that if I could. So fuck.
It's
I
fine.
don't know why I didn't find that.
Probably you were,
I mean,
you were
like,
probably
yeah.
looking for VSync and it said vertical synchronization and then you just scrolled over it. That's probably what happened.
Maybe that's what
Yeah.
happened.
Or it's possible they did add it after the fact. Like I don't know one way or the other if it did. I know that as I was doing my sort of like tech dork testing, it'd be like how how crazy can I get these settings, and how can I actually have it at a frame rate that I'm okay with playing? And yeah, so I pawed around in those menus quite a lot. But even then,
Yeah,
after I did all that, is when I was told that, hey, no, actually, turns out you can change your mouse sensitivity.
right.
So, we all have our strengths and weaknesses in that regard. But it's
Yeah.
also possible they added it later on in one of the updates. Like, I don't know that that's not the case.
Yeah. And
Mm.
I turned ray tracing and path tracing completely off. I like if I turned any of those on, my system would have struggled. And I have an i9 12900K Intel processor with a
Mm.
4070 Ti Super, which I don't think is a bad
No, it's pretty good.
setup.
It's good.
Yeah, no, not
But
at all.
it wasn't quite enough to take full advantage of the game. But it was okay. Like there's a bit of tearing while I was streaming, but I dealt with it. It was fine.
One or two of the ray tracing levels you'd probably be okay with. Path tracing might be a little much for a 4070. But I mean, again, like as much as I played with path tracing while I was on the Windows build and just like capped it at 60 and things looked nice, I don't know that I would say that it looked nice enough to justify the performance hit that I was getting versus the other option, which is like locked 120 FPS. I think ultimately I would pick the 120 FPS were I not thinking like, maybe I'll fiddle around with this and see if I actually or not understand wouldn't be the word. If I agree with the people that are like, oh yeah, path tracing, that's going to change everything. It's like I don't think it does, because I forget that it even looks nicer after playing for 5 minutes every time.
Yeah.
Right.
I had normal ray tracing on with my 9070 XT, and yeah, no, I never changed anything besides the mesh thing when I got to Raccoon City. But my GPU was maxed out during all my streams, so finally got some work to do. That lazy bum.
Oh, I guess one other thing I'll say is like or maybe depending on whether or not you care about ray tracing at all, a downside or an upside to for the Linux run is Linux does not seem to support ray tracing in this game on a 9070 XT, which I found strange. It's just like the ray tracing options are not even in the menu. Like I can't turn them on or off. It's just they're not there.
Interesting.
Really.
I don't know if that's a Proton thing or like if it'll eventually update, but other than that though, like in playing the game, it's like runs flawlessly on Linux and like 120 FPS, 4K, FSR4 works, which is like the newer version of FSR. And I had that on quality mode, was running 4K, 120 FPS pretty much the entire time. And yeah, it was nice. It looked very smooth. Leon had very, very readable roundhouse kicks.
One thing I'll say about this is that I never had this game crash on me.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 actually crashed. The remake crashed on me a few times because it was gobbling up VRAM with whatever it is that eats up VRAM on that game. There's one thing in particular I think that does. Maybe it's texture filtering or something, but I scaled that way down and then I didn't have any problems. But with this, even if I had graphics like way up high, I wasn't getting any crashes. It was just like slowing the frame rate down or making it choppy or the screen tear, but no crashes. So I think that's it was a good launch, I think, overall
Yeah, for
of
sure.
the game.
Yeah, I think of the four of us, Jinfinitas is the only one who has had a full-blown crash. Although Resident Evil 2 Remake crashed on me like 2 hours ago. So
I never had it crash on me. I had it freeze several times, but I think by the time I just switched over to AMD rather than NVIDIA, I think I'm having less trouble with it now.
freeze
So-
and then like it would freeze and then go back into gameplay without like shutting down,
Yep.
or like okay. Sorry, when you said freeze, I thought you meant like hard lock and then Alt F4 and you have to restart. But
Yeah,
thanks for the
like
clarification.
it takes a bit for it to catch up when playing it under NVIDIA.
Interesting.
How can a PS4 Pro handle it? Did anyone play it? No, all of us played on PC, so I guess we can't speak to PS5 Pro performance versus.
I'm actually not sure. I think
Yeah, I can't.
Mahler may have played it on his PlayStation? Question mark.
Bizarre.
I'm not sure. He did play with controller. I know that. I don't know. I would need to ask him.
I played with controller for the most part. I was playing for a bit with the mouse and keyboard, but I found that Grace's segments or Leon's segments even just control kind of weird. Like it's like you're almost a bit too boxy for it to feel right with a mouse and keyboard. Um, I don't know if which is strange, I guess, because I played Resident Evil 4 Remake with a mouse keyboard, and I remember quite liking that. But I
Mhm.
found a controller with gyro was pretty good and competent for the level of accuracy you need for the shooting.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, I guess once we get into gameplay, I have things to say about how bullets work on the enemies.
Right.
Yeah, I played this with a DualSense controller with Steam input mapping, so the
Mm.
Steam can take advantage of the gyro. Because I don't think you can use the gyro with native DualSense input. I don't think you can get it to work. I could be wrong. I've only
Generic
got been
Xbox
able to get it to work with the Steam input mapping. Sorry, what was that?
I played it on a generic Xbox gamepad.
Oh,
Okay,
so no,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, that wouldn't use gyro at all then. Which,
Yeah.
Mouse and
yeah.
keyboard.
I find gyro is more precise for me because like when I'm operating a mouse with one hand, my wrist and my hand can get a bit jittery, and
Mhm.
then like when I'm trying to focus on a target, like I just keep my mouse keeps going a little bit erratic. But if I can hold a controller with both hands and sort of brace the grip of one hand with the other and like stabilize myself by like pressing into the controller, if you know what I mean, with both hands, I feel
Mhm.
like I can be more like precise with that. So like gyro is my go-to if I can get it to work, and I got it to work
Nice.
with this fine.
Mm.
Yeah.
Neato.
Regarding the initial environment, sorry to linger on this, but
I mean,
did you
I'm
guys?
waiting to go back into it. We did like a
Oh, sorry.
whole thing with with
Oh
graphics and
yeah,
stuff.
we were
Well,
on story, weren't we?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, regarding the initial, like when you're walking down the street,
Yeah.
did you guys see that clip on X where some guy like enabled free cam and he backed all the way out,
Oh
and then
no,
you could see the whole render environment of like the street? It
probably
is
like
it
almost nothing. It's like a movie set.
exactly
Yeah, it's
right. I
probably
mean,
yeah.
it's like is the playable area is furnished, and then it's just like beyond that, it's just stuff to make it look pretty in the background,
Yeah.
like distant skyscrapers and stuff like that. It's very limited, but
Sounds good to me.
you're either gonna like be on board with that or not. I appreciate that this is trying to be a linear, graphically intense, immersive experience,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, I mean, if you
I
have like
think
this
okay.
set piece, sure, do it that way. Why would you put a bunch of random shit you can't really see if you can save some
Yeah, like
resources and shit? So, yeah.
I don't need to run around like Nico in GTA 4 to be
Yeah.
like what can I interact with this fire hydrant? Like I can just walk forward and then go into the crime scene like
Yeah.
fine. Like this is telling a very linear sort of story.
Mhm.
Like I went with that aspect of it.
Yeah, and my criticism of the like, oh, they should make open world isn't with the engine being like, oh, they couldn't do it with this. This is all just a lie. It was more that I think people should manage their expectations of how video games can look on this hardware with these engines. Because I think when you show someone a snapshot of a city that someone's walking around and it looks unbelievable, people need to realize that if it's telling a Resident Evil game story where most of the pathways are linear and most of the environments are pretty controlled, it does have the ability to make things look much fancier and nicer
Mm-hmm.
than if this were attempting to be Grand Theft Auto Resident Evil, where like full blown New York City pandemic of zombies and you can go anywhere and drive any vehicle. It's like that is not going to happen at our current level of tech looking the way it does at the beginning of Resident Evil 9. It just isn't.
Oh yes.
Right. Yeah.
So, well, inside the building, we can go inside now. Actually, on the way inside, we see like a cop who tells us you can't go there, and then she says why. It's like because
No, she says, whoa, 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 why?
yeah.
Yeah.
She this is where we
That was a
hear
lot.
her stutter a lot. I didn't mind it at first, but when she kept doing it throughout the game, even when she was not in danger anymore, I was like, okay, we need to dial it back a bit. Like this is like just a
Yeah.
friendly guy who stands by the helicopter waiting to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same board like when it comes to Grace's stutter. I found it quite charming at first, and I found the performance pretty cool as a result of it. Even her like being a little bit nervous talking to the police officer, like as much as I just kind of made a joke about it there. But I kind of feel like having her not improve it through the game as she gets more capable and brave and is dealing with things in a much more level-headed way, I thought was a mistake as far as like writing choices go. I think that if you had her speech become more confident, especially after the Emily Leon encounter that
Mm.
happens right before the RPD or the Raccoon City section. I thought that would have been a little bit better than having her stutter very, very consistently throughout the entire game. And as Metal said, at times where it's like, wait, no, like, you're not even really dealing with something scary right now. You're just stuttering because, well, why?
Yeah.
It's also a bit weird because when you see like the aftermath of the game, she just talks normally, like on the
Mhm.
phone with Leon and about Emily and stuff.
I mean,
So
yeah, that's a point. So it's like, obviously, it's not just, okay, Grace, the character, is a person with a
with
speech
the stutter,
impediment
yeah,
stutter. It's
exactly.
just she is stuttering because she's afraid, and they, yeah, don't really develop that much.
Yeah, I think there's a directorial issue there
Yeah,
where
because the voice
like
actress is
she's
awesome.
being told. Yeah, she
Yeah.
is. She deserves a lot of credit for that, I think. I mean, like when
Mhm.
her I mean, well, not to jump ahead, but when her mother dies,
Yeah,
like the
Yeah.
performance there is really good. I think she in terms of a video game performance, like the actor for Grace steals the show.
Oh,
I
yeah.
I think she's
Mm.
really good. One of the best video game performances I can remember seeing, and the like, it's not easy acting in that environment. Like whether you're in a voice booth or like a mocap studio, like a fluorescently lit stage where you're wearing a goofy suit with a fucking head rig with
yeah,
lights shining in your eyes with all the motion dots on your face. To give a performance like that under those conditions, I think is really impressive.
yeah.
Now,
She did
actually, I
great.
have a question about that because I guess I didn't really look into the production too much. But is the Grace voice actress also the like facial performance artist, or like or was the Grace voice actress like in a booth doing this with a microphone,
I don't
I
know actually.
or
think
doing it as if they're
I
filming an Avatar movie? You know?
I think it's a mix of both. Because I did watch the behind the scenes footage.
Mhm.
There's a bonus video that comes with this game, and you
Yeah,
can
I
watch
meant
all
to
like the
watch
mocap
that. I just
being
didn't get
done.
around to it. I did see that in the bonus content option, and yeah,
Wait,
I've
yeah,
seen
so
that
so
in the bonus content for Village. That this is like a full on live performance that all the actors are doing.
well, I mean that might be different for this game though, which is why like I guess in I mean, and if we don't know the answer specifically, that's fine. I was wondering if it's like they did it as if it was a full-blown performance capture thing, and that's the voice lines that we're hearing, with obviously with the exception of some ADR when required, right? But I was wondering
Right.
if
yeah.
it was because I think like I'm pretty sure Leon's face is different than his voice as far as like the actors go, but I didn't know for Grace.
Hmm.
Right.
Well, whether the dialogue is recorded in a mocap studio or a voice booth, it's very impressive. Like, because like it's one thing to
Absolutely.
do
Yeah.
that, and then or like between that and being on a set where you have other actors and you can sort of immerse yourself in
Mm-hmm.
the scene. Like doing it at a booth, I think is quite a challenge, and it's an impressive performance considering that.
I think I remember like one of the Marvel actors at some point said like, yeah, you wouldn't believe how hard it is to act like this when you're acting to a tennis ball on a
Yeah.
pole.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
like,
right.
Yeah.
I forget who it was.
Or
I
just
remember
talking to
finding
a
that.
green wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
uh, so yeah, she goes inside. There's a cop outside. Remember this cop. He could have been useful in what is coming next, but alas. Well, we get to explore the hotel a bit, and you go around. You find a couple of like handouts and brochures and stuff. Like, oh, this is thing. You find some, I don't know, some world building stuff that the fire that was in here was kind of bad, so they have to shut down all that stuff. Uh,
Well, at this point, were you annoyed by like stuff suddenly clattering onto the floor, like
I mean,
the
I would,
deer head falling down.
I'm going to set it in my blurb. I find that incredibly annoying as like a horror
Yeah,
game trope or just a movie trope as well. This is like this building that has been standing here for like ages, decommissioned and burned down. And then now that you hear, it's like, oh, now this floor tile falls over. Oh, now the deer
yeah.
head falls down. It's like, fuck off.
But that's yeah.
They
That's why I
tried
brought it up
they
because
tried
you mentioned it already.
yeah, they tried so hard in this as well because then it starts raining and the thunder. It's like, okay, what's next? Oh, the door is creaking. Ooh, it's like, come on.
I'm going to defend this game here a little bit in that regard, but part of that might be because I just finished a playthrough of Alan Wake 2, and I appreciated some of the restraint and the jump scares in this game compared to
Yes.
that game, because holy shit, that game had just the most out of nowhere and for no reason jump scares I've ever seen in anything ever. Like,
Oh yeah.
there are
Right.
Blumhouse movies that have less ridiculous and out of nowhere jump scares than Alan Wake 2.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't played Alan Wake 2, but I've seen gameplay and I see the way it cuts to like people's like
Yeah.
images of people screaming at the camera,
Right.
and I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
like, that's so cringe.
Random
I would
black and
cringe
white
watching
superimposed faces will start screaming with a like sound effect in the background that like especially if you're playing on headphones, it's like rattling your eardrums. It will happen at random just when you're entering places that are dangerous. And sometimes when you're just walking around in a place that's normal, and that the first one will be to indicate that things are about to get dangerous. And I found it infuriating to the point that towards the end of Alan Wake 2, they weren't even affecting me at all.
Yep.
Like even just the loud, I was just so ready for them to happen that they stopped even being startling and surprising. So this game, it's like deer head falls off the wall. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, at least it just went clunk and wasn't accompanied by the score doing like a French horn blare or something like that.
Yeah.
And
They
yeah,
do
not a
have,
high bar. But
they do
I will
have
say
a
it was
couple
both.
of oogly boogly random noise stuff happening as well, though. I think when the girl comes through like a wall, it's like, ding! I was like, ah, God, you have
Yeah,
like a wall
it
collapsing.
does
That should
happen
make
every-
enough noise for me to be spooked by, but fine.
Yeah, I'm not saying it never happened.
Oh,
it
yeah,
just,
yeah, no,
it
I
didn't
know.
happen nearly enough to like get annoying to me, and I thought that it's like, well, I think that's enough restraint that if you're gonna do jump scares, at least they're not constantly happening all the time to the point that they're, just silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as dumb as it is, I'm okay with things clattering onto the floor. In also because of the fact that there's no musical stingers, like that would have made it really tacky if they did
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But at the
Or,
very
like,
least, it's all just diegetic noise, and
And there's
things
one towards
falling.
the end of the game of like a licker climbing onto a window that Grace is walking by, and
Yeah.
it's just it's like the sound of the licker's footsteps on the glass that are the audio
Yeah, I don't mind
cue.
those ones.
And
I really don't mind
it's
those ones.
seeing the liquor when like it's the first time you're encountering one that's like, oh, okay, God, that was pretty freaky, but it doesn't feel like it's like,
Yeah,
okay, yeah, I'm fine with that.
To Metal's point, like, I mean, it makes sense that a licker would do that, but then like when you have like the deer head falling down, it's just like, why is it unsettled now where it's like falling on the floor? It's just because the player's there and it wants to scare you.
Well, it's
But
like this is the intro to this game, and we need to have a few spooky things happening as Grace is
Yeah.
walking around.
Someone in chat just said the deer had
Exactly.
only one day till retirement.
That's pretty good. I approve. Good joke.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, you explore the area, and at some point, you find a photograph on a bar pillar or something of you, of Grace. It was like, oh, that's concerning. And then you turn it
Hyper
around.
creepy, yeah.
Oh my God, I actually just went straight to the part on my stream there. Turned around and says, "Let's talk, room 204. Here's a key." And at this point, I think on stream, I immediately said, like, okay, we're getting out of here. We're going to call back up. There's clearly someone in here. Someone has been stalking me for God knows how long. We're out of here. There's a cop outside. Get him. But what do?
Yeah.
All right, let's go check it out then. It's like,
But Metal, you can't leave because the door to the bar inexplicably
Yeah, it just
shuts
shuts.
and locks.
And you-
That's true, yeah.
So you,
and you,
by
you know what
nobody.
else?
So you
You know
can't
what else?
get out.
You know what else you can't do? When you go into your purse and get your gun,
Get a phone.
get your cell phone. I was like, why does she not have a phone? There's no reason she wouldn't have a phone. This is not a period piece. I know
Yeah.
we're calling back to Resident Evil 2 a lot, but this is not 1998. Grace would have an iPhone or an Android phone or something and would be like, hey, yeah, so boss, I know you sent me to this place because you're hoping that I'd be able to have some insight into this case, but there's a photo of me on the wall with a key and a room number that says, hey, come to this room. I'm really freaked out and the door just closed behind me. Can you
Yeah.
please send like Leon Kennedy or Chris Redfield, just everybody, Ada Wong, just all of them. Jill Valentine. I
Or
want
just
the
Frank
Resident Evil
from The
Avengers
Office.
here.
Just someone, please. Yeah, it's
But
and you hear like footsteps throughout this as well, so it's clearly someone here. And this photo being here is like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm out of here.
I mean,
for
like
sure.
honestly, I would even appreciate just Grace. Try your phone and have it be like no signal. What the hell?
Yeah,
Like
do at
it
least the
wouldn't
lamest
make tons
possible
of sense,
version
but like
of it.
sure, like you have to address cell phones and remove them from the equation in a horror movie set anytime after like 2005
Yeah,
because like it is just so silly to me that a person has access it would reasonably have access to a cell phone and they're like to the point that you're an FBI agent who's working in a major city. There's no reason at all why you'd be like, yeah, I just don't like phones, don't want to be on social media. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, you also have a job that involves you going into a dangerous situation. Like, have a radio on you, something, right?
yeah,
Like, and yeah, so that infuriated me that they didn't at least address why she's not phoning for help.
yeah,
I mean, like also like she's an FBI analyst, right? Which I take to mean that's like analyzing computer data.
Mhm.
She's not a field agent.
yeah. Exactly.
Like she wouldn't be sent out on a thing like this, let alone alone. Um, and then she gets there, and you can see that forensics has already been there. So it's like, what is she gonna find that forensics hasn't found with all their equipment? She
Well, the
doesn't even
boss
have
said
like she has a backpack.
yeah, the boss
Sorry,
said
what?
he needs like a really good analyst on site. So there you go.
Oh,
And I mean,
We
oh,
sent these
fair, but
other
you
guys. They
wouldn't.
suck, actually. Can you go check this out?
yeah, yeah.
Grace, we need you, like 23-year-old woman, to come out of retirement for one last ride where you go check out the site of your mother's murder. It's like, okay, can I have backup? No, you got to go alone. It's the only way. Really,
You
I mean,
got
yeah,
a
someone in the
you
chat
got a
said
gift, Grace. You can see things that the other cops can't. So
Yeah, well-
I'm gonna send you.
Exactly, right? It's like we need a fresh set of eyes on this.
Yeah.
But someone in the chat mentioned that like she was sent there on purpose, and like I guess we know that at least that was Gideon's plan. But let's say, even for sake of argument, that her boss was in on that. Did he say, "Oh, but don't take your phone"?
Yeah. No, so the
We
thing
can't
is,
have you.
I feel
can't
like it's
give
been
you something
so
with which you can take pictures, sending you to this place.
it's been so obvious that this whole setup is absolute nonsense that people have been theorized like, oh, the boss, he's kind of sus. He's just sending her there on purpose. He's in on it. And it's like, I don't know, man. That seems like hope. I'm pretty
Also,
sure
he's in the
that's
epilogue. He's in the happy ending epilogue.
exactly. He's like,
right?
hey,
Like, it's like-
good your bag.
And they didn't have to put him there. If they,
Yeah.
even if there was supposed to be like, oh, there's DLC plans where we're gonna find out that he's like actually Gideon's partner and he's working on the G virus, so we're gonna deal with that in Resident Evil 10. It's like, okay, sure. I mean, Resident Evil's silly, so that might be fine in the context of Resident Evil, but just basic functional narrative logic, there's no reason he would be sending her there alone unless it was a plan. And then even then, it's like, well, but okay, you got to address her cell phone though, because if her boss doesn't pick up when she calls him for help, she
Yeah.
probably has other people to call. She can call 911. Like there's so many options she has if she uses her cell phone, and they just had to make it so that Grace pretends as if she just does. She's the only 23-year-old woman in America who doesn't have a cell phone.
Yeah. So it's rather nonsensical. Yeah.
Well, we already had a corrupt Chief Irons in Resident Evil 2. So now
It's a trope.
it's always like a corrupt law enforcement official that's like secretly working with Umbrella. So maybe they will do DLC where his or her handler.
Yeah.
like-
I mean, again,
Worked
even
with
that
Umbrella.
would at least make sense why he sent her there. It still wouldn't make sense why she doesn't even address, like, can I have other people there with me? Like, can
Yeah.
I bring my shrink and an armed bodyguard, because it's the scene of a crime, and sometimes it's a murder scene, and sometimes murderers do return to the scenes of crimes. So maybe it's not super safe for me to be going into this decrepit building alone. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can I take a phone or a gun? No, take this
Yeah.
banana.
Exactly.
You look like you're low on
when
potassium.
should I use this?
When
When
you're
the
low on
time comes, you'll know.
When you're low in
Yeah.
potassium, obviously.
You're gonna get a cramp, and at that moment, you'll eat the banana, and then you'll be able to run away.
Yeah, someone just in chat pointed out, I think that's what Mauler said as well. She should have gone against her boss's orders, so she shouldn't have any partner with her, and her phone should have died. Yeah, because I think Mauler pointed this out, that she heard about this case, and the boss is like, you can't go there because obviously
Yeah, you're not
you
a field
can't."
agent. Yeah, like, well, you're an analyst. I'm not sending you to the scene of a crime. No, like, the forensics have already been there. We figured out everything. You can't help. Stop it, Grace. You're being silly. And then have her just go on her own after she's
Yes.
finished work. Yeah, that's so easy. Like, from
Yeah.
a writing standpoint, to be like, how can we get her here alone with no help? Still doesn't address her cell phone, but it at least gets her there in a way that's, like, logically reasonable. That it's the place she wanted to go, and she goes against orders. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Apparently, the
Mueller-
writer for this
Mueller
game
nailed
worked on it for like at least 2 years, and it's like, why wouldn't you consider this shit?
I don't know. Yeah,
in that time.
Yeah. So yeah, you go check out that big old room, and there's like I don't know, 100 photographs of you and your mom, or your foster mom, if you will. And at this point, it was like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Nope, 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 nope. Not doing that. But no, we'll take one of the pictures, and we think about the time our mother got brutally murdered in front of our eyes, and we know now why this is such a traumatic thing that happened to us. Yeah, this is like a short section. We get to control Grace for some reason, even though this could have all just been a cutscene, because you just walk for like 10 seconds, cutscene, walk another 10 seconds, another cutscene, and then you're back in present day. It's a trend that I fucking despise, where they give you the illusion of gameplay. It's like, see, you follow your mom around while you run away. It's like, yeah, but I'm walking like 5 seconds or 10
Oh
seconds.
yeah, no, that
and then,
part. Sorry,
yeah.
I thought you were talking about the whole hotel sequence in general. I was like, well, I mean, I guess there's a bit of like, here's your flashlight, here's like, you can open
No,
doors, you can
that's
look
all
for
right.
things. But no, you just meant the cutscene where she's following her mom.
Yeah, I mean, these
Yeah, you can't do
things-
anything. You do actually nothing but follow her.
Yeah, it's these things where you get to control a character for a couple of seconds just to start the next cutscene. It's like, why? I don't understand. But yeah,
And those parts of the game were, I think, the most frustrating to do on like subsequent runs where I'm just going for challenges. So it was like the hotel and the orphanage were the two that I'm like, oh god, come on, just make this
Yeah.
a cutscene. Like,
Right.
yeah. Also, this gives you the thing, and Slumpy and Jay just pointed this out. Mauler wandered around everywhere and went AFK during the blackout follow sequence. So if that happens, you just see this like all fake urgency, because nothing actually happens until you reach a trigger. And
so she's like,
Right.
Grace, hurry! Like, you actually don't have to hurry. You can just hang around.
Yeah,
and
apparently.
not do anything. That's funny.
Yeah.
Apparently you're being followed. You've been moving around a lot because that's why you stay in this hotel. One thing, something I saw online. Apparently people moved the camera around, and apparently Grace was on Reddit doing things, checking out stuff about older Resident Evil titles, like in universe, like what's going on. People thought that was fun.
I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Grace is literally Reddit.
She's literally Reddit.
Yeah, apparently she was.
yeah. Oh my God,
she was
like,
looking
yeah,
up shit on the
literally Reddit.
bakers. I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, at the same time, like, I think at that point she's supposed to be what, like 15? Like a teenager looking up
Yeah.
bizarre things on Reddit.
No, I'm
is,
just
like,
pointing it out. I was like, I'm glad
Yeah,
you
okay.
have fun with this, guys. I just don't
that was
care.
criticism. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I was like, that seems like to me like something a teenager might do.
It's just funny that she's on Reddit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Grace
Is
is
it
a
like-
Reddit mod in her spare time.
She's on Reddit.
You should
but the
treat me
R
as a
and the E are-
celebrity.
I was gonna say she's on Reddit, but the R and the E are capitalized.
Yeah.
The Resident Evil universe Reddit.
That's her greater credential, even more so than being an FBI agent. I'm
Yeah.
actually a Reddit mod.
Yeah,
I don't know
actually,
if you
right.
knew
She
this
got
about
the
me.
job. It's the Reddit mod to FBI analyst pipeline.
Anyway, the guy who's currently hanging out in a hotel, I don't know if it's supposed to be the owner or just like a concierge or something. I don't know. He gets murdered. R.I.P. that guy. Some
Concierge.
rando comes up. The mom shoots it. I just completely forgot her name. Was it Alessa?
Alyssa Ashcroft.
Alessa. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Alyssa. She was in Outbreak and Outbreak File 2.
Right. She shoots the fuck out of him. They're trying to get out. They also do the fucking thing that I also hate. Because Grace keeps asking, "What is wrong? Are we in danger?" It's like, "Not now. We need to run away." It's like, "Oh, okay." So,
Oh, God, yeah.
so we can't fucking tell her the secret that we need to figure out or something. In this sequence, Alessa hides her notebook and binder behind a painting, and this is going to be important for us to check
Grace
out.
forgets about it for close to a decade and doesn't bring it up when there's a crime scene or someone's like, "Hey, do you wonder if there's anything substantial about that hotel that maybe everyone else is missing?" And she can be like, "Oh my God, yeah, my mom hid that thing behind the
Yeah.
painting. Maybe they were looking for that." But
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, we get more running sequence. Grace is trying to call the police. She does, and then the guy is still alive, kinda. Murders her, Alessa in cold blood with a big old hatchet or something, and yeah, it's also really funny because they're doing like the trope here as well. Whatever happens, I love you, and then she dies immediately. That's just
Yeah. When characters
But yeah,
say I
I-
love you, do you know they're about to die?
yeah.
I really hated how committed Alyssa was to not telling Grace anything about what was going on, though. It was just, "I'll explain later. I don't have time to explain." It's like, you have said so many words.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
It's like we
you have time to say that 5 times, but like you can't say, "There are people chasing me. They want to kill me. It's because of stuff I know. I can't talk about it now in case they're listening, but just pay attention to everything I do right now because I'm going to hide the thing that has the info on it."
Yes.
Mhm.
Anyway, we
I
now
find this,
remember. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I find this assassin kind of baffling. It's like it's like I'm confused as to like whether he's super powered in some way or like he's like bioorganically augmented or something where he can survive a number of gunshots and then get back up. That
Yeah,
seems to
he
be
did-
the implication since he has like gray clammy skin. It's
So
like, okay,
I
is he like
actually-
half zombie or something, or like what's going on?
I thought it was Gideon for like my first playthrough. And like
Right.
I assumed that's kind of why he got up, and I figured that the reason he is felled for at least a decent amount of time is because he doesn't like his face doesn't look quite as T-virused out as it does 8 years later. I thought that was maybe him before he got like super mutated into what turns out to be a nemesis, which I thought, oh, that was almost kind of silly too. But
Yeah. I mean, I can see how you
or-
would think this. You can see the corpse on the left, and if you look on my screen, it's in the fire. So I assume it's not Gideon.
I mean,
think
like almost
Gideon's
every
way
tyrant
taller. This is like an average sized guy.
Hmm.
It seems like.
Even height is one of those things that like tyrants mutate. So like I can imagine them
I
getting
think
bigger.
actually
and
I have something that I think there's a picture somewhere where you can see Gideon with other researchers, and he's like fucking massive.
oh, okay.
Right.
So yeah,
Yeah.
even when he was normal,
Yeah,
he
he's
was
just-
gigantic. Okay, fair enough.
It's funny. I saw. I'm pretty sure I saw it on Twitter or something. I hope it was real because it was a really funny picture. There's like all these normal sized researchers. He's in the front, in the middle, like twice as big. It's like, yeah, I'm a researcher. Hello.
Yeah.
Well, I will say he's a very thorough assassin because he does suffocate a man and then slit his throat.
Yeah.
which I thought I
Yeah.
found that
Oh, it's in the
funny
game.
too.
Okay,
It's like,
so
wait, hold on, how are you killing him? Exactly, he's doing the
Well, I mean
suffocation.
that is stupid as well because it's like he puts the bag over the guy's head and
Yeah.
cuts his throat,
yeah.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's
It's like
like,
you could have just
well,
gone right to the
okay,
knife, man.
right, you don't need the bag, but I feel like I think that the bag over the face thing is sort of a crime slash horror movie trope,
Mhm.
and they just like the visual of that, and they're like, we have to have that in our game, and
Mm.
even though it makes no fucking sense,
I
like
just
if
found it
he's
bizarre
already
'cause
cutting his throat. And I remember someone in my chat when I pointed this out, they were like, "Well, people can make a lot of noise when you're cutting their throat," as if to speak from experience. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
Like,
But
can you say that
I
into
was
the
Christopher Lee
microphone
over
again?
Usually, that is
yeah,
not the
right, yeah.
sound a man makes when you stab him in the chest. It's more like a
Right. But if
really
the idea is to not make any noise, you're killing this guy in front of two other
two
people.
screaming
Yeah.
people.
Like
Yeah.
they're gonna make noise. So what the fuck is the concern about not
Yeah,
making
it's-
noise here?
it's
Like
odd.
I
Yeah,
don't understand.
he broke stealth, and then so he switched to going loud because the genome soldiers were already on his case. The
Yeah,
exclamation point occurred.
and then when he shows up in the other room after being shot, it's literally like that meme where he should be wearing a fedora and he teleports behind you, and it's like nothing personnel kid,
Nothing
and then
personal,
he
kid.
chops your head off. Yeah, it's like, where did you come from? How did you sneak into this room? Why are you still alive after being shot? So
Yeah.
are you a bioweapon, or I guess it's like augmented assassin sent by Umbrella
Yeah,
who can
probably.
like survive gunshot wounds. But
I
like
mean, his skin was
we've
kind of
never seen a
grayish.
character like this before in the franchise, I don't think.
Yeah, his skin
I
was
could
sort
be
of
wrong.
grayed out though, so I did kind of get the impression that if it wasn't Gideon, it was a like biological virus enhanced person of
Yeah.
some description.
I think the
but,
guys
yeah,
you
they don't-
see in the arc later have the same kind of skin tone. So I
Okay.
think
I
might
like
be
the
one of
umbrella
them.
soldiers. Oh, maybe.
Right.
Like a version at least, because that guy was clearly a bit more advanced to some degree. Hey, so if anyone was wondering, hey, maybe she just forgot her phone or something. Well, luckily, the guy who wants her to be here left a phone for her right there. So, wow, you can use that to call anybody you want.
Yeah.
Even if there's no SIM in it, you can still do rescue calls, do a little 911 call, pretty easy. So, yeah, I don't know why they would even pretend. It's like, we didn't even mention a phone, and then the guy just leaves you one. It says, no caller ID. It's like, yep.
Oh, I thought you meant us. I was like, buddy, I thought I talked for like half an hour about
No.
phone being still.
It was more like the writers, because they didn't even
No, yeah,
show
I
or
got it.
mention a phone at this point, where you can think, oh, maybe you can do like a little own headcanon. It's like, yeah, but they put a phone right here for her to use, so oops. Yeah, I think she's getting called by like Gideon or something. That just throws the phone away, and here's some music. And for some reason, she's very interested in that music. So, yeah, let's go check that out. Wait, actually, no, I'm mixing this shit up. First, we're gonna go find what Alyssa hid. So we're gonna go grab that, and then, Jesus Christ, whoever made this scenario, I don't fucking know what they were thinking. So you go to the painting and go grab the thing, which, by the way, after all these years, is still here, and the fire has not reached it. So, wow, that's really convenient and lucky that wasn't destroyed at all. But
Yeah,
here we are.
why is
That-
she
that
just
frame
remembering
is,
this now?
fireproof or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Paintings don't burn.
Oh, okay.
Neither do mini discs.
It's a special.
Well, I mean, I don't know why she's all of a sudden just remembering this, or other than the fact that I guess it's like her mother's death was so traumatizing that she just repressed this memory of this thing being hidden behind the painting. Otherwise, she would have checked this out years ago,
Yeah.
right? Because she knows that whatever her mother hid was important.
Something she
So why
died
is she
for.
just yeah? Why isn't she checking this? Why didn't she check this out way earlier, before there was a crime scene?
That's a good
Or,
question
like,
for another
after
time.
the initial crime scene. Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Perhaps I don't agree with this being substantial enough to like be valid and make sense, but perhaps her calling the cops in the flashback and her mom saying don't phone the police is why she doesn't phone the police in the like modern day.
Right.
Like maybe that's what they're trying to say is the reason why she's like, "Oh no, if I call the cops, they're just going to send another hooded assassin man after me."
Yeah.
But
No, I know what you're saying, because I was thinking of it from a similar perspective, where it's just like, what was Capcom thinking when they
yeah,
came up with this?
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah,
if you ask the writer what would their answer be, and I always want to hope that at least writers will have an answer better than I don't know.
yeah. But as James also pointed out, she is FBI. She's basically just a special cop. So the cops already know she's here in some capacity. So I think you could
Right.
just call them. I don't know. But I
It's
mean,
like that
you already
thing,
said.
if like twins feel each other's pain. If you're an FBI agent, like they know, the agency knows if you're in trouble instinctively.
So what happens next is interesting. The cop is here, and he's like, "Oh man, you scared me," and he has a shotgun in his hand, and he says something stung me. And it's like, "Are you okay?" And he starts turning into a zombie. And a gimmick in this game is they have like old habits, so they can do certain things still, even though if they're turned. Uh, so the first thing he tries to do is shoot her in the face, which I just find funny,
Oh, God.
conceptually.
Yeah, I hate this.
What also happens is she stumbles backwards and gets her coat stuck in the little trolley thing for wardrobe. I watched this many times. I can never really figure out how this actually happened.
It's like a luggage cart, yeah, and she
Or
catches,
luggage,
catches
yeah,
her
yeah.
sleeve. She catches her sleeve on it.
Yeah, and you have to do like a thing where you have to evade left or right,
Yep.
while holding down a button. So, by the way, this was the only thing that was awkward on mouse and keyboard, because you have to wait with A and D, but you also have to hold down F. So it's like really awkward, like to position your fingers.
As far as QuickTime events go, it's not much more compelling on a controller, believe me.
Oh no, I'm just more like
Yeah.
it's weird to press, because it's just like, why wouldn't it be like E instead of F? Like the way you position your fingers, it felt unnatural. The thing is, on casual, it doesn't matter, because you can just tank a shotgun blast. Not even casual, on normal actually, like not even casual. On Insanity, I had to figure out a way to do this, because you die in one hit from that, which makes a bit more sense.
So lame. I hated that.
So yeah. Anyway, he's going absolutely crazy. She also dropped her gun, so that's unfortunate. If you think she's gonna go grab it later, no,
No, yeah,
don't do
doesn't.
that. She gets I don't know, it's like a thing where you like poke a fireplace with.
Fire poker.
It's actually just called a fire poker. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, that is the name of that device. Yes.
You just kind of have to swing it around, and he bites it, and then he just kind of charges into it head first. And
Yeah, and your actions don't really mean anything.
no,
here,
you
'cause
just
I don't
hold
think,
it down.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
well, I don't even think you necessarily need to, because like I don't think I was timing the swings of the fire poker at all at any point to a degree, but he still will always bite it, and then he will still always get stabbed in the eye at those specific points. You can't kill him any faster. He doesn't kill you at any point, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Again,
I
could
never
be a
tested it, but
cutscene. Like, yeah.
when it prompts you to swing to resist, like he is some distance away from you still.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And so it seems like R2 is only initiating these like random non-impactful swings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I could probably get through this without even pressing anything. I have
Probably.
that suspicion, but I haven't tested it.
So you are now. Well, he bites you. He gets it through his eye into his head, which doesn't kill him. Which, I don't know, kind of goes against my understanding of zombies. But whatever, they're like weird umbrella zombies. Don't really want to delve too deep into that, but whatever.
And it's
You
the new the connections, the new villain of the series going forward, I imagine.
sure, whatever. The
Doesn't
connection
have
They've
the
is
same
been a
ring
thing
to it.
since RE7, as I recall, right?
Come again?
The connection.
The connections,
Like,
are they mentioned in Resident Evil 7? I don't remember that. I know that like
like,
Umbrella shows up at the end with Chris, like with the blue Umbrella logo, and
yeah.
they haven't really expanded on that all that much either. but-
Lucas Baker was in on the connections. Like, he was a frequent contact with them.
Okay.
But do they use in Resident Evil 7 is like the word connection said? Because I feel like in this game it seemed to me at least it felt like the first time I'd ever heard them refer to a new shadowy evil organization by any name. I could be wrong. Like again, it's been a while since I played 7.
I'm pretty sure it's through some files that you can obtain.
Yeah, James says
I
in chat just
can
now.
kill this.
Apparently in
I-
7, 8, and 9,
Yep.
they're mentioned in notes. Apparently.
In
Yeah.
8 too? Huh. Well,
Yeah.
Last night I played the Chris DLC for Resident Evil 7, and in
The
that
Not a
there
Hero.
was a note. Yeah, and in that there's a note that mentions the connections and Lucas's affiliation with them. I don't know if
Oh,
there's
okay.
one in the main game. It might
Mhm.
just be in the DLC. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's still that organization being brought up far earlier than I remember. So that told me what I need to know. And that wasn't me saying, oh, they never mentioned it before as a criticism. I just I really didn't remember, so was wondering if that was the case.
What I will say about the zombie sequence, the cutscene is like the way the zombie moves. I found a little eerie. I thought that was cool. Like the way he's sort of flipping around. It reminded me of like when you first get a glimpse of the zombies in like say 28 Days Later or Train to Busan or whatever, where it's just like, ooh, they're
Twitchy.
moving like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit startling. Like I quite like that. But the whole like getting the sleeve caught on the luggage cart was awkward, and then the swinging the poker around was awkward. Like it's just a mixed bag of things.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they make you have to run away. You make your way upstairs because you've got like the key to the emergency exit or like whatever the staircase was. He follows you there.
Fire escape exit, I think. Like,
You
emergency exit.
Yeah, you break a window. You grab the shard of the thing and stab him, and then he falls out of the window and he's dead. You also get bitten, which is like, oh, that's concerning. But no, we are the
Never comes up.
we. Yeah, I think the point is that Gideon needed to know if you get turned or something, and that's why he wants your blood. I think that's the whole thing. I think.
But I mean, doesn't that get kind of stepped on by the ending of the game?
Yes.
It does, yeah. Like that's what I thought. It's like this is going to be another ploy for combat data, right? Because this is what it's frequently been throughout Resident Evil games, even as early as the first one. And Wesker was collecting combat data between the BOWs and his STARS team.
Stars, yeah.
And then, like in Resident Evil 3, the guy Nikolai, he was going to get the combat data to like sell it to Umbrella or whatever for money. Because he wants lots of money.
Dude, I love money.
And yeah, and I thought it was the same thing here, but then this all gets stepped on by the whole password thing, which we'll get to.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm no wonder
it doesn't
it's,
work by the end of it.
They Last Jedi raid Grace at the end, which is like she's nobody.
Yeah.
So after she gets bitten and everything, obviously she's gonna go downstairs and grab the pistol and the shotgun, maybe even the fire poker. Who knows? Grab all three of them. They're very close together. But no, there's ominous music playing upstairs. So we don't use any of the things I just mentioned or the phone we found that we just threw back on the bed. We just grab our flashlight and go check it out. Which leads us to Gideon, who says, "Oh, you're the chosen one," and then he chokes you out and drags you out of the hotel.
Like, I mean, why? I mean, why was Victor Gideon waiting this whole time in this room behind a locked door that Grace only gets the key from a cop Like, how did he know that she was gonna get the key from the cop to
Yeah.
unlock the door?
So this is
Like,
this is
there's a bunch of issues
this
here.
is a problem throughout the game because it's pretty clear that Victor needs her alive, and they want
Yeah.
them alive because she knows a thing. But then she goes through all these tribals and tribulations where she has to dodge big chunky guys and a child that's a monster and a fucking cook that is a monster. And just has to make it through there without dying so they can actually get to the place where they end up being. It's so dumb, dude.
It can only be explained, like, again, it's the hypothetical. If we're asking the writers, what did you mean by this? I think the only thing that makes anything to a degree of sense is they wanted to make sure she was the chosen one, and that falls apart when you realize it's like, well, but like her being, even what their concept of what her being the chosen one would mean is
Yeah.
just she knows a password that none of us know, and it's a single entry failsafe where if you enter it once incorrectly, it blows up the entire thing, which, fine. But at the same time, it's like, why do you think she knows this? What does doing medical tests on her, like testing her blood, infecting her with the T virus, apparently, what does any of that have to do with her knowing the password or not? And like, I mean, realistically, I think if Gideon just came to her when she was hanging upside down in the first area and was like, "What is the password for Elpis?" and she was like, "I don't know. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean?" Uh, I torture her a bit and then see if she knows. Like, I mean, like, what else
Yeah.
can you do? How, like, did they somehow know that her going on this adventure will have her see a mini disc footage that her mom left for her and be able to infer the password based on a word that's said in it like 2 or 3 times, and just her realizing that, yeah, I'm the hope, and that's like, again, I don't get how they thought she was going to help them, really.
Oh, we get into this when we get
Okay.
there because it's like
Sorry
a whole
about
thing.
stuttering there. I was just trying to figure out how to even convey those thoughts.
Oh, in short, none of this makes any sense.
Yeah.
That's the short version of it.
Before we move further, I think it's probably worth mentioning the movie influences of, namely, Seven and Silence of the Lambs. I feel like,
Mm-hmm.
where like they're taking the aesthetic of Seven. I mean, in the beginning, like the environment design of like the streets and stuff, and
Mhm.
like when you're in the alleys and you're looking up, and it's just sort of a maze, or like a web of fire escapes. It's like, this kind of reminds me of Seven. And then when you beat the game and you see like the pre-credit sequence, or whatever you call it, like the initial credit sequence, it's just like, oh, this is exactly Seven. Like they're literally doing Seven. And then I think there's a bit of Silence of the Lambs with the fact that Victor Gideon sort of resembles Buffalo Bill in some
Yeah.
level with the night vision goggles, and then you have like Grace, who's like the novice FBI agent who's thrust into like this crazy case, and then um yeah. So Seven and Silence of the Lambs, I think we're like, and that seems to be like a trend now with Resident Evil, because like with Resident Evil 7, I think it was like Texas Chainsaw Massacre among
Mhm.
others,
Mm-hmm.
and then Resident Evil 8, it was like, it feels like classic Hollywood monster movie sort of inspiration. Uh, like like the Mummy and the Invisible Man and all that shit. It felt like there was a bunch of that mixed into Resident Evil 8, and now this is like, what movies are we going to draw from now? I'm not I'm against that. I think that's actually kind of cool. And if you're going to draw from movies, I mean, those are two really good movies to draw from.
Yeah.
I just thought that was interesting and worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Seven's really good. Also, I watched it fairly recently, and it holds up quite well. David
Yeah, it's a
Fincher, Brad Pitt,
great great crime thriller.
Morgan Freeman.
I fucking
Uh,
love Evil Dead. Groovy. No, that's not groovy.
so next up would be a one of the breadcrumb Leon sections we get throughout to, I guess, divide the game a little bit, give us a little bit of release, get some action. I'll just go quickly through it. We can talk more about Leon in general when we get like to the chunky version of Leon. Part, not version. There's just one version of Leon. There's no chunky Leon in here. Maybe you can mod in a chunky Leon, but that's not what I
Yeah,
meant.
100% can.
And it's actually kind of funny. So essentially, he is also checking out a similar case where someone has been murdered, and it turns out it's the 7th or something, or the 8th raccoon survivor who has been killed in this way. And we also learned that Leon has some Raccoon City AIDS in him because of the... I forgot again why he breathed some zombie AIDS in or something, and now it's coming out or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they specify other than the fact that it's multiple survivors of Raccoon City have been dying, and
Yeah.
both he and Sherry, who are Raccoon City survivors, are sick with what appears to be
Yeah.
the same illness. Not
Raccoon
necessarily the
City
same illness
syndrome
that
is what they call it.
Yeah, and I thought it was actually kind of funny that while they refer to it as Raccoon City Syndrome, it's not till the end of the game that they connect it to the T virus at all. And I was like, wait, you didn't think that like is it being connected to like is it being a T virus infection of some kind really that strange to you if you know that it's something that you at least know the pattern is it's only people who escape from Raccoon City who seem to have this. It's like, well, yeah, obviously, like it's going to be the virus, right? It's going to be a version of it, and clearly not one that immediately turns you into a zombie.
I've seen in chat that
I guess the herbs that they consumed just weren't enough during their time in Resident Evil 2.
I see some people in chat say that he apparently was infected in 2, and the entire water supply for Raccoon City was infected, so kind of everyone was infected in a way. I have no idea if that's true, but yeah, that could be.
Well, it's smoked a lot of T-virus weed. Red variety, green variety, all sorts.
The umbrella kush.
Help gets you through the day.
Smoke that fucking green herb, dude. Fucking smoke it up, man.
Yeah.
So
Classic.
yeah, he gets called by Sherry. It's like, hey, there's someone else. There's some other address, and it's like, oh yeah, send it to me. I'll go check it out. And it's really funny, especially when you have like all the context after playing the game. Apparently, they tried really hard to get Grace into a situation where they can grab her, because they literally say she has no friends or outside contact outside of work. So she's like completely shut in or something and keeps working long hours and is rarely at home. So it's almost impossible to grab her. Keep this in mind while this next scene in the background plays. Gideon is just has her over his shoulder and just walks out into the crowd, and nobody gives a shit except this one lady who's like, is she okay? It's like, yeah, she's fine. Then he shoots like darts at people that turn into zombies. It's so fucking funny. Also, of course,
I love it that the idea that
Leon
this could just be a satire of New York.
Yeah,
Where
it's like,
hey, I'm walking here. I don't care. What are you doing? Get out of my way.
Also,
you're
Leon.
kidnapping somebody?
Leon
Bought this girl in Times Square cash.
Leon happens to just arrive and just see him walk outside with her over the shoulder. It's like, wait, that's the guy I've been looking for I don't know how long. So yeah, he goes after him, and yeah, the lady gets darted, and I don't know, Gideon just kind of starts zombie apocalypse in Redwood or Renwood.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like fictional New York, I guess.
Which is just kind of funny. I think they're trying to say they have some kind of way to, I don't know, keep it into like a short area or something, a closed off area, because Sherry close off Redwood is infected around. It's like, okay, I have no idea how this would work, and that's I don't know. I don't really believe you. It gets especially funny when you walk through this place, and you can just ignore every single zombie and just walk all the way to the end and hit the trigger without killing anyone. So you can just leave the whole thing as is. So yeah, I don't know how that would work. But yeah,
That is actually what I did the first time I tried Insanity without the infinite ammo upgrade, because I'm like, I don't have the ammo to kill this many blister heads. It's just I don't.
yeah,
Just whip right through it.
yep. But yeah, it's just it's a short action sequence to break up the gameplay a little bit. But yeah, we'll talk about Leon's gameplay a bit
It
later
is
on.
a great release of tension.
Yeah.
And he still kicks ass, even though he is inching 50.
I think he's
Yeah, and
51 in this,
it's
if I'm not mistaken.
basically Resident Evil 4 remake gameplay,
But worse.
I mean, like, is there anything about it that's substantially different? Like, as far as the way he controls, and I guess you don't have the dodge, or can you? Can you
We'll get
duck
there. As I
under
said,
grab
we'll
attacks?
talk about the
Alright.
gameplay later. I think there's missing something here. I think it's
Replaying it, I was doing it in VR, so it might be. I know that experience is skewed because I
I
can
hope you
do
did
shit
spin
in
kicks
VR.
in real life.
I think
No,
there's an interesting
they're
argument to be
quick
had
time
there, yeah,
events.
for sure.
They just happen the way they do in the game. You don't even get POV spin kicks, like it cuts out to third person for those, which I was a little disappointed by because
Yeah.
I thought it would be fun to just spin the camera around in VR. But no, you can do things like decide to put two hands on the pistol or to have like a knife and a pistol in a hand. So there are some cool things that you can do in it. But it also made my pre-Resident Evil 9 Forge RE4 remake research not as admissible for evidence, as it were.
Right. But yeah, we'll talk about this. We go into the first child section, the first horror section, if you will, with Grace. So Gideon put her in a room for some reason upside down and is drawing blood out of her. I think there's no reason for her to be upside down, except you get this cool shot where you turn the camera.
I don't know. I like when you go upside down, the blood rushes to your head.
Yeah, but then that's a problem if you want to get it out of her arm, right?
Right.
Yeah, it is.
That's gonna just keep her like unconscious. Don't you like actually like die if you're upside down for too long? That's I heard that. I don't know if that's true, but
Yeah, I've seen that.
you've seen someone die upside down. That's crazy.
I mean,
I've seen it demonstrated before in 1,000 Ways to Die.
I guess
Classic
I mean,
quote.
while I don't know anything specifically about that, if you're stationary for extended periods of time, either like in any position, clots are become much more common. And if you get a clot in your brain, most people know that as a stroke. So it wouldn't be a good thing to be upside down and stationary for an extended period of time.
Yeah. But yeah,
I guess though we don't know how long she was upside down. It might have just been a few minutes.
Yeah. And
It's just how she wakes up.
She destroys the blood container she's connected to, grabs the shard, opens up her handcuffs, and this one is like, oh, so now she's gonna like, I don't know, pull herself up and opens up the leg cuffs, right? I was like, no, she wiggles left and right and crashes to the floor hard. I was like, that was probably not the best idea. There's like glass everywhere, and that could fuck you up depending on how this stretcher lands.
Yeah, she probably should have just unbuckled one leg at a time.
Yeah.
Although for me, I would have unbuckled one and then fallen right to the ground. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Either way,
see,
you're falling.
another benefit for you.
I mean, wait, is that? I don't know.
Why even give yourself the complication as the writer of her hanging upside down?
I don't know.
It's
sense.
the image.
Like,
it's the imagery
they
for
wanted
sure.
the image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get to the first proper Grace section with an enemy in there. So the whole setup is you're in this room, and of course, first nothing happens because nothing happens until you trigger the boss or the enemy. Also, what am I doing on screen there?
Oh, you had ray tracing on.
Yeah, it looks really funny. I forgot about that. Yeah, you just kind of go.
How the hair just seems to flip left and right.
Yeah. First time around, it was like all right for me because you still have the benefit of checking everything out, read some notes, see where all the rooms are, all that stuff. Um, and yeah, it's you go around, you find a room that's completely dark, you get all the way to the end, and you find a lighter, and it's like, oh, now I can check out the room that is completely dark because the lamp is kaputnik over there. And you go check it out, and as soon as you get closer to the door, the first instance of the monster starts. I think, let me see if I can find this here in my footage, because I was moving slowly backwards because I was wondering if I'm getting surprised from behind. And yeah, it's on screen right now. I get like 180 snapped to the door immediately. Like, look at this. It's just really fun. It's like, oh, is there something behind me? Whoop! Just like there I am. Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, I guess you didn't expect me to do that, game. Interesting. But yeah, the big evil monster spawns, and now I guess you could call it the hide and seek game starts happening with the big child.
Marie.
Like that is a broad. Some people might call it a problem. Some people might not. But like this idea of like the game constantly expects you to walk in a linear fashion into scripted events, and like as a seasoned gamer, you might be tempted to like approach these trigger volumes in different ways where you're looking at other directions or trying to.
I mean, I just like to
circumvent certain
experiment to
things.
see how
Yeah,
the game
yeah.
reacts to things.
Yeah.
This wasn't even supposed to be an experiment. I was just trying to be careful because like there's definitely going to be something going to happen soon. But
Yeah.
Oh, by the
And
way,
it's
I just
like,
remembered
like
this.
what's on screen right now when she's come through the ceiling or bursting through the door. It's just like, especially on sequential playthroughs, like this is supposed to happen.
Yeah,
Like there's nothing dynamic about any of this.
yeah, that's like a big problem for me on subsequent playthroughs. There's no dynamism. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Dynamism. There's a word.
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah.
you just go around. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go hit that trigger. I'm gonna grab this. I know I have to hide here for a little bit. She goes around. I go back, grab the thing. Yeah, when you know what it is, especially in this one, you just go a certain way and you'll be fine. So, and I forgot what I was about to say. Oh yeah, I think on my first attempt, when she appears somewhere, I initially thought I just have to go into the dark, so she doesn't see me, right? Because that's how this normally works. See how I'm just like doing everything. I was like, no, I'm gonna hide in the dark, obviously, and I did this initially when she appears. Because my immediate thought was, oh, I need to turn off the light so she doesn't see me. So I never see the thing where she walks into the light and goes like, I hate the light.
Yeah.
So
I think this is a really fair approach, but like as like someone like me, like I'm a big Resident Evil fan, and I was like tuned into this game like anytime anything new came out. And like part of when they first showed off this enemy, they made a point of like showing off like she's allergic to light. That was like I remember seeing that pretty early on in like trailers and stuff, and like beta footage. So but like I totally get what you're saying. Like that would be I think that's like the mainstream thing to do is hide in the dark.
Yeah. And so I have a question too about Marie, because I've played the game 5 times now, beginning to end.
Yes.
I still don't know if she can tell whether if when I'm sneaking around her, does me having my lighter and or flashlight on or off make any difference at all?
I'm not sure, actually.
I think she does. Like if you're crouch walking and you enter a certain radius, she does see you. I think that the radius is wide enough to imply that she is actually seeing you and not just hearing you. It's unclear whether it's one or the other. I feel
Well,
like.
and that's the thing, and I think proximity to her is what seems to matter the most every time I fiddle around with it. And I'm like, I actually don't know if me having my light on will draw her to me. It doesn't seem to have any effect on her. So it's not like, hey, if you shine your flashlight in her eyes, she might get like stunned for a second and give you a chance to run away. There's definitely no mechanic like that. But I still do not know if she actually can see me or not, or if it's just proximity, like flat proximity with nothing to do with, whether or not there's light in the room. Like turning the light switch on in the hallway, is there a benefit to me turning it off? It doesn't seem like there should be, because this is a creature who is thrives in the darkness and is actually hurt by light.
Hmm.
But I don't know, like it seemed like the mechanics of this one were never completely clear to me, even after playing the game as much as I have, which is usually not the case in a game that I play repeatedly.
Yeah, it is unclear. I mean, there is one clue that sort of like because before you trigger the appearance of the girl, there's a storybook that you can read,
Yeah.
which
Mhm.
I think is lifted pretty much right out of the Babadook, which is another like horror movie reference.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like you flip the
Drawings.
pages and it's like yeah, it's like this girl is or this creature is in the dark. Don't go in the dark because this thing will get you. And then it says stay in the light. It's like that's the last page written in blood, and it's just like well okay if this thing stalks you in the dark, I guess it has really good vision then. Like
Yeah.
but then it seems like when you're actually playing it and trying to avoid it, you're wondering like, is it blind? Like there needed to be more clarity, I think.
Yeah.
I agree.
But yeah,
Apparently, it's a book from RE8.
really.
Don't recall ever encountering the Shadow Ghost book in RE8.
Oh,
Yeah.
like the Book of Shadows storybook at the
Yeah,
beginning. Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
Eh,
I did definitely find the book in this game, and it does. That's what gives you the hint of like, yeah, like it's allergic to the light. Don't be in the dark with it. But I found though that while playing the game, it's just this is a stealth sequence monster that you just need to stay far away from and have it not hear you for sure. Like if you make a loud noise, it will come running from not like the other end of the map, but close-ish or far-ish away. But it didn't seem that vision really came into play, at least from what I could notice.
Right.
So yeah, you do all these things, and later on you escape from there. Uh, I think now is a good point to point out that Grace, she's really fucking slow.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, even Leon is.
Infuriatingly so. I had people on my chat ask, like, can't you not sprint? And I was like, no, you don't understand. I've been holding down the
This is
shift
the
button
sprint.
the whole time. This is my sprint.
You can actually even enable auto run in the settings
Oh,
too.
should
So
have
like
done
you're just
that.
always running, and I honestly don't think that would make a very substantial difference at all to the gameplay experience, because even when you're running, you're not moving that fast.
Yeah, so
Right.
Yeah.
there's a difference between third person running and first person running. And it's a bit weird. I assume they did this because of balancing. Because when you are in third person and you run, you seem to be faster, but also you fucking stumble across the fucking place a lot of times.
Yeah, that's what I brought up. It's like
Yeah,
it's a good way to, go by quicker, but the trade-off is that she's a klutz.
yeah,
She
and it
just
seems to
stumbles and
happen
trips.
kind of randomly. Like sometimes in the sequence, I stumbled like one time, sometimes three times. When Waller was showing his footage on EFAB last time, he stumbled like right in front of the fuse and almost got caught because of that. It's like, damn, dude.
Honestly, it happens so frequently. It like I wonder if it's like not random, but just based on X amount of steps that you've taken, and
Yeah,
then
maybe.
it triggers the thing.
Mm.
It's really annoying. It make like I was like after my first playthrough, I was like stoked to play, like because I actually quite like that it lets you switch the camera modes for both characters. I think that's a really cool way of like mixing up different playthroughs to play from different perspectives. But then when you're playing as Grace, it's like the tripping is really annoying.
Oh, yeah.
And then I just switched it back to first person. because I'm just
I,
like,
I found
I don't
that
want to do this.
Grace's sequence are significantly better in first person than they are in third person because it seems like there's even a lot of sequences that like not cutscenes but like set pieces that are designed around you seeing it in first person more so than third person. Where third person, I was with Grace, I always got that playing like a Bethesda game and going out to like Fallout 3 or something and going out to the third person mode where you can do it,
Yeah.
but it does kind of seem like this is probably not the way you
Yeah.
were intended to play this game. It's just they threw it in there because they could. Whereas with Leon, I think that's when I decided to kind of focus more on playing with a controller than with a mouse and keyboard because I found that aiming accuracy as Grace didn't seem to matter as much because I wasn't doing nearly as much combat. And when I did, it's like, oh, just aim for the head with a gyroscope, it's fine. And Leon felt kind of weird playing in first person with the mouse and keyboard. Like I guess maybe it's because I play a lot of first person shooters with the mouse and keyboard that there just seemed to be this I'm playing a third person Resident Evil game that just has a first person camera mod right now, more so than this is how I should be playing this game.
I didn't even try
But
first person with him. It just felt wrong to even switch the camera with the Leon.
yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I guess to be fair, Resident Evil 4 remake in VR, obviously I'm in first
Oh, yeah,
person
of
for a
course,
good
yeah.
chunk of it. But playing this game, I couldn't really do it because I did it the recommended camera modes for the first playthrough entirely. Like I was first person for Grace, third person for Leon the whole time, and I think that is at least in my experience, the best way to play it. And then I tried reversing them for the second playthrough, and I did make it
Right.
through all of Grace in third person, but I couldn't do first person Leon for more than like a couple sequences. It just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
I think other than the like Grace stumbling constantly, I don't think the alternate camera perspectives are badly done. They're I think they're actually quite polished. Like certainly relative to you remember like Resident Evil 8 had that third person like mod that came out later.
Yeah,
Like
when
and
the
it was an official
DLC
mod
came out.
too. Yeah. But
Well, because the
it was
DLC was
it
third
felt kind of
person.
tacked
So,
on.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And seeing
But
Ethan as a human being was strange. I was like, wait, you're not supposed to have a face and a body. What do you mean?
right.
The
Yeah.
faceless protagonist guy who can heal by pouring juice on his arm.
Yeah. Whereas with this, it felt a little bit more polished, but then yeah, but when you switch to first person as Leon, it just felt too much like Call of Duty or something. Where I'm just like, I think I would rather just play this third person and Grace first person because of the stumbling, the constant stumbling is really annoying.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did third person on my subsequent playthroughs just to see how it feels, and she has like a kind of a funny running animation, and it's she was like
Yeah, that's true. I do think that third person Grace is probably, as funny as this sounds, one of the best showcases for the path tracing if you do have like an NVIDIA card and could try that out because the lighter, the way it illuminates her hair is pretty cool.
No,
But
okay.
again, like
Yeah.
that's that kind of thing that's like, oh, that looks actually really nice. And then I forget that it's even a factor like 10 minutes in playing it. So that's kind of why I'm still on team. I don't think any of the tracing trends are beneficial to the overall experience because they blend into the background and they're a massive performance cost.
I read that Capcom pulled that hair tech from Pragmata, like because you have the
okay.
little girl with the long hair, and they have these like sophisticated lighting effects, and they were like, and the Resident Evil team was like, we could use that for our game,
Let's
and
use
they
that.
pulled it. Yeah.
That was
That
the
was
dawn
pretty
of
cool.
the third person Grace mode. They're like, but she's in first person. It's like, okay, well, we're doing third person for her too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pragmata, I like the demo of that. I'm gonna pick that one up.
Yeah, I'll check it
I haven't
out.
tried it yet, but it seems interesting. Yeah.
Played pretty well. Yeah, you get yeeted by the monster into a radiator, I think, or like a heating unit, and we fade to black because it's time for another quick Leon section where we just have some action, baby. He
Oh no, she doesn't just get flung into the radiator. She gets dragged backwards while screaming, and then
True.
it cuts.
Yeah.
Which I gotta say, I like this connection between the two campaigns. I thought this was the best use of it.
Yeah, I think like plot conveniences is one thing. Like when Leon is driving and he stops and he sees Victor just walking out of that alley with Grace over her shoulder, over his shoulder, and they lampshaded a little bit with a line of dialogue where he's just like, "You got to be fucking kidding me!" Like he
Yeah.
just came
Yeah.
across this, but like I rolled my eyes a little bit, but I was like, okay, at least they acknowledge that this is like kind of
Le-
ridiculous timing. But
Leon's sitting in his Porsche doing the Leonardo DiCaprio Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, like snapping at the TV.
right, yeah.
I still haven't watched that movie.
But
I need to do that.
Good movie. Yeah, it's good.
oh, it's a great movie. Yeah, I highly recommend that. That's one of my favorite Tarantino ones. But then when you do something like this, where it's like you tell the character, or you tell the story from one character's perspective, and then you switch, and then you rewind in time a bit, and then you build up to the same point in time, and then it's just like, oh, this is where Leon walks in on Grace. Like, I find it a bit more acceptable, rather than just Leon showing up out of the blue. It's like you build up this sense of like, okay, he's been here for a while, and then he just happens to walk into the hall. Like I was okay with that. I mean, it is still convenient timing, but I like the playing around with time, like shifting between the two characters. I thought was neat.
And I think for me, like a big part of it was, oh, she's dead, and there's no way they can possibly explain how she isn't
there's a
dead right
picture.
now. And then, wait, what do you mean?
Well, with Gideon.
That's yeah. He's like way taller.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry about that. But I'm saying that, like, for the Grace being pulled away by Marie, like the girl, I like in my head I was like, okay, so like she's dead. Like, how can they possibly explain her not being dead after this? Like, having already gone through a good chunk of this story with a lot of issues with how it's constructed, and then with Leon showing up and just basically the girl is irrelevant to him because he just like blasted away with the requiem, and that's that. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's a good way to have these campaigns converge, and then they kind of mess it up with and then a metal gate just shuts, separating them again.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, all right, okay. That's a way to break them back up, I suppose. Hi, Rocky.
I get that
That's
gate
well,
shutting thing would like help inform, like if the plot was about gaining combat data, like he can lock down this facility
Right.
in order
I got
to
it,
they have like BOWs roaming around, and then it's just like, I have this subject trapped in here, let's see what happens. But then they don't even do that. Like, that's not even the thing that the game hinges around. So it's like this game got me thinking one thing, and then by the end it's just like, wait, what? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I got you. So before we got the Leon section here. Arrives in the care center, and this is just you get to fight the chainsaw guy and do some combat. By the way, this is the second time Leon just watches an infected eat someone or kill someone, which is not a good look for Leon, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm running to the washroom right now, but that is a problem a couple times in this game where it's just like, wait, why is Leon not already opening fire? He has enough experience to know the deal. Anyways,
Right.
BRB.
Yeah.
I think I guess like the woman was obstructing his view of the zombie, but then like, why wouldn't Leon just like sort of take a little peek
Yeah.
left or right and be like, what the fuck is that behind her? Why is he talking weird? Why does he have a chainsaw that's probably making a loud noise? Like, why? Like, he can't, or I don't know when he revs it up. Maybe it's just before he kills the woman. I can't remember. But yeah, I think that scene probably should have played out a bit differently.
Oh yeah. Well,
But hey,
while we're
look,
here,
you can parry the chainsaw with your hatchet. It's much more effective than a knife.
Well,
absolutely.
you can parry fucking anything in this game, even vehicles that try to run you over.
Yeah.
I saw that on
sequence.
Twitter. Yeah,
You guys
just
see that?
parry the
Yeah.
fucking car.
Which I actually, I don't know. This might be I don't know if you guys agree with this, but I actually kind of like that in a video gamey sort of way, where you can parry anything.
Yeah,
But I
it's
think
fun.
my problem is that I think the parry window generally is too wide. Like, it's really easy to like just parry fucking everything. Even though I I don't know what it is, but like in Resident Evil 4, I was always parrying, but in this game, I was always forgetting that I could parry stuff.
Well, most of the time you probably just
Uh,
don't have to because you have enough firepower that they never get close to you anyway.
that's probably it. Yeah.
This actually leads perfectly into this section and parrying specifically. I've already talked about the insanity mode and how I tried this without things, because I thought the strat for this is pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna not use my challenge points at this point on insane mode, not here. I mind you, because if you do a subsequent playthrough, you get to collect challenge points from the get-go as soon as you start with Leon, so you can rack up some points immediately.
Credits, challenge points are different.
Oh, sorry, credits. Yeah, you're right. Of
They
course.
also call
Yeah.
it completion points.
Yeah.
Whatever.
In any case, I was like,
The,
this is
the
good.
proper term is CP.
ZP, yeah.
Yeah, which I mean,
Yeah.
not the best acronym for
Mm.
this day and age.
So I was like, yeah, so we go in there. I've already used 4 of my requiem shots in the first section just so I can stack up these points. And I got to here and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna delete the guy with the chainsaw and just kill the rest with the chainsaw. Easy peasy. Well, did I learn a lot about the chainsaw and the parry mechanics in this game? As you already pointed out, overall, the window for the parry, pretty big. What's not pretty big, penis joke here, is the window for the perfect parry, which exists. I thought it was
Speak
RNG.
for yourself. I'm perfect parrying every day.
So there is a perfect parry. So if you parry exactly at the end, like at the last moment, you do get a perfect parry where you get to insta-kill them with your good old hatchet. I did not learn that perfect parry in this fight. I learned to parry in general quite a bit. The thing is, you're mostly surrounded by the enemies. There's like at least 2 of them and a guy with the chainsaw. Because it's not as easy as killing the one guy with the chainsaw. No. The chainsaw is a magnet for every fucking zombie that appears here. They running a straight beeline to the fucking chainsaw because they can pick it up.
And they don't have to wait for it to stop spinning on the ground either.
Exactly. Because when you kill the first guy, you have to wait for the stupid chainsaw to stop spinning. Because if you get too close to it, you get damaged. This does not apply to any of the zombies. So
Yeah.
you are waiting. Apparently, you could shoot the chainsaw to make it a bit faster.
Oh, huh? Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but that's like just ammo waste, I feel like. So
Yeah. Maybe like if it's one pistol shot, I think would be balanced out by the damage you can do with the chainsaw. Though I have a point on how much damage the chainsaw does for that I learned during my insanity playthrough.
yeah, so you need like 2 swipes on insanity mode to kill one zombie, I think. But there's a whole different issue here. When you did not sacrifice your firstborn to the RNG gods, this chainsaw might get stuck in one of the zombies, and Leon just kicks it away, and then your chainsaw is gone until you kill that stuck zombie.
Yeah.
And then it spins again, and you have to wait again. So the chainsaw sucks.
Yeah.
It really
So,
fucking blows, especially on
I
insanity
hate-
mode.
I hate that you can't pick it up the moment it falls before it starts spinning.
Yes.
Because I think that would almost give an element of risk reward where like if you kill something holding a chainsaw and you're close enough to it to pick up the chainsaw right away, then you just get it. Whereas if you're too far away, it'll start spinning and then you got to wait out the spin. Fine. If you've got the choice between using like the requiem or even the shotgun versus the chainsaw, the guns win every time.
Yeah.
Like once like on insanity mode, it's like actually not even worth in the gas station fight. Like later on in the game, it is not worth touching the chainsaw.
Yeah.
Like it's a liability more than a help, and I think that defeats the purpose of it being a very limited use weapon. Though on the point of the perfect parrying, saying that like if you get the parry timing right, you insta kill them with the axe. One thing I learned, you can do that with all the guns too. like the sort of like executions, if they're charging at you like about to initiate a grab
Oh
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
fire a shot right before they hit you,
You
you'll
got the
get like a really
takedowns.
cool animation of like Leon like shoving the shotgun and point blank in the mouth. It'll cut to first person. He blows their head off. With the requiem, there's this real cool sort of spin dodge he does, and then like one hand fires the requiem into the back of the head. It's that stuff I found kind of neat.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah,
I think
it took
at
me
the very
oh,
least,
yeah, go ahead.
at the very least, I think like if you're gonna do the thing where the chainsaw is at first a dangerous item that you can't approach, like the zombies should adhere to the same rules.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like if they're trying to pick up the chainsaw, they should wait
Yeah, or it
until
cuts
it
their
stops
legs if
spinning.
they get too
Or
close to it if it's spinning, right? Like,
yeah. Because it just feels cheap if they can just pick it up while you're waiting for it to be safe and pick upable.
Yeah.
and I guess we got a comment saying it's like guns are better than melee when fighting zombies. It's like that's true, but as far as like video game design goes, you've got a limited use. You can't take this item out of this area weapon because it's too powerful and would destroy the game balancing, at least as far as the way they treat it. It's a bit weird when your normal tools are better than that thing, right?
Yeah.
Like no, like be it an energy sword in Halo or like whatever it ends up being, right?
Yeah.
Also,
that
what I
energy
learned
sword.
on Insanity mode, which I think is one of the big problems why Insanity mode without any bonus weapons or infinite ammo is kind of miserable. You really don't have a lot of ways to slow down the zombies.
Yeah, we're gonna
Because
get into the hit reactions because I have things to say.
yeah, and I guess we can do
Right.
this here because this is where I tested this quite a bit, and it became very obvious to me that it's just missing some things here for that specifically. Because when I first started, and I especially on like my first playthrough, the first thing I tried, I'm gonna shoot the leg and see what happens. And in the very beginning, during the chase sequence, or like the de facto chase sequence where you go after Gideon, I shot the leg and they went to their knees and I could melee kick them. I was like, oh, sick. Is this back? And then I tried a couple more times, like, oh shit, this is consistent. Fuck yeah, dude. This is gonna rule. And when I got to this place, and this is not Insanity mode right now, it already doesn't work anymore. And I realized that this is not going to be consistent. And
Right.
furthermore, apparently it doesn't matter if I shoot him 3 times in the head or 3 times in the leg. The stagger seems to appear at the exact same amount of shots.
Yeah.
Uh,
Whereas in Resident Evil 4 there was a clear difference.
yeah, in
Like,
Resident Evil 4,
if
it was a bit inconsistent, but when you shot the legs, they stumbled down quicker one way or another.
yeah.
It's
And if you got him in the head, not always, but it felt like more frequently you would reliably get them into a stagger. Like
And
a
this
stun.
is something that I think Resident Evil 4 Remake doesn't do nearly as well as like OG GameCube Resident Evil 4, because in Resident Evil 4 OG, if you shoot something in the knee, it reacts as if you shot it in the knee,
yes.
like every time.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like I don't understand that you're like, well, but if he's constantly shooting things in the knee and spin kicking them, that'll screw up the game balancing. It's like, at the same time though, having beings that have body parts which should function as a machine not react to a part of that machine being disrupted, it doesn't feel immersive. It pulls the immersion out. It doesn't pull you in more as far as I'm concerned. I think that you find other ways to balance around your hit reactions being consistent and reliable, and I don't know, I think that's better game design. And as much as I like 4 Remake, because I think it's quite a fun game and the VR mode is tons of fun, I still wish the enemies treated bullets like bullets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they treat them to be very bullet spongy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not nearly as bad as like Resident Evil 6 in that
yeah.
regard. But like, yeah, I mean this could use some improvement in that area.
Well, and I think that's the difference between Leon feeling pretty good to play, or great to play, even, you could argue, and feeling awesome, like actually incredible. And as much as people will say, oh, but OG Resident Evil, you're still stuck with the left stick for aiming and you can't move while shooting. I think all of those choices, were deliberate. So I think not being able to move while shooting is not not necessarily a downside. It's like it's a choice. It's arguably a choice for the balancing to make it so that yeah, but if you shoot an enemy that's advancing on you in the knee, he's gonna act as if he's been shot in the knee. Like
Yeah.
I guess I still think that there's elements of the original Resident Evil 4 that do the crazy fast-paced action better than the new ones, and I don't think that that needs to be the case for any reason other than design choices. And I don't like I can't imagine being in the meeting at Capcom where they're like we should have the knees be able to tank a few shots though, right? Like I don't know who was like yeah.
Yeah. Well, the fact that you get locked into your position in the OG Resident Evil 4 when you're aiming, it's not a drawback in that game because the game is built around that mechanic.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember when I was talking about this on EFAP, I brought up the game Missile Command, like where that's an old ass fucking game from like the 70s or maybe even earlier, where it's like you are stationary and you're the point being that you're not necessarily leading targets, but the fact that you are stationary firing rounds. I compared it to that a little bit, where it's just like the game is built around that. Like you're in one spot, and it's a gameplay dynamic, not a hindrance.
Well, and the advantages that you gain are things like during the Resident Evil 4 EFAP we talked about this a whole lot, but Leon's laser sight being perfect and reliable and on pretty much every gun. That's the upside to you don't get to move while shooting, but every time you do move, you've basically got what the newer games give you as I've been standing still for a few seconds and then my aim narrows down. But it's like, but I mean, the benefit to standing still in those games was you did not need to be stationary for a length of time in order for your reticle to get small enough that you can be 100% certain of your shots. It's just your accuracy is 100% every time, but you can't sidestep while shooting. You can't move backwards while shooting. And I just think that that's better, and I don't know why Capcom doesn't seem to agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big sad. But yeah, you beat up all these zombies. You use your chainsaw to open a lock, little slidey lock thingy, and we meet up with Grace, and we annihilate the big girl monster with the requiem, like a couple of shots, and it's dead, quote unquote.
I like this. I liked the moment. I think actually making the original enemy, Stalker enemy, one of the chunguses that there's a few of, the chunks. It actually is called a chunk. The chungus.
Yeah, they call it chunk. Yeah.
I say. But I think that would have made that moment a bit more satisfying than when Marie shows up again. It's like, oh, so I guess Leon didn't kill it.
Yeah.
I think it undercuts it a little. Not a big issue I have with it, but like I don't know, it's there. It's a little thing.
Well, we should remember that the requiem can annihilate this thing, so it's out of commission for a lengthy amount of time. Point this out because you can shoot it with the requiem quite a lot, and not the same happens. So that's
especially on insanity mode when you have to shoot her twice in order to even stagger her with the thing.
But yeah, they meet back up, but then, as already pointed out, the gates go all down, and we give requiem to Grace, and I'm just like, why did you give her the big fuck off gun that you can barely handle, not like your sidearm?
Gameplay reasons, I think, is the only logical answer because it's like, and I mean, even they address it in the animation when Grace fires it for the first time. It's like she's like, oh my god, like what? But even like I immediately thought, I was like, I think that's too much gun for Grace.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of memes on social media about this, which I kind of appreciated.
Yeah, that's
like I thought it was kind of amusing.
I like
just like take this and then like a chibi cute little Grace taking this giant fucking big ass gun.
There's also memes going around that because you only have one round in it, that he gave it to her to just off herself if she has to.
If you get bit, use this.
Yeah, use this.
It'll be quick, trust me.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries.
Make sure you're sitting down.
I've already been bit. He's like, what? And he just shoots out.
Yeah, Leon kills her. Game over.
But But yeah, Leon and Gideon go face to face, but he doesn't have his big gun anymore. So Gideon uses his iconic chokehold to knock him out and capture him, and doesn't kill him because we still have plot to happen.
This was a big problem.
The only guy who was potentially a problem for us. I'm just gonna put him upstairs.
He has to tie him up and have the vaguely homoerotic Skyfall interrogation sequence. So.
I was thinking of that exact thing. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is very much. I think it draws
Mr.
from that a lot.
Bond. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy. Which leads us to the big chunky part with Grace, the care center.
Yeah. But you gotta say, first playthrough, I really, really liked this sequence quite a bit. I was pretty engaged with it. I thought that the environment was a bit more interesting than anything that happened in Village. And yeah, there was tension, there was horror. I felt, at least at first, that I had to really be careful about my ammo and shoot things in the leg and run past them. And yeah, I thought at least the illusion of what this sequence is trying to convey worked on me round one for sure.
No,
Yeah,
I agree, Mark. This felt very classic Resident Evil to me, with like the inventory management and creeping around, and but also like new stuff where the zombies felt dynamic, like a bunch of them had unique sort of behaviors.
Yeah, characteristics like the maid.
Yeah, and you could the AI boundaries for each weren't obvious. Like, you know how in like Dark Souls, if you backtrack enough when an
Yeah,
enemy
you
is
can
following
find
you,
the
you can
spawn point.
tell where it turns around. It's just like, oh fuck you, I'm going back to my default patrol thing. Like that wasn't clear to me, like where those boundaries were. I never really tested the limits of it, but it never became obvious to me. And I liked how dynamic they were. Like, for instance, the zombie that like cleans things, and like it'll clean messes on the floor based on corpses that you create. Like, if you kill a zombie and then it creates a blood pool,
Oh, that's
like
pretty
that
cool. I
zombie
actually
will
didn't
will
even
will
notice
clean
that.
up that blood. Yeah, yeah. It'll roam the halls and then dynamically see like, oh, this is where the corpse is. I'm gonna lean down and clean something. I like that, and then the zombie that like reacts to loud noise, you can interact with that in a unique way, and then you can lead them into different rooms. They're not restricted to certain rooms, and you can make them interact with each other. There's actually like an achievement tied to that,
Yeah.
where like if you make the guy who hates noise, you can make him attack another zombie, and
yeah.
you get a challenge for that.
Is he
A
still?
Yeah, that
challenge
was one of
reward
the
for that.
last ones that I got. I had to look up how to do it because I'm like, how do I get them to fight each other? I don't get it. But then when I saw when like I actually did it and understood what was happening, it made some sense because he's got like a bandage over his eyes and he has a big long like IV pole. So it's you
Yep.
make him think that he's being attacked, and because he can't see that it's you who threw a glass bottle at him or something, and it's
Yep.
instead he thinks it's the maid zombie that might be in the area cleaning up, and if he accidentally even hits her with the IV pole, then that triggers that achievement.
Yep. It felt like old school inventory management with like some new gameplay dynamics that I hadn't seen before in a Resident Evil game. And one more thing I'll add is that like the idea of zombies clinging to their previous human behavior before they were infected, I think
Mhm.
is a really interesting layer to add to this. I think it's a cool way to make it scarier in a way that's not just making it gorier or like falling back on jump scares or shit like that. Like I remember like the one zombie that roams the second floor halls who just wanders around apologizing because she probably worked in customer service where she's like like constantly just dealing with people and just saying, "Oh, sorry, but we can do this for you if you want." And then like that carries over into her zombie persona. I found that actually genuinely unsettling to a degree, where I was just like, I feel bad for shooting the zombie because she's just wandering around apologizing.
I gotta end
The,
her suffering though.
Yeah, and there's a really interesting juxtaposition, I think, with that against Leon being so callous, having been killing zombies for like 30 years. Like it's like he's just done. Like as soon as he sees a zombie, he's just like, I'm just gonna shoot it because like it's like it's dog eat dog, right? It's like like if I don't kill this thing now, there's a risk that it might come after me, and then like why take the risk?
Mhm.
But and then you juxtapose that with the fact that these zombies in this game are like freshly zombified, so they're still clinging to their previous behaviors. I thought that was actually an interesting layer that
Well,
was
I guess
applied to
even
this.
though the one in the Raccoon City police station, he's still sort of wandering around the police station, even though he's been a zombie for like what 28 years at this point.
Hmm. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be the bad guy here now for once because I think this all worked for about as long as I was kinda low on resources. But when I realized I've been swamped with all the resources ever, I had to backtrack so many times to that stupid fucking crate because I had like 7 health items. And I just had to empty my inventory all the time because I'm when I play horror survival games, I'm frugal. Like
Hack rat, yeah.
I'm doing everything to not use any ammo, anything. I stealth around. I stealth kill enemies if applicable, because I'm always curious to see how far you can take it. Right.
Mhm.
At some point, I had 2 pistols, both with a full mag and 60 extra shots, and I was like, I don't need to be frugal. So I just fucking killed everything. And while I agree with the sentiment that John says, like, oh, this is like kind of a cool layer, I had no reason to, like, no way to appreciate that because I just mowed everything down and didn't even see most of the things happening because I had so many resources at some point. I just
Yeah.
wanted to get rid of everything. And then I got more resources because I could just explore every nook and cranny with everything. Uh, I had probably 12 shots with the requiem. Like I didn't even use all the shots I had before I gave requiem back to Leon later on. Uh,
Yeah.
You
uh,
do get a lot of them in the raw water treatment plant at the end too, because the puzzles are kind of based around you staggering Marie.
mm,
No,
But no, I do
I,
agree.
I,
Like,
s-
sorry, go ahead, John.
I s- no, 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 I just wanted to add that I agree also with Metal. Like I like the idea of it, but in the actual execution of it,
yeah.
you end up just shooting everybody or just crafting hemolytic injectors and just killing things. Like you yeah, the game gives you the resources to just fucking mow through
Yeah.
everything basically
And the thing
on
is, I
standard difficulty, and there's not even a higher difficulty to go
Yeah,
to.
that was
yeah
the point I was gonna make.
You know?
That like this is why we need a from the get-go difficulty that is higher than either of the standards, but not at insanity's level.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
like from a gameplay perspective, I enjoy this. Like you clear all the thing, and you kind of made the care center your bitch in a way. The problem we have with this is how they present Grace to us even after this, because she's still like scared and stuttery, and it's like, dude, I just killed like 80 zombies and 2 Chungus lords. Like she should have like a massive confidence boost by now. It's like, yeah, those fucking zombies, they ain't shit. Maybe not to
The
that
original
degree.
gaming buzzword, ludonarrative
Yeah.
dissonance.
And someone in chat just said, but you could only do this because you were frugal. It's like, no, the thing is, I didn't need to be frugal. I had like too much ammo at this point. I could have just shot them from the get go. Because on this difficulty, the normal difficulty, it takes like 3 or 4 shots. I guess it's a bit RNG because we have like variable damage again in this one. So I could have just mowed them all down without any problem from the get go. It wouldn't have been a big deal.
yeah.
So yeah, and
I remember I got frustrated with the stuttering at roughly the same spot.
right,
I
yeah.
think it was the non-optional cutscene. I can't remember. I think you're on the one that's like optional, where you're like maybe I'm not up to date. Oh no, I'm live on your stream. Where like if you, but somewhere between getting the level 1 and level 3 clearance, if you go back to the cell room, you get a cutscene that you might not necessarily trigger.
Okay.
And where you talk to the girl a little bit. It was either that or the one after it where I was just like, Grace is stuttering too much. Like, I feel like this is now becoming an issue where it's just like, why didn't the director just be like, okay, don't do that anymore?
Yeah.
Like, it just felt like too much. Like, but then
it is a bit
on the
strange
other
when she's
hand,
stuttering.
I had to remind myself, like, she is in a very spooky place. That's what I told myself, to be like, okay, well, I guess she's just perpetually scared being in this building because she doesn't know what's going to be around any corner of this place. Like, there could be another horrendous monster. Like, I understand that she's scared, but the stuttering did become grating after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a bit weird that she's stuttering while like talking to Emily. I guess the guy that dies, who's like, don't go anywhere near her, is like maybe the
Yeah.
thing that would have made her afraid, but I don't know. It just seems a bit weird that she's like, well, I'm Grace. It's like, you're talking to a little girl, like, as far as you know, like,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the, like, that we get like problems with that. In like a gameplay sense, it is very classic Resident Evil. Go around and find the MacGuffin to put in the thing and open the door. I think the way they do some of these are really fucking silly. Especially the corpse you have to revive to get the security clearance thing from his arm. Instead of just cutting it off or opening the cuff, you have to revive him, kill him, then get the thing. It's like, okay. Like the puzzle, there's no like really challenging puzzles in there. I thought the cooler box you find, I thought this was like a sequential puzzle you got to figure out, but you just have to find the manual and then it shows you. And I think I can still do it by heart. Like I did it like 5 times now. So if you probably put it in front of me, I can probably still solve it from memory.
Oh yeah, no, I could probably off the bat. It's you switch the thing to is it manual or regular? It's that you flick the switch once, like the dial,
Put the
then you
thing in the
move
middle.
the lever thing to the middle, and then you hit 2
Toggle,
and 5, and
5.
then the
Yeah.
dial again. But again, I've done it 5 times at this point. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I struggle to call them puzzle boxes. It's the cabinets you have to open up with the braille and the moon star thingy. Those are very easy to solve. You just have to find a thing. The last one you have to solve, and I know Marc has words about this one as well. That one is so incredibly stupid.
It is so dumb.
I think I recall one of the reviews I read about this like being puzzle heavy, and then I played it. I'm like,
really?
What puzzles?
Yeah,
What are you
just
talking about?
find the solution and type
it's
it
all,
in.
It's all very basic. Like
I mean, I
that
guess if
first
this
box
person
that you
only
find,
played-
there's just a button on the back. You press it, and then there's the sun, moon, star thing, which I guess you could call it a puzzle.
Yeah.
But then you have like the notebook right in the next in the same fucking room.
Yeah.
Like just
And
telling you what the code is, and it's like, okay, that's the solution, I guess. Like there's not really a lot of depth to any of the puzzles in this.
Yeah,
in this game.
I always get so excited when I find a box that looks like a puzzle box because I really like puzzle boxes. Like in general, I think they're really cool. And then you just turn it, click one thing, and it opens. Like, oh man, come on.
It's like this was just an examine item tutorial.
Yeah. It's like, no, that's just
Did you ever play the Room Metal on Steam? The Room 1, 2, and 3?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Silent Hill 4.
No.
I don't think I have. No.
Well, that is based entirely around a puzzle box.
Oh wait, did I play this?
I couldn't help but think of that.
No, wait, I think I did. Hang on, let me check my Steam.
Okay.
But yeah, I like these ones, like these escape room type of dealios. I actually did a real life escape room with some friendos not too long ago. That shit rules.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah. So I would appreciate.
Oh, actually, I got the room.
Level.
I got the room VR. I guess I got that. Yeah, I played that for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not The Room, the movie with Tommy Wiseau. It's like this is the it's just like a puzzle based game where it was
I don't have
about
chat in front of me, but I'm willing to bet I'm being
opening a
greeted.
box.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I would have liked puzzle stuff on that level, but it was nowhere near that. It was just like press the button or find the note that has the combo and then just enter the combo.
Yeah. You
I
got
think
some
the most
background noise
complicated
going
it
on,
got was
John,
in.
when you talk. I don't know what's going on. Like something.
Sorry, what is it cutting out?
No, you just have some background noise, like some static in the background.
I have my
I don't hear
fans.
it.
I have my fans on in the room.
Oh, okay.
Like I didn't real that didn't seem to be a problem in my own
Interesting.
podcast, but like maybe I should turn them off.
It just now happened. Like it wasn't there before. I don't know what changed.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll let it go for a bit. If it happens again, let me know, and I'll try and fix it.
Anyway, but yeah, the puzzles are like super duper easy. It's again, just find the solution and put it in, which makes the last one with whatever the solution is very stupid and makes Grace look really fucking stupid as well.
Oh yeah, the star sun moon. Yeah, the braille.
Yes. So all the things you use that in on, they all have the braille and the symbols above it. So there's your first way to figure this out. Other way, and Mauler made me aware of this, with the 3 things you have and the options you can do, you need to do 4 combinations to brute force it. That's all you gotta do.
Well, and I mean, like, there's no fail state that happens if you enter in the wrong combination too many times
Exactly.
as well. And I think that's like, it would be one thing if it's like, okay, you do one of them incorrectly and the thing's locked out for like 10 in-game minutes or something like that. That might be kind of annoying if you just messed up. But at the same time, I think that would at least make Grace think, I can't just keep on entering in the wrong one. I got to figure this out. I think they should have made it so that the braille was only on that one and not on the other ones, because then like realistically she could go over there and just memorize the braille patterns for sun, moon, and star, and then just be like, okay, I have the code. Or I don't know, make it so that like Emily had a drawing in her room of one of the puzzle boxes, and that's where you had to go in order to get it, to like get the solution. But because you know the code, there's only 3 options, only 4 inputs that you have to do, and you have unlimited attempts with no penalty. It's like, well,
Yeah.
I mean, do you need Emily for this?
Absolutely not. Yeah, James also points out, of course, we before we get there, we solve a puzzle by having a pen and a notebook where we can write shit down on. So
but you can't pick it up.
yeah. So we got
Yeah.
all the tools we need to actually
Right.
do that stuff. So it's I don't know. That one was like I think Mark called it because plot when you were in my chat.
Yeah.
What happens.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's exactly it. It's like
we-
you need
we
the girl
needed-
to read the braille because plot, and it's I feel like they could have tried a little bit harder and come up with a clever reason as to why she specifically needed Emily.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why it can't be just like that girl is trapped in there. I gotta get her out.
Mhm.
Oh, I need her for this puzzle.
Yeah, we could have done
so
the
now
puzzle.
I'll go get her.
And then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, now we got the security clearance as well. Let's go grab her. And then the child appears again, and you get like in this I don't know, chase sequence or whatever. I don't know whatever you want to do. And then she gets grabbed, and then you still go after her because you don't want to let that kid be eaten by Big Monster Man.
As one would probably not want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But instead, we have to we have to carry her all the way to that stupid fucking place, and have to do a little defense thing, which is like 5 zombies or whatever. And again, at this point, you should have so much fucking ammo that that should not be an issue anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really stupid. Also, you run faster when you carry her, which is really funny. But you're not allowed to use your gun in your other hand. It's like, come on.
I didn't notice that you were faster.
I'm pretty sure you're faster. It definitely looked faster. Maybe it was just, I don't know, placebo.
I will say though that
I-
for doing the running while you're carrying Emily, if you do that in third person, it looks kind of adorable. Emily's like bobbing up and down.
Yeah.
It's like you see her head kind of
Yeah.
waving. I was like, oh, that's cute. Reminds me of carrying my puppy.
It seems like there is a mismatch between the animations and the player speed. Like I think they like recorded the animations, like, or mocapped it, and then in the fine balancing of the game decided like, oh well, the stalker enemy in this situation moves at X speed, so we got to slow the player down. Like let's just bring it down from like 5 to 3 or something, whatever it is, and then it just doesn't match with the animation that they recorded. So like when you this is especially noticeable, I think, when you're playing as Grace in third person, where it like she has this one animation where it's just like it seems like she should be running faster than she is, based on the look of it, and it's just kind of annoying to look at, I find.
Yeah. I got murderized on my footage right now as well. Yeah, so this is the one chunky guy, one of two that roam around the care center. This is the cook. He at some point starts wandering around and is not only in the kitchen anymore. And then you got the big fatso guy who is a big chunky man.
His name is Chungus.
Chungus.
It's
Big
not
Chungus.
It's Chunk. I just think Chungus is funnier.
It is. It is
Yes.
fun, yeah, for sure.
And he's not very wholesome, Chungus, though.
No. Don't fuck with me. And again, credit where credit's due. I love the animations of the Chungus guy, like how he squeezes through those corridors and he can barely fit and everything. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's also a bit claustrophobic as well. He's
Yeah.
chasing you.
But yeah, you have like the choice here of either you fight them and kill them in some way, or you can also ignore them and use Leon later to mop them up. You can craft in this game as well, and it's really weird with Grace because she finds essentially a blood collector thingy, and that makes her able to use whatever she collects from the blood to make all kinds of things with. I think at some point you can make blood knives with it. You can make ammo with it, which is bizarre. Just scrapping
do
some.
the Bloodborne.
Requiem, and it's so satisfying to line up like 3 zombies at once and just take them all out with one
Oh, that's
shot.
fun,
You're
yeah,
like
for sure.
Deadpool.
But yeah, the crafting stuff is really odd. Like even for Resident Evil, because when you go to Leon, you can also craft, but there you just use, gunpowder and scraps. But with Grace, you use scraps and the blood you collect. It's like, what? Okay.
It's someone at Capcom played Bloodborne and was like, "Yo, bullets made out of blood. Let's do it."
So yeah, that was a bit weird. And you find like samples, I think, and then you can scan them in machines, and you get more recipes. And one of those recipes is an injector that makes the enemies explode. I forgot what hemo something.
Hemolytic injector.
Yeah, and that then makes them explode in a big fountain of blood. An issue I had with this. The melee button is the same button as the inject them button. So a couple of times it happened to me that I was meleeing them. They were stunned, and I used one of those injectors with a normal zombie, which I did not want to do, and basically wasted a one-shot kill for when I needed it. And you also...
So that is not the case on a controller. It's a right trigger for hemolytic injector and A or X, I guess, if you're on PlayStation for melee.
Okay, because for me it was
Right.
all just the mouse button, yeah, so that was a bit annoying. You also need those injectors to kill the chunguses really fast. You need one for the kitchen man, and the way you can do it, I think you can either shoot them in the face a couple of times and stun them and inject them, or you can sneak up on them from behind and poke them in the butt with it, and then they go kaboom. The big
Dude,
chunk.
the chunk I found that one hemolytic injector didn't work, and then I killed it with the requiem after that.
Okay, you need 3 of those injectors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's very easy to actually inject him because the big chunky man, there's at least one place where he always gets like stuck or is not allowed to go through. I think it's like the waiting room or something, and he just looks in there, and then you wait for like, I don't know, a couple of seconds, and then he walks away, and then you can just go behind him and stab him, and you can just do that over and over again, and then that's over. The rewards are like whatever. The kitchen man is better because he gives you the pantry key. At least on the normal difficulties, you get the pantry key.
Mode is in a different spot.
And then you get a couple of resources, which is fine, I guess, and a charm, I think. The big chungus, I think, only gives you... I don't even remember what he gives you. I think he gives you a charm or something?
Or 4 antique coins, which
yeah.
Okay.
Fucking...
I can talk about the coins now if you want. That there's on
Yes,
any
go
difficulty
ahead.
mode, there's only 4 things that you can buy, and there's far more coins than you could ever need.
Yeah.
Like, especially if you're killing all of the, I guess, not well, like elite tier enemies in the care center. I honestly thought it would be, because I remember in Resident Evil 7, wasn't there like 2 sets of locked cabinets? Like you come across some later in the game. I feel like I remember that. I might be wrong.
Possibly.
But
Yeah.
I was, especially in like when you go to get the helicopter key, I really thought there was going to be more vending machine things in like Victor's like
Same.
lab.
Considering
and,
how
that
many
didn't
we
turn out to be the
find.
case.
You even find one in the hotel. There's one on the counter of the
That's true.
reception.
And the city street. I think on the street there's
really?
one just like on on like a newspaper dispenser or something.
Okay.
I think the Stalker AI suffers because after like one playthrough, it becomes obvious what their behavior is. Like like we were talking about the girl earlier. It's just like you can tell where the scripted events are, and then it's basically a lot of it just like whatever the Stalker enemy is, because there's a bunch of them in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they fall into some kind of square pattern, and then you just learn to navigate the square and get around it.
Pretty much,
and
yeah.
then go to where you need to be. And then chunk is kind of the same. Like the initial spectacle is cool, like where you're trying to pick up the wristband, and then he just suddenly like appears, and then I think that the trailer spoiled it for me.
Yeah.
Like whatever their like reveal was, that where they showed off chunk, I was just like, well, I know this is coming now. I would have preferred if that was kept as a surprise, but I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool. The way it sort of bursts through the bracing of the hallway with that that frame, that wooden frame that it bursts through and it splinters into pieces. I thought that was cool. But then once it goes down the stairs, it just goes into this square patrol route on the first floor. And then it becomes just like, okay, is he going that way or that way? Okay, well, I'll go this way. And then that's it.
Yeah.
And then it becomes really, not only in terms of avoiding him, but also if you want to kill him with the hemolytic injectors, you just follow that pattern where it's just like, okay, he's going that way, so I'll go this way to sneak up on him and then inject him, and then do that 2 more times and he's dead. Yeah. I would prefer more complexity to that. Like if there was a greater range of area that he would explore to try and get you. I do at the very least appreciate, like, because you guys are Resident Evil 8 where Dimitrescu would follow you around the castle.
Yeah.
And then, like, when you enter a certain area, she would just abruptly stop and turn around.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as if you, like, cease to exist. But at least in this game, it gives you reasons for why they can no longer pursue you. Like in the case of the girl, she's allergic to light. So if you go in a light-filled room, and those are the rooms that you can lose her in. Like the environment is designed in that way, where it's just like, oh, I'm getting burned. I'm gonna go the other way now and fuck off. And then like and in the case of Chungus man, Chunk, he can't squeeze through the narrow doorways. So like he tries to reach for you and then he gives up and then he turns away. So like that's much better than just them turning away and ignoring you because you've entered like a safe zone, quote unquote.
That all said, Lady Dimitrescu does have better boobs than any of the Stalker enemies in this game.
That is true. And more junk in the trunk. Well, actually, Chunk has more junk in the trunk.
Let's be fair to Chunk. He is carrying a bunch of junk in his trunk.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know if anyone cares, but they're doing a Firefly prequel as an animated show without Joss Whedon. Uh-oh.
I was informed about that yesterday, but I guess the good and vaguely related news is the without Joss Whedon Buffy show has been canceled.
Oh, well, that's good, I think. Hope, I guess.
I think yes. I don't think doing... honestly, even I thought the Firefly one might have actually had Joss Whedon, but yeah, I don't think doing Buffy or Angel without Joss Whedon is a good idea.
Well, sad. Well, let's see how that pans out, I guess. The coins, the coin thingy. So yeah, so you can collect a couple of coins. I don't know how many you need in total, maybe like 15 or something, and there's way more than you need. And
6, 4, 4, and 3. What's that? Of 17.
13.
No, okay, there you go.
Wait,
13?
6, 4, and 3? Yeah.
6, 4, 4. That because both of the injectors are 4, I believe. The steroids and the stabilizer. So there's the collect extra blood one that I believe is 6. The 2 injectors are 4, and the hit pack is 3.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the injectors are steady aim and more firepower, because as everybody knows, if you inject your drugs, then your guns get better. That's how that works. If you inject drugs, that's how
well,
that
I mean,
works.
we do have genetic critical hit rates. So,
yeah. So yeah, you can do that, and the other one is health up as well. Well, I don't even. The first one is a pouch for more inventory space, and then the last one is an upgrade for your injectorisms. So
I was actually gonna say I don't ultimately have a problem with the magic steroids that give you more stats, but at the same time, you figure for the critical hit, it could have been something as easy as like a shooting manual that like you read them and then it's like, oh yeah, here's like proper ways to aim, and like this gets Grace just better at figuring things out.
Yeah.
Right.
For shooting.
So you can grab those. Also, with challenge points, you can get an extra update for the injector, which is just permanent. So you have 150, and if you get the manual, you can just have 200, which I guess is nice to have if you'd like to. So I think you saw in my inventory just now, there was a health upgrade. I kept this for when I needed a refill of health, because it also gives you a full health refill.
Yeah, and that is the way to heal on the no heal run too. You can heal a couple times as Grace if you just bank the steroid injectors for when you're in danger health.
Oh, so see, I just did not heal because I just shot everybody.
Oh, la-di-da.
Yeah.
Diegetically, it's like, how is she mixing blood with these things? But
Yeah.
in a video gamey sense, where you're just using the blood to craft stuff, I didn't really have an issue with it. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly, but in a video gamey way that I'm ultimately okay with. It's just, it does seem a bit bizarre that it's not just for crafting healing items, and then crafting ammo is like a gunpowder system like Leon has, where it's like, no, she can craft anything out of guns. Because I guess I mean, crafting medication out of blood, I can see the through line there, especially when it's like infected blood is what you can capture, and it might be like the T virus cells being mixed with certain things based on the recipes that you get in the blood analyzer machine. I can see it's the leap in logic, but I can see the logical through line. But bullets, it's like, well, I mean, I guess in Bloodborne it kind of makes a little bit of sense, but even then it's a bit silly. And here it's
Yeah.
like, well, I mean, gee, yeah, that's her crafting mechanic. Deal with it.
It's just we
And,
have crazy umbrella technology. Sure, we use filtered blood to make ammo. I just think like,
well,
oh, that's whatever. Sure.
yeah, it
I
at
think
least ties in with what it's trying to do in terms of storytelling, because a lot of it hinges on this idea of transferring. Well, I'm sure we'll get to this, but like transferring memory through blood is like a key plot point for this whole game. And there is some scientific basis for like genetic memory, I think. So I don't think it's a ridiculous plot strand to have in your game.
the whole
I think
Assassin's
it's an
Creed
interesting thing to
series.
play through. Yeah. Assassin's Creed, yeah, like you were
Yeah,
saying.
it's all built around that idea of memories through blood. But one thing
Yeah.
I did like about the mechanic though is if you kill something with the hemolytic injector, you cannot use that blood because like theoretically all the blood has
Hmm.
just exploded, and I thought that was neat.
Hmm.
Well. Trying to think. I think that's most of the things with the gray section and her gameplay. Also, the whole time you just need to get cubes out of the little cabinets and bring them to the main door. But before you can do the third one, you get kidnapped by the girl gets kidnapped by the monster girl, and you jump after her. I'm trying to think if I wanted to point anything else out.
There is one thing I wanted to point out
Oh yeah, go
because I
ahead.
think that like this segment, I thought it was fine because I hadn't played the rest of the game yet, but I did get bothered by the fact that every major scene it involves collecting 3 items and then using it, and it's always
Yeah.
3. It's never any more, it's never any less. It's first you get the 3 items, then you get the 3 power plug things in the prison cell area, then you turn on the 3 generators to defeat Marie, then you get the 3 parts of the detonator with Leon. I'm just like, oh my god, like is it, I get it, like the Resident Evil trope of like collect 3 items and then solve puzzle with items, but always 3. It seemed silly.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I think this is a much broader problem. Like because the rule of threes applies to
Mm-hmm.
so many things, like movies, various other video games,
Mhm.
like or definitely video games where it's just like collect 3 things to do the thing. Like you also see this in movies as well, and it's like two is too few and 4 is too many. Or it's just like if you just get 3, then it's like it's just often it just is relatively an ideal number.
I think
But then it
so. I
ends
guess
up being like a almost a cliche.
well, and I think it's just happening so many times in this one game. It's like I'm seeing the strings. Like it's just
Hmm.
this feels like you're committing to a very specific formula in each area, which then kind of I don't know, it hurts the immersion factor because it's like, okay, now I got to find the 3 things in this area, then do the 3 things in this area, and I don't know, just like mix it up a little would have been fine.
Hmm.
Because I mean, realistically, even as Leon, like in finding the 3 detonator parts, you still need to find the gas can in order to get to most of them. So it's like that's another item you have to find. So it's like, why did it have to be 3 detonator parts and not just, you know, like,
Right.
like,
Yes.
that's it. I didn't really have a follow up there. I trailed off. I
Hmm.
apologize.
Uh, Then we get another short Leon section where, well, as you already pointed out, the what was it? The
Skyfall interrogation that's vaguely homoerotic.
yeah.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I guess yeah, Leon's actually dealt with Spaniards before, so it's,
It does
but
feel like Capcom's looking at a bunch of American movies and being like, "Oh, that shot's cool. Let's have that in our movie."
and
Yeah.
like again, it's like the biggest problem with this scene is like, why is Gideon not killing Leon? He cuts his neck,
Mm.
like in a like almost delicate way, and it's just like, buddy, his carotid artery is right there, and this guy is nothing but a problem to your plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously Leon is crafty enough to free himself. He kicks the shit out of Gideon because he's Leon fucking Kennedy. He
I
also
had a little
immediately
knife
goes.
like that, like one of those little like ring knives that's got like the really short blade. I had one of
Yeah.
those that was in like a credit card thing, like when I was in like university or something. So when he pulled that, I was like, oh hey, I remember those. I haven't seen one in a long.
I like that he would have a hidden knife for cutting himself out of a situation like that.
Mhm.
Because he might actually end up in a situation like that where he's kidnapped and tied up. Like, I like that he had a secret knife just for that, seemingly for that purpose of being
Yeah.
tied to a chair.
Yeah,
I felt like that made sense.
Yeah, I mean that fit his character entirely, and I don't think that was any kind of logical jump. The logical jump here is just why is Victor not just immediately killing him? Why did he even let him wake up? Why tie him up to begin with? And
Right.
I don't know. It would have been nice if Victor said like, "I'm gonna run some tests on your blood because this T virus, this infection you have, might actually prove useful for my work." Like one line, I think would have been enough for me to be like, "Okay, I guess that explains why Leon's not immediately dead." But
That would have been sufficient too. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't
would have
do
been
that.
something, yeah. Well, this section we fight chunk number 2. It's just a little arena where we shoot the shit out of him. That's essentially it. Then we can, if we want to, go around the care center and mop up any leftover enemies. In my case, there was like 2 enemies left because I killed everything with Grace.
Yeah.
Where I was like, man, Leon has like nothing to say about anything down here. Like that's a bit disappointing. But yeah, I know
Yeah.
you kill the chunk guy. He says he's not on the menu, and we get to Gideon's office. I think this is where we learn about the orphanage or the Ark. Someone might.
So are we
correct-
still on Grace or are we moving
No, we
on
go.
to Leon's
We're through with Grace. This chunky
Okay.
section here. This
Right,
is
right,
just
right.
a.
we get like the don't we get like the first hint at Elpis and that Grace is the key to that?
So, yeah, on some level, I think. Yeah.
Probably, yeah. I can't remember what exactly the information was we get in.
So, before you go to
Gideon's.
Leon, Grace has a cutscene when you run into the lead researcher's office, and then Gideon's there, and then
Oh, that
he
one.
said some
Yeah,
shit.
you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. Yeah, I glossed over that one. My bad.
I thought that's what you were talking about there, where he mentioned like Elpis or something, or
No, I was already
Whatever it was.
like after the fight with chunk number 2, and after you go around the care center, if you do like to do so. You go to Gideon's office and find some kind of information, but I can't remember what exactly the information was.
I think
Right.
you just find the pathway forward because it's like the secret door that you find in his office.
Oh, okay.
right.
Yeah,
Like
fair enough.
you pull the lever behind the painting, and then that allows you to progress to sniper scene.
Yeah, okay, no, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
Chunk 2 diabetic boogaloo.
Yeah, and then you go down like an elevator, I think, and we go to Grace section number 2, which I don't think we're gonna be on for too long because it's where we talked about the whole gameplay things anyway. I just need to switch to another stream footage because that would be stream number 1, Donezo.
This is another area that I did quite like it on the first playthrough, and I guess on subsequent playthroughs, I do like the fact that once you've figured the puzzle out and can like work out an optimal way to solve it, you can get through this area super fast. Whereas I was probably down here for like 3 hours on my first run.
Oh yeah, I was taking my time, I was checking everything out. I mean, I was just like, okay, let's do that again, and just I know I need to go from there to there, and then I just run through it. I just find it mind-numbing Honestly, on second playthroughs.
Yeah.
It's just like,
On
yeah, I know the
on
monster's gonna appear here now. All right, go around the circle, grab the fuse or the power core. I think they call it here.
Yeah, I totally know what you're saying. On some level, I actually appreciated that for the sake of like speed running and knowing how to like circumvent things. Like that felt like a little game in itself, like trying to figure out the quickest way to navigate all the aspects of the game.
Hmm.
But some people like I think that's a totally fair criticism, by the way, where it's just like, oh, I know how this works. Like second playthrough and any beyond that, like I'm gonna know exactly how to, like I know how this works and I know how to get around it, and now it's not even scary at all.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mutal forgot
And I
the one
think
cutscene where Grace is even marginally smart. Oh yeah, the cutscene I glossed over because he's like about to say, "Ah, follow me," and she's like, she just dips immediately and locks the door and
yeah,
puts a chair in front of it. So I was like, "Oh yeah, it was actually pretty smart. Good job."
Yeah.
yeah, she has her moments. But I guess just going back to the basement sequence, I think that scene and probably quite a few scenes, especially actually the water treatment plant, would be just vastly improved if the stalker enemy AI was just more unpredictable and seemed
Hmm.
like it was thinking and being unpredictable on repeat playthroughs, where it's not like, okay, I'm going to open this pathway and then Marie's going to drop down from a hole in the ceiling and then be right there for a minute. And I got to have her chase me around the wet chain link fenced in area because then I can box around and squeeze back out the fence.
Yeah.
And it was more like the elements of the puzzle are the things that you know and you understand how to do and do quickly, and that can be done. But the thing you can't predict is the big enemy wandering around the halls trying to chase you. Which, having just actually while we were streaming here, I finished Resident Evil 2 remake, and Mr. X is very unpredictable at many points of the game. Granted, it's been a while since I played it, but he just seems to turn up, and I will just hear footsteps every now and then and be very confused as to where he might be, even though, plus you're playing with headphones, I have like a vague idea of where the sound's coming from. But it just really kept me on my toes more so than any of the scenes where Marie's chasing Grace and Nine. And I understand the gameplay design reasons for specific moments in which the stalker enemy is put in front of you, giving you a reason to view the place you're in as having a more fixed obstacle that you need to account for. But I just think it would be far scarier if just she's wandering around the halls, she has tunnels that she can crawl in and out of, and she might be anywhere at any time. So make sure that you're listening really closely and keeping your head on a swivel. And I think it
Yeah.
would make even repeat runs seem less like, okay, got plug number one. I'm going to go here and I'm going to grab this tool. Then I'm going to squeeze back out here after walking around the thing. Then I'm going to go unlock that thing in the fence and go through and then crawl through the vent. And then, like, you have like the sequence in your head, and
Yeah. And
just
what
throwing a wrench into it, I think would be more interesting to play again.
what also
Yeah,
happens then
but
is
Marie ain't no xenomorph.
yeah. Yeah, I heard the xenomorph in Alien Isolation is actually pretty smart.
Mhm.
Actually, never played Alien Isolation. I played a
Same,
bit of
same.
it and just I didn't really click with it, so I stopped and never went back to it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like, I don't know.
Can't believe you
I
hate
was the
video
same.
games.
Played it a bit when it first came out and it just didn't grab me. I like the art direction, but I guess I didn't really feel like playing a hide in the locker game.
Right.
Mm.
What also happens when you have all these set places is that you do it fast, and then you can tell it's like, oh, she just teleported in front of me because she just went up behind me. But now this is a trigger for a thing that's supposed to happen. So now she's here.
Yeah.
I've seen that a couple of times in my playthroughs as well. But I think in the first section when you meet her, she went up in the ceiling when you go in the one room with the typewriter in it, I think, and then you quickly go over there, and then she comes immediately down from the ceiling. And I was like, man, that was a bit too fast. I don't think you can move that fast.
Right.
And also just another
So I've
couple
got
of
some
different other things. The big chunky when you know he's there, because I'm a little nitpicky sometimes, because
no.
especially in in third person, when you look around the corner before you approach it, you just see him pop in, because he's not there actually. He just pops in for the sequence to happen when he surprises you when you grab the key. I needed to test that because I was in first person already. I was like, I think he just popped in there. I think I just saw him pop in there. And then on the next playthrough, I checked, like, yep, that's exactly what happened. Just a small thing. You could probably hide a bit better or something, but yeah, it's just interesting to find these things.
I was just gonna say I've got some requests for me to play Alien Isolation. I know that the people who make Silent Hill Townfall apparently worked on Alien Isolation, so maybe I'll work that into my pre-Townfall research.
It's interesting because it's interesting how the older games somehow felt more dynamic in some cases. Like because I think Mr. X or wait, Mark, when you were talking about Mr. X before, I think you were talking about the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Yeah, I was talking about a remake.
Yeah, in the original and Resident Evil 3, like whether it's Mr. X or Nemesis, it felt more dynamic because it felt like the occurrences of either of those two enemies were determined in part by RNG. Where like if you leave a camera perspective that doesn't include the door that you came through, then I think there's a chance that Mr. X or Nemesis, whether it's 2 or 3, will come at you. Like you hear the music and then he'll all of a sudden like run at you.
I remember
3. It felt scarier because of that.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I think I felt that way while playing Resident Evil 2 OG, although to be fair, the last time I had played either OG Nemesis or 2 has been quite some time. But I remember Nemesis, when it came out, I played it a bunch, like back to back a whole bunch of times. I tried to get really good at the dodge mechanic that was in that game that was pretty novel at the time. And I think I remember Nemesis's encounters being a bit more canned. Like there were specific moments in which you will have to like take Nemesis down in order to progress. But I don't know if that's just like an old memory that's not. And also probably at a time where I wasn't like analyzing the living hell out of video games I was playing while I was playing them. So
I think other than the very end, you can always run away from him. But if you do kill him, you get like magnum parts, and then you
maybe
can
that was
combine
it.
them for the magnum. Yeah.
I might have just been thinking, okay, I need the magnum, so I've got to. I will have some freeze grenades here because the ice grenades seem to do pretty well.
If you compare that to the way that Resident Evil 3 remake played, I mean, it just sucks the way that they implemented Nemesis. Yeah,
every Nemesis is like a Resident Evil 6 level that pops up for a minute in Resident Evil 3 remake.
He only shows up and chases you in very finite, specific areas of the city, and the overall city, the explorable area of the city is not that big. The original feels bigger in that regard. And like you can you don't even have to leave the area. Like there are parts of that area where Nemesis chases you where you can cross the boundary. It's invisible, but it's there.
He turns around like a Dark Souls enemy.
No, it's not even that. He zips up into space.
I remember that, yeah.
He shoots a tentacle up into the clouds and then he zips away into the sky. It's that fucking stupid. And then if you walk back into the boundary, he drops back in. And then if you walk back out, he zips back out. Like
that's really funny.
Like it's like cartoonish the way it's our cartoonish level of predictability where it's just like this just looks silly now and I can't be scared of this.
Also, I'd like to add, since we are talking about 3 remake Nemesis, that Resident Evil 3 remake is like the worst RE game to complete 100%. Because you have to, complete the game in the higher difficulties as well. The final Nemesis encounter in Nightmare mode and Inferno mode is fucking bullshit. It's brutally unfair. Like, I legit wanted to throw my controller out the window. I was so pissed off at every time I failed at that. It requires full mastery of Jill's dodge mechanic, and you have to know when exactly an enemy would just, swipe at you out on the ground. And it at the right opportune time to, pop his cyst or whatever to down him, and then push one of the batteries back into place for the railgun is so. God, it really pissed me off. Like, I am not complaining now. I'm not playing that again.
No, I played that.
And that's why I say to jump ahead to Victor Gideon, like the last encounter with him. That's why I think that Nemesis fight is better.
Hmm.
And
Right. Okay, yeah.
I can only assume that it's much easier here in Insanity mode than how Nemi was handled in Inferno mode and all.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, because it is much easier to, even though I think
Jojo.
in a broad sense, it feels like a copy paste to me of like
Yeah.
copying the boss
Mhm.
from Resident Evil 3 remake to this, but it's easier to parry his attacks in this one. I remember the
Yeah.
last time I played Resident Evil 3 remake, I played it on Inferno difficulty, and like you were saying, you do need a mastery of Jill's dodging mechanic to get through that. Because if you get caught in like his initial like hand stomp, like he's like swats you with his hand. If he gets you with the first one, you're fucked. Because he just
Yeah,
does a series of them and you can't escape from it. There's no
yeah,
way to do it.
it's a stun lock. You'd be
Yeah,
lucky
yeah,
to get like 2 hits, but you mostly die in 2 hits. You'd be lucky to get 3.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
like
I hated that.
yeah, I think I appreciated the one in Resident Evil 3 remake more because at least there was the layer of I'm sorry to jump too far ahead in this,
It's all
but
right.
like because we're talking about this boss in Resident Evil 3 remake, there is the layer of pushing the batteries into the railgun to power it up and then
Yeah.
using that as the killing blow. Whereas in this game, when you're in the final boss, you shoot the pustules and then you stun him, and then there's just more pustules, and then you
And
shoot
then,
those.
well, and then Leon goes full Kratos to kill him. He just runs up
Right.
the guy's arm and then starts hacking away at the exposed heart with an axe.
Yeah,
well,
it's
we're
just a
already at the
quick
end of the
time
game.
axe
Sick.
thing.
Well,
Yeah,
goodbye, everybody.
sorry, sorry about that.
No, the fucking.
Sorry to jump ahead.
We were talking about the.
Fucking-
We're talking about
needed to
Resident Evil
vent
3.
Hey, I wouldn't be
Yeah.
mad actually.
Yeah, I needed to vent out that tangent.
No, it's all
I
good.
couldn't resist bringing up Leon S. Kratos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Short Forge bad. Oh man. Nah, we're not done.
Hey, I didn't try to end the show. Metal did. Technically, it's his channel, so
Anyway.
he can do it. I'm just the co-host.
Right.
I'm here to make a joke every now and then.
And you're doing great.
Mm.
Yeah.
If I recall, I think we're at like when we switch back to Leon, like near the end of that, where he escapes down the elevator, in
Uh.
terms of like covering the overall game. And if we are, I just want to touch on one thing where.
I mean, we
Well,
were in the basement right now. I don't know if anyone.
Oh, we were. Oh,
I don't know if anyone had to add anything because gameplay wise, it's the same. Find the free fuses.
It was me talking about the
Yeah.
Stalker enemy AI
Yeah.
being something that they could have made less predictable on repeat playthroughs to make more interesting, but then we got on a Nemesis tangent.
Yeah, it's
That
fine.
ended up with the final boss of this game.
I think it's quite easy to dispatch zombies as Grace.
Yeah,
and
that,
then
yeah.
on standard difficulty with like hemolytic injectors and bullets and whatever. And then when you play as Leon, you're just sort of looking for enemies to kill. I found that was the case where I was just like, it's like when you play as Leon, you get this feeling where it's just like, let's fucking go. We're Leon. We got we got all these guns. We got all the storage. Like, and then the music is sort of amping you up. It's like, let's kill all the zombies. And then I was running around looking for enemies to kill. Even with the wardrobes that only Leon can open.
Yeah.
Because that's the way that it incentivizes you as Leon to explore the same area that you already explored as Grace, is to open the items that only Leon can open. And I think there should have been more of those, and also a greater variety of things that only Leon can open,
With better rewards, if you ask me.
like
too.
not
Yeah.
and not just wardrobes. Because I remember when I was talking about this on EFAP, one of the panelists mentioned the fact that there was a wardrobe in the freezer. And it's just like, why
Yeah, that's
is there
true.
a wardrobe in there? That's retarded. And it's just like, why not have different items that or containers that Leon can open, not just wardrobes, like maybe a safe that he can open with explosives or something, or
Hmm.
I don't know, just something
I mean,
other than
honestly,
a wardrobe that's not made of wood, like
well,
that you
the
could
way you
put in
get
a room like that.
oh, I was just gonna say the way you get into Gideon's office is by prying open a door made of the warped wood, and you could have just had more doors with messed up wood, trapping
Yeah,
zombies
yeah,
inside too, which would have given Leon some more combat encounters, except for the one that like ends the sequence with. But yeah,
yeah.
like I mean, and especially at this point, I was getting pretty afraid that this was gonna be like, okay, this is just a Grace game, and every so often we can play as Leon for
Yeah.
5 minutes. Because even when I got to like explore the big area as Leon, I was done in like 5 minutes. And
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, so it's why the Raccoon City sequence did make me a little happier. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So there is a Leon game here, and they weren't saying it's 50-50 for marketing reasons only.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
that's an I mean, we'll get to this, but that is an interesting fork in the game because some people I think that I know were turned off by that. Like the way that it opened up in the sense in regard to Leon gameplay, where it's just like, oh, this
Oh,
it
really?
feels like it's becoming a different thing now. Whereas I saw that as like, oh shit, this is becoming way more entertaining.
I was
Oh,
waiting
Like
100%.
for it to happen
I've
the whole time because I wanted to play as Leon.
yeah, right.
I mean, yeah, I
But
was just scared that Leon
there is an
was.
interesting sort of balance in the asymmetry, if that makes sense, where it's just
Mm,
like it felt very Grace heavy in the first half, and then it feels very Leon heavy in the second half, and then both of those sort of balance each other out overall, if you know what I mean.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I think ultimately I like the mix of Leon and Grace and even how it's paced, but I think I like it more in the context of knowing where it goes because when I was first playing it, I was kind of worried that Leon was just going to be the little set pieces that happen every now and then and ultimately might feel like they were just bolted onto the game because someone said, "Hey, we have Leon Kennedy showing up every so often like Snake in the like Raiden part of Metal Gear Solid 2. It wouldn't be cool if we let them play as Leon. I think it'll make us sell more copies, and then they just design some Leon stuff and threw the Resident Evil 4 gameplay in. But knowing that it's like, oh no, it actually is pretty well structured, and that you've got mostly Grace with a little peek at Leon every now and then you've got mostly Leon with effectively one Grace sequence, and then the orphanage that I wasn't crazy about. But
Right.
yeah,
Hmm.
but I liked the balance overall in that regard.
Hmm. I kind of like the sparsity of Leon in the first half because it felt like it was teasing Leon.
Mhm.
Like it's like you get a little taste here and there of Leon gameplay, and then in the second half it's just leaned full into it. Like, okay, now you're just Leon for like a huge stretch,
Yeah.
and also you get the whole chest, like the BSAA chest dynamic where you can purchase weapons and earn credits and stuff. I was
And
just like, oh
manually
shit, this opened up in a way that I wasn't expecting, and I thought that was pretty cool.
as simple as it sounds, I was just relieved when I was given the ability to manually save as Leon, and because that just told me, oh, there's going to be something to this area. It's not just going to be, hey, fight your way to the end and then it's over. I
Right.
was like, oh, okay, save points, nice, as opposed to
Yeah.
just auto saves.
Yeah.
Well, that actually confused me because, well, like when I was first saving his Grace, I was like, oh, well, each of these save slots has Grace's mugshot next to it, so it's just like, okay, so I guess Leon could do the same thing. And then when I got to Leon the first time, it was like, okay, well, he seems entirely reliant on autosaves.
Mhm.
So I guess the mugshots are there just to show Grace's face. Like it's not about having a duality between Grace and Leon, but then later on you find like it's kind of funny because like Grace only uses typewriters, but Leon uses like
Yeah,
laptops
computers.
Uh-huh.
and like integrated umbrella computer systems that are built into some kind of like desk interface, like it's
Yeah,
built into a counter or a desk or something.
Yeah, the
Uh,
BSAA computers.
yeah, I thought that was kind of funny.
So, I guess one more notable thing here is when you get towards the end of all the fuses and shit, or power cores, you there's like this one area where you have to move like a corpse hang thing. I don't even know what it is. Normally like meat hooks, and then you can move them around. You have like awkwardly have to move them left and right and go through the gaps with it instead
Yeah.
of just
Yeah.
crawling under it. Like that's weird. Uh,
Very puzzle, like video game puzzle.
yeah, for sure. And then you
Yeah.
have the meat grinder section where they grind all kinds of zombies, and it's supposed to be like this endurance trial, right? But it's super fucking easy because all you gotta do is walk backwards in a corner and then shoot them in the leg, and they just die all the time. And
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like, yeah, it looks kind of cool, but it's not a challenging, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, you can stun them with a single knee shot or headshot, and then you could just wait for them to get grinded up. So yeah, if you just keep receding backwards,
Yeah, you're fine.
There's not really any challenge to it. Yeah.
In first person, I guess if you're moving backwards and then just looking towards the actual grinder and waiting for one of them to get up and shoot, it is possible that one of them can get up out of your field of view and then start biting you. So I think that's a sequence where there's like, granted, it's still not very difficult, but there's a bit of challenge there. Whereas I think in third person, it's just like there's no way you're failing this.
Right.
You have to mess up, like you have to make a
Yeah.
mistake.
I did it both on first and third person. It was pretty much the same. Challenging wise, I mean. Yeah, you grab the last power break battery stuff, and this is where you open the cell, or well, you open all the cells down here. And I was like, okay, I'm ready to go. I got all this ammo. I'm gonna clear all the zombies first, and then I'll grab her. No, that would have been smart, so you're not allowed to do that. You get into a cutscene, you immediately grab the girl, and you just have to run. Which I didn't do, because I'd like to believe that I'm not always retarded. And I was like, let me check out what's even happening first. Well, stupid mistake, because now I'm just surrounded by zombies, and all the ways I can go are now locked off. So I got killed and had to do it again, and then I just ran like a dumbass, and that worked. So I always like being punished for trying to be careful, but okay.
Not only that, but it actually incentivizes you to linger, because I mean, this is a whole other thing, but there's a final puzzle thing where like there's a doll that potentially spawns in Emily's cell that
Really?
you can examine.
Okay.
And so that's one thing that's like is incentivizing you to linger behind, and then that just gives more time for the zombies to gather around in the hallway, and then they're a problem when you're trying to run past them, right?
I like how James just said, can we not talk about the final puzzle thing? And then like 5 minutes later, like, there's this final puzzle.
I know, I saw that, but I was just like, I feel like it's kind of worth mentioning here. I don't know if we'll talk about that later, but like,
I mean, I didn't do it.
you-
It's just
we don't have to, obviously.
Well, I guess I have a question about it. So, James, did you say that the Marie doll, like Marie's doll, just will randomly spawn in like Emily's cell, and you can pick it up there without having to do the wait 15 minutes and flush the toilet 8 times?
I think I can answer this,
doll was
but I
always-
don't want to. I don't want to go into it because he said he didn't want to go into the subject.
Well, here's the thing. James is in chat. He has no say. He's stuck here, so you can talk about whatever you want to.
Oh, yeah. So James says no. So, like, I mean, I did it. Like, it's
Same.
an achievement too. So it's not even just for the challenge. It's for the like if you want to get all the achievements or trophies if you're on PlayStation. And it is silly. I think there are apparently some hints in some of the notes that retroactively I think can make you think, okay, I guess this was a hint for the final puzzle, but it involves when the bodies are being dropped into the meat thresher pool before the blood's drained, like before you turn the valve, have the blood drain, and actually start the kind of action sequence. You have to wait for 15 minutes, just like go AFK, and I believe that allows 150 bodies to drop into the Thresher. And then when you're in the Thresher, you cannot kill any of the enemies with your guns. So you can shoot them to stagger them, but the meat Thresher has to kill every zombie in there. Then, when you drain the blood in the next room, you'll know that you've done the first part correctly if it says that was tons of blood instead of saying that was a lot of blood. That's like the hint to say you're on the right track. Then, for whatever reason, when you get back into the care center, you have to go to the restroom and flush one of the toilets 8 times. I don't know. You just do. And then when you're escaping from the helicopter key sequence, the doll will be on the stairs that you're running up, or right before the stairs, and you grab it. And then play the game again. Have the doll in your inventory when you bring Emily to the final. Wait, no, is it the final puzzle room? It might be. No, I think it might be one of the other ones. Yeah, I think it's the first like puzzle box that you're in. No, the one in Gideon's office. That's it.
Yeah, it's the second floor.
The one with the
office.
photographs one.
Yeah.
And then there's a really long sequence of things that on one of the computers you look at, there's like a cordon code or something like that you can work out. I just looked up the actual password to put in. I didn't have I don't know that I would have had the brain power to actually figure out where the digit sequences where you can get the actual sun, star, moon, star, sun, moon, and like, because it's a really long code. And
it's
then you enter
ridiculously convoluted. I could actually maybe we both could. We might both be able to fully explain this, but it feels so fucking autistic.
Yeah.
To go into it, it's just like,
I think even the first solutions of it were determined, I think, with data mining. Like, I don't think anyone organically solved it before the solution was out on the internet, which means
no.
I think the first guy who did it without data mining. I think.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Completely by accident.
Yeah.
Because like I can't remember if you.
How do you accidentally flush the toilet 8 times?
Yeah.
I mean, I flushed all the toilets like at least once.
But 8 times.
The first guy that did it, apparently it was the case that he flushed the toilet 8 times just because he was messing around with the toilets. And then also he just happened to be AFK at the point where you're supposed to watch 150 bodies drop into the water.
I think I'm pressing X to doubt on this guy. I feel like he might. He might have had some data mining help.
This could be bullshit, but apparently this is the case where it was discovered initially completely by accident, and then he got the doll to spawn on a live stream that he did, and then everybody saw that he spawned the doll, and they were just like, "Why the fuck is that there?" And then data miners who had the ability to data mine saw this, and they reverse engineered it, where it's just like, well, how can we replicate this outcome?
So
they started analyzing the code in RAM in real time, and being like, oh, well, if you do this, flushing the toilet 8 times, for example, this creates a flag in the code. So it's just like, okay, I guess that does something. And then whatever the other requirements were, there's a bunch.
So I guess my question would be that I feel like even that person would probably need the data mining to figure out that he solved it accidentally or what the steps were for it. Because I think if you did those things accidentally, how would you connect those to the doll spawning and the blood escape? Like I would never know if I just happened to go make food while I was sitting around in the meat processing room, and then I solved the final puzzle at some point. I'd be like, well, I mean, I don't know how I did this, because maybe, how would you put together, like, well, I did go make myself a sandwich right around the time I was in that meat processing plant, and I was fiddling around with the toilets, and I'm pretty sure I flushed them 8 times. I was like, I can't imagine if that were the truth, me telling it to someone and have them believe me. You know?
Yeah. Where apparently some people discovered other parts of the puzzle first, so I guess they just put them all together. It's a
I think it was like the vast majority of people streaming this, like the doll wasn't there, and then this one stream the doll showed up, and people were like, "What the fuck?" And they dogpiled on this guy.
Yeah.
triggered the outcome because they thought he was cheating or hacking or something to make the doll appear there,
Fun.
like he was modding his own game to make it appear there to like for like artificial virality, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, because
And
like I'd just be like, I don't know how I did that. And, like,
yeah.
like,
But
you
he
couldn't.
he actually just triggered it by accident, and then everyone was just like, "Oh, you're faking it, dude. You're fucking with us."
Apparently, there was
And then
also an
he got
Xbox
a bunch of
player.
heat for that. Right.
Ah, well,
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
that's true. Yeah, that's a really good point. Because
Well,
if it
that's
was
good
on
defense
PC, it would be
for.
much easier to mod it, right? Yeah.
That's the thing. Like I was about to say, that's the best defense. It was like you're modding. I'll be like, I'm playing on fucking Xbox. What do you mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh well.
What is, so all you get after this final puzzle is more challenge points. I
It's
assume.
just for completion points. It's not
Yeah.
even like a clever Easter egg or anything interesting regarding lore. It's literally just for
Oh,
CP.
okay.
When you
Yeah,
solve it, the only thing
huge
you
amount of
get
CP
is
for sure.
you
Like,
get
easy
a
one.
recording of a girl laughing. That's it. That's the reward for the solution.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's just you hear in the background. It's like you've solved the final puzzle, and that's it.
That's pretty spooky.
Yeah.
I think they were trying to be, real clever with the whole puzzle solving that you do for Silent Hill's PT. Though for Kojima, that's he's pretty quirky with his game design to
Yeah.
make an elaborate puzzle.
But there is also like 5 ways to solve the last puzzle in PT, so it's not like you have to do these very, very specific things. There's like a few things you can do to trigger the Silent Hills ending. So I believe that anyone who triggered it got there by accident or like just kind of figured it out and that solution worked. This, I don't think I could ever believe that someone figured it out and was certain of what they did and like for any reason at all because there's too many steps and they're too bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I could go further into this, but like I don't know if like Metal, if you just want to fucking move on.
Sure. I mean, I have nothing to say about this final challenge. I didn't even care to check it out. I was like, you need to wait and do shit. It's like, nah, fuck that. I'm good.
there are clues that feed into what you do for this. Like there's apparently, if like when you know that cutscene where you're in the elevator and the girl is trying to grab you and then she falls down the shaft. Apparently, for some period of time, the doors are open, and if you have a Molotov cocktail, if you throw it into the shaft, you can see a number 8 painted onto the shaft somewhere.
Okay.
Because like you can't see it without a Molotov because there's no light source, and you don't have a flashlight like Leon does. Or I don't know if you still have the lighter as Grace. I can't remember.
My whole thing though would still be like, how do you know that's not shoot one of the chandeliers in the hospital 8 times? Like, why? How would you connect that to flush the toilet 8 times?
Yeah, and apparently, well, I wasn't aware of the chandelier. But apparently, there's another clue regarding the. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I made that up as an example. Like, even if you see the number 8, what do you do with that? Like, how do you know what needs to be done with that clue? Considering the like breadth of the game and the amount of things that you could potentially do 8 times in sequence.
Yeah, there's another clue in the initial investigation report that you get as when you first start the game. You start with a thing in your inventory. It's an investigation report given to you by your boss. You can examine that, and there's multiple pages. And one of the pages has a photo of a corpse in a bathroom stall next to a toilet.
Ooh.
And smeared in shit, seemingly, on the wall is the number 8.
Okay, well that clue is, I guess, a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
I still want to put it together in a million years. I gotta
I suppose you're meant to look at this photo and be like, "Oh, that looks like a number 8," and then have this thing in the elevator shaft where you, I guess, in some circumstance, decide to throw a Molotov in the elevator shaft, and you see an 8 in there, and then you decide, I should flush one of the toilets 8 times.
It's kind of
Which
funny
I
though.
don't really-
If you think about it, it's like there's a dead guy who put an 8. Maybe I shouldn't flush it 8 times. Maybe I'll just die and shit myself if I do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of ways you could interpret that, right? Or
How
not
did that
even
guy know?
register it at all as a hint. Like, I would never have figured this out on my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
No.
not in a million years. I wouldn't even, honestly, I would not even have done it if I didn't get to the point that I'm like 46 out of 49 achievements. All right, we're good.
Damn it. Guess
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I think the reason it was found out was because somebody discovered it by accident, and then then data miners discovered the outcome and then reverse engineered it and tried to replicate the whatever it was he did
Yeah.
to produce that outcome.
So yeah,
And then
and
they
I
were
think
analyzing the code, and they checked the flags in the code, where it's just like, oh, if you flush this toilet 8 times, there's a flag in the code that appears. So that's something.
And I'm far more okay with him doing it by accident and finding out what he did being the data mining than him doing it by accident and being like, okay, everybody, here's the solution. I'd be like, get out of here. No, there's no way you just figured this out.
Yeah.
Where were we? Oh yeah, Grace ran away from the big girl. We have like a fake out where it looks like her leg is gone. The way it looks, it definitely should be, because I think they're just lying to us. She just gets the leg back at some point, but the way it looks to me, the leg should be gone. But all right.
I thought the framing was okay. It's like all you see is the leg looks like it's in the way of the elevator falling, and then it cuts to like a wider shot where you can't clearly see the leg or Marie's arm, and then a big blood splatter. I think honestly the bigger tell is just
about this
the way
frame?
Grace is. Hold on 1 second. I gotta update to live.
I think that felt kind of cheap initially.
Well,
but
I mean, again, like
given the amount of people that it fooled, like I like looking back on it, I was just like, I guess that is kind of a clever way to make people think that Grace lost her foot. Like, because I was feeling the tension there as well, where I was just like, did she lose her foot? Holy shit! Because that's gonna radically alter the gameplay, right? If she can't walk.
yeah, you're telling me.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah. But then it was just like, oh,
oh damn,
jeez,
they are
she's okay.
cowards. Damn it.
Although speaking of,
they didn't have the balls to get rid of her foot.
Yeah, speaking of severed body parts, you do bring the severed hand to the blood analyzer, and really all you get is an Easter egg where the elements in that said hand spell out the word glitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, like really, there's no significant mechanic added to it. It's just an Easter egg.
Well, that's the scanning the hand though is also how you get the sequence of numbers that you have or letters that you have to then decode in order to get the final puzzle solution.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah,
What?
he's-
Where does the word glitch get spelled out? I think I might have missed that.
I don't remember it being glitch, but I do remember it says like it gives you the sequence of number. It says, "Would you like to play?" And then it's like GUA AUG GGAU.
Nah, it's let's play, like the creature said.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Well, that's also part of the code from the that final puzzle sounds stupid. I hate it. Let's go.
Yeah. It is part of the final puzzle, but I'm not. I personally, I would talk about this more, but I'm not going to linger on this anymore. If you want to move on, Metal, that's totally cool.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm.
Hey, we did final puzzle talk. I don't think anyone could accuse us of not bringing it up at this point.
Right.
Let them come. I'll beat them all up.
Yeah. There you go.
With my
Maybe we
German.
can talk about this more at the end.
my German hands.
Do not thank us, these Germans.
If they get here, I'm gonna blitzkrieg them. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
9.
9. Anyway, we get out of the care center. Woohoo! Good times. Then we get to the courtyard, which is a pretty large and open area, which we never do anything in, which I found kind of weird, actually. Because it felt like such a final boss-ish kind of area where you fight something, but we'll never go here again. So I don't know. Just feels like a lot of wasted space. There's nothing even to collect. There's no Mr. Raccoon here. There's no resources. I don't know if there's a final puzzle thing.
there's a green herb at the front end of the fountain.
Oh,
That's
well,
it. Though.
that redeemed.
And I think an antique coin. I think there was an antique coin on one of the deck chairs. But there's not a lot. Like
Yeah.
exploring it is mostly for aesthetics, which
Then we get
Bit of a
to helicopter guy. He says, "Hey," which, and I think I said that on EFAB as well. And I had a big laugh at it when it happened on stream. He reminded me of Mr. Boss when he's about to shoot the guy. He goes like, "Hey," because it's like a hey like that. I think it was kind of funny.
I remember talking with my chat about whether like Gray should have left Emily with this guy
Yeah.
who's the helicopter pilot. And it's like on some level he seems trustworthy because he's a regular guy, and like he seems to know, like it seems like you could rely on him to pilot this vehicle, but then would Grace wouldn't Grace just like keep Emily with her because she doesn't want to leave him or leave her alone
Yeah.
with somebody else?
Yeah.
That
it's a good
I remember
question.
that being a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can totally
which
see that.
I
don't-
agree with, by the way. Like I think that is arguable whether she would actually do that.
not sure where I would land on that. Like logically speaking, if he's like, I can't go into the potentially dangerous puzzle house, like mini puzzle house, because I'm not going to be able to run away from any threats. Taking Emily into the potentially dangerous mini puzzle house might put her at risk because you have no idea what's in there. Whereas if it's like she can just stay in this helicopter that's relatively well protected, at least while it's on the ground, and there's a human being who might be able to help protect her further, that might just be the best you've got. Whereas saying like, okay, I'm going to go into this building that's almost certainly going to have more zombies and monsters in it, and I could have left her in a place where she's relatively safe. I don't know. Like, I guess you're also leaving it with a stranger, but I mean, you met her like an hour ago, so like, I mean,
Yeah.
are you a stranger? And I'm not sure. I'm not sure that either decision seems obviously less or more stupid. You know?
Yeah, because like wherever Grace is headed, like anything could happen, and if she has Emily with her, like that could be like a real problem, where all of a sudden it's just like, oh shit, I'm in this really dangerous situation, and now I've got Emily with me, and I can't protect her, so maybe it's just better if I keep her over here where the helicopter is, where the potential escape route is.
Mhm.
But you're leaving her with a man that you don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like to the writer's credit, it is a tough decision for Grace to make, and I feel like she took a gamble there. And you know, I don't think that the decision that she made is completely ridiculous.
I
Like,
guess I think just my point, it would be a gamble either way, and I'm not sure which one I would pick in that scenario. It would be different, I think, if Emily were not blind, because I'd be like,
Yeah.
okay, if you can just stay close to me, then staying close to me means I can protect you. But if it's like I have to be carrying you, or you are almost entirely defenseless, it like I don't know, like it just makes me feel like, do I want to bring you into the next monster house, or should I leave
Right.
you at the escape route? Like assuming
Yeah.
that the only reason I'm going in here is to get the key that can activate this escape route. And
Yeah, because for all Grace knows, that the next house could be a totally nice house, non-monster
Nice
house.
house.
Maybe this is where all the nice things happens, and there's nothing mean or nasty.
and barbecues.
Yeah.
I mean, like really, if Gideon didn't activate the self-destruct sequence in this place, it would have been just you walk in there, you grab the key, you walk out.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
there's no threats until Blood Bomb activates.
Yeah.
The descent key is pushed.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, we can't just leave with the helicopter. We need to find the key, and because he's a bum that has a bum leg or something, he can't go in because he's gonna get
I feel
eaten and can't
attacked.
run away. You go inside, check out the office. There's like some puzzle thing here. There's like a fake part that seems like to be the solution, but I think it's actually part of the final puzzle again or something. The hourglass.
Oh no,
You-
that has nothing to do with the final puzzle.
oh,
It's
that's
just a
just
fake
you.
it.
That's just wasted time then. Okay, cool. That's just
Yeah, it's making you think that you have the piece for the puzzle when you don't.
well, fuck them.
No,
In your inventory,
no,
though,
no,
the
no,
sake
no,
of it.
no. Hang on a minute. Where else do you discover the equivalent of like what the U equals in regard to like what the numerical equivalent is? You know what I mean? Because like there is a
Oh,
code.
is it part of the final puzzle? Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
no, it actually is. If you drain the sand the other way, like if you twist it, if you look at the underside of the inside of the hourglass after the sand has drained, you get the number that U is equivalent to.
Oh,
And
okay, fair enough.
that does feed into the final puzzle, right? Because there's like four letters that are a part of the final puzzle. It's like G, C,
You
U,
and
and A.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, I
A
mean,
is
I
the
guess,
one you're supposed to ignore, and that's based on another clue that you get much later. I don't know if we're ever gonna get into that.
well,
I don't
I
know,
was about to say though, like
but
I did skip that part of the deduction. I just looked up the sequence of code to press. I read a bit about how you get the like actual solution doing it the legit way. I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna take the time to do this. I'm just gonna look up the star moon, sun moon, whatever code to put
yeah.
in. So yeah, I'm not claiming that I completed the final puzzle 100% legit because it yeah it seemed like it was out of my league, to be honest.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, I looked up shit too, like because I wanted to know the ins and outs of this puzzle, but the hourglass is part of it. That's how you
Oh, fair enough.
discover the numerical value of one of the letters in the code that you get by analyzing the severed hand in the analyzer.
Yeah, I thought it was just a red herring to make you think that you got the solution to then frustrate you a little bit and make you have to search the room further to find the wine bottle and get the helix. But
Right.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Well, if you
I
do
was
find the
incorrect.
helix eventually, you put it in the thing in the middle, and then the whole room goes down because the whole room is an elevator. Whee! Fun. Uh, and you find some underground facility where Gideon is making more weird zombie people.
Gideon somehow got down there without making this office go down to the bottom floor
Yeah,
already.
he fell.
Like yeah, he jumped down a massive pit, or he found his own little secret passage.
He wanted to use the elevator, but it was already down, so he went for the door and he just
Well,
face
I mean,
planted.
he leaves though through the route that you leave that does not involve the elevator room though, right?
Probably, yeah,
Uh,
he probably does.
you're probably right, Mark.
But then it's probably,
dude,
oh,
think I
I
was-
guess he didn't need that helicopter.
Oh yeah, that is a problem.
The helicopter's another thing.
And also, he left the helicopter key not in his possession when presumably he was going down there to do a thing and then coming up and taking the helicopter away.
I guess
Yeah.
so.
No, it's just there in front of the keyboard in
Do-do-do-do-do.
the computer room.
Well, you go
And then
through
he blows the place up, not realizing that Grace had even taken that helicopter key.
yeah, he
And maybe bum leg man is a witness. It's like, no, I'm leaving the helicopter and the pilot behind.
yeah. Well, you go through this thingy-majig, you find the helicopter key, there's all this fucking Winter Soldier facility, there's all kinds of vats and shit. Just, uh, you find the computer system and turn it on, but then Gideon appears and it's like, oh, all tests back positive, she is indeed the chosen one, yada yada. We'll talk later, Z, you're my boy. As you can see in the footage here, Grace does a horrible job of hiding. Probably because the people who made the game wanted us to see Gideon the whole time, which just kind of makes it for an awkward hiding spot because he can 100% see her from the
Yeah, third person
Yeah.
really hurts for these sequences too.
That's first person. Oh,
No, I'm saying third person
even
makes
worse.
it worse.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
like,
Well,
it's just like there's no way he doesn't see you.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
and I think this is where he mentions Elpis for the first time. I think maybe the second time, whatever. But yeah, then he blows the
I-
place up.
I will say though that like I both really like Gideon's performance here, and then I think they totally scuttle it because he has this moment where he realizes that he's accomplished what he's potentially worked years, if not decades, doing, and he has this really good delivery where they act like, "I've done it. I've done it."
Yeah.
And then he's like starts laughing maniacally, and then his face gets super serious, and he starts storming off as if something really pissed him off. And I was like, wait, oh, I was kind of feeling him for a moment there. Like it was almost like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, he's really proud of what has just occurred here, and the actor is selling it. And then they have him storm off like a comic book villain, and I don't know, I was like, oh, okay, well, there it went.
Yeah, I feel like this might be a case of like in terms of writing, it's like a comic book villain, but then the actor was trying to lend some legitimacy
Pathos,
to
yeah.
his performance because there is some admirable restraint to the way the character is voice performed by the
Mhm.
actor. Like it's not like shouty and over the top. It's actually there is some restraint to it, which I really respect.
Yeah. Thought it made him quite compelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, the self-destruct thing also activates all the zombies. As you just saw in the footage, I didn't realize immediately that you can use the those zombie extinguishers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the hemolytic
I didn't
injector
even
in
use them the
aerosol
first
form.
time.
Yeah.
Hemolytic spray.
When I realized that's a thing, it's like, oh, there's way too many now. I guess I'll better just restart. I'm gonna die anyway.
Didn't realize it until my second playthrough, honestly. It was my classic mode run that I realized, oh, I can use these to kill them fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I burned a lot of ammo getting through here, actually. I think I might have used the requiem too.
I used the Molotov cocktail. Just burned them all while I was surrounded by them. Like I was legitimately cornered. Then I just threw it at them. Burned
Yeah.
them all.
That'll do it. Fire kills zombies.
No, you make your way through here. The whole big ball thing in the middle explodes. There's blood everywhere. Gets in your mouth and everything. Grace should definitely have like tons of blood tests have done after this whole adventure because she has probably like mega AIDS now or something. Who knows what's in all that blood?
She's not just sure. She's HIV positive.
Good news, no T virus. Bad news, AIDS. Wait, how did I get? And then she thinks back. It's like, oh yeah, I did swallow all this blood in two
It's like,
places
oh yeah,
of the
wait, that was the
facility.
blood of like 100 people that I don't know.
Yeah.
That just like I had to swim my way through to get out of this building.
Yeah.
How did I get AIDS? It must have been all that AIDS blood that I
Not only
swallowed.
like I mean, at the beginning of the game, she gets a canonical open wound.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to get it in her mouth. Like it's getting her blood.
Yeah.
Unless she heals
Yeah,
super
true, yeah.
fast.
Oh, and this is where you get the doll for the final challenge. Okay, yeah, so somewhere on the staircase here, apparently. Well, yeah, you make your
Yeah,
way
it's
out
right
of there,
before the
and
stairs.
you get on the helicopter, and you, I'd say get away, but the place is swarmed. You don't really do anything against the zombies. You just wait for them to climb on the helicopter, and the helicopter crashes, of course, and helicopter man dies immediately. He gets like impaled by a thing. And then we go to Leon's next section, which is just a little sniper section, and then the little section in the church where you fight some peeps, which I like that little section. It was kind of fun. There's some shooty bang bang.
I like the idea of Leon providing sniper fire for Grace doing something else.
Yeah.
I think she is banging on the front door of the chapel quite a long time.
Yeah, it's kind of comical.
Like,
Well,
yeah.
I was
I'd
gonna say
rather
what
there's a bit more complexity to it. Go on. yeah.
what I don't like about the scene is he's providing sniper fire from the same spot that he ends up dropping down, and I'm just like, why can't Leon, if you're just gonna slide down here and then fight them on the ground, wouldn't it actually be more effective to slide down immediately and then shoot your way over to
Yeah,
Grace?
that's actually
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I
Or-
almost wish that he was like, okay, she's clear for now, and then moved into another room and then found a route down, and I think that would have made that seem a little bit less awkward. But yeah, generally though, this scene's pretty cool.
I think if there were more stages to Grace's positioning, you could have potentially made that work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, you have to move with her. Like, I thought we were doing like a thing where she has to go through a house and you have like more obstacles to take care of, but it's rather easy.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of zombies going on as well, so yeah. But I like the little church section. That felt kind of the most RE4y. Like you can funnel them around a little bit,
The
have some
burning church,
explosives
yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
It felt very Last of Us to me with the bloater.
The bloater is
I'm
straight out
remembering
of
a
The
lot
Last
of
of
the
Us,
bloater.
dude. Just
Yeah.
That is true.
hit the weak spots and everything. Yeah. I can totally see that.
Right.
Well, time for the for now last Grace section for a while, and this is basically the boss fight the for the big child monster.
Yeah,
Emily
it's,
has been hurt in the helicopter crash at some point, so she's in dire straits. She kind of just lie her down on a thing. I don't even know if it's like a. I think it's just a metal beam, if I recall
Yeah,
correctly.
it's like a table. Yeah, it's like, or is it a table? Yeah, no, I guess the table is where the typewriter is. But yeah, I think you're right. It's just like an I-beam or something. Anyways, Emily is lying down in a room that gets sealed tight enough that Grace is reasonably certain that there's no danger in there at all.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we do the fight, which is also not super interesting. You have to open the big hatch so sunlight can come in and you can kill her completely. So she just gets melted essentially. But the power is out. You go downstairs. You have like 3 cranks. One of them is in there. You can just do it instantly. The second one is a little stuck, so it takes a while. So you're forced to stun her for a little bit. You can do this with a Molotov cocktail that's just right next to it, or one of the UV lamps that is around, which is overall a way to just stun the big child monster. And one of them has the crank missing, but it's just in the next room, and you kind of just have to circle around while the monster comes in there, grab it, put it in, and then that's that. The order you can do in whatever order you want. I don't know. It's like at the second or third time I tried this, I was like, okay, I just have my order where I go like to this one, this one, this one. I somehow managed 2 times to not make her spawn in one of the places where she comes through a wall. I don't really know why. I think it might have been because I threw a Molotov first and then did the crank. I'm not sure. But I also didn't care enough to test it multiple times. So make with that information what you will.
It is
I will say-
possible to avoid that cutscene, but I don't know what the conditions are.
Yeah, it happened
To
like
avoid
twice.
the one where she grabs you and throws you against the glass.
Yeah.
Okay, so the
Oh,
way
I don't
you
even,
do
I
that.
don't even mean that one, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Because I did find out how to avoid that cutscene. It's that she comes into the room and kind of reaches her hands out to grab you. And even if you're like the hitbox wise, it doesn't seem like you're anywhere close to her hands. You just want to run to the crank slot to insert the crank and pull it. She will grab you, like she'll teleport to you and grab you. But if you back into the closet for like a split second, she'll do the grab and then you can run right past her and turn the thing on super fast. So in insanity mode, it is 100% a one-hit kill. Like if she touches you, you are dead, and you need 2 requiem shots to stun her. So I played this fight for a while on
Well,
Insanity.
I had an interesting interaction with that because, like, in one of the difficulty, I think it was Insanity. I pulled the switch, and then she got really close to me, and then it seemed like she didn't grab me or anything, but my health was draining from fine to danger.
So
And I
Really?
think, like, based on her proximity, it's like your health as a player drains, and then when it gets to 0, I think it triggers like the death animation where she squashes your head or whatever the fuck. It could be a number of things that's happening. I'm not quite sure, but that was my experience.
Yeah, because I noticed that even healing to full after using 2 steroid boosts, like to increase max health, it's just if she grabbed me, it was over at that point on my insanity run, and I was like, oh, that's a little
Right.
lame. I can't even take one chomp. Just head
Yeah,
off right
no,
away.
you're getting one shot on insanity. I think I tried like 4 times until
Oh
I got
no.
like a proper rhythm out. Like I already knew what I had to do. I just had to figure out what the timings were. Like for example, the one that is stuck, you can't just brute force it. She's gonna get to you. You have to stun her to some degree to make the timing work.
Yeah,
Uh,
Yeah.
100%.
I think the one I'm in right now, I think you can just kind of I think as soon as you have to crank it, just kind of do it. You have more than enough time. And the one that just works, you can just go up there and do it without problems. So yeah, just
Yeah, so the room that you were just in a second ago with that glass pane,
yeah,
that's the one where it seems like there's a required cutscene where she picks you up and throws you against that glass. But I did find that I could do it without triggering that. I just had
okay,
to basically let her come into the room and give it a second before I move forward so that she whiffed the grab and then just ran right to it and made that a bit faster.
yeah,
I think this part of the game highlights like an inconsistency among how to dispatch stalker enemies. Because like when you first encounter Chunk, for example, you can like kill him with hemolytic injectors or enough bullets.
Hmm.
But then here, it's like the best you can do is just stun the girl in a sort of Mr. X way
yeah,
in Resident Evil 2 Remake, where
Yeah.
she just like kneels down and she's just like temporarily fatigued. I would rather that like the mechanics behaved more consistently across the board, where it's just like you can kill enemies or stun them, like pick one.
yeah.
Hmm.
By the way,
I'm not sure how I feel about this like different like different ways of dealing with enemies based on the situation.
right,
Um,
right.
yeah,
By the way,
I'd
coming
rather it
up
was more
here is
consistent.
a very blatant teleporting thing because this is a set piece that's or like a set scene that's supposed to happen. So I stunned her here with the UV light, but at this point, because at this point, this is the first time I'm doing this, I don't know if I have enough time to just press the button, so I played it safe. So she's right next to me, and you hit the button, and boop, she's over there.
She's gonna teleport like 25 meters in front of you.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. Also, for some reason, they give you a tooltip where it's like, hey, if you do right click and left click, you shoot. It's like, yeah, I know. I don't.
Yeah,
Why here? I'm like 6 hours into the game. It's like,
I guess you need direct sunlight and a requiem bullet.
yeah,
you don't even though. Like if as soon as you open the hangar doors, you can just run straight for the doors where Emily is, and
oh,
Oh,
then
really?
really? Oh,
this cutscene will happen no matter what. Yeah,
Oh,
ah,
interesting.
you don't even
well,
need to shoot, but it prompts you to shoot, which is just like why even have the prompt then?
I think it just I guess it wanted to show Grace being like action movie moment fire gun, but
Yes.
I think that it would have made more sense than if you don't shoot, she gets
Dude,
out of the sunlight and
did someone try to just
you
throw a bottle in
kills
her
both of you.
face when this happens?
Huh?
Just
Oh,
throw a bottle at her face, see what happens
can
at
you
this
even
point.
unequip the requiem at this? I guess you would be able to if you can just run away.
Yeah.
I sort of thought it was like you have to use the requiem, but at the same time, I wasn't using anything else in this environment because the normal gun is useless against Marie.
Anyway, talking about Emily, she's fucking dead for realsies. No worries. She's really dead. She's never coming back. She also turns into a monster, which
Before that, though, appropriate use of CPR. Adam Webb should take notes. I appreciated that Grace was counting, that she did the 30 compressions, 2 breaths. A little bit of an editing issue on it's a bit more than 30 compressions for the second one, but she does count to 30 at the last little bit. So I was like, okay, well done.
I thought they were doing you know that movie The Abyss with James Cameron where like
Oh yeah, it's been a while since I've
he
seen that.
tries to revive what's her name and then you think that she's dead and then he's just like, "No, live, damn it!" And then he tries resuscitating her again, and then she comes alive. I thought they were doing that, but
No.
no, they went in a slightly different direction with this cutscene.
Yeah, no, she turns into a big old monster, which I don't actually know if we pointed that out on the EFAP, but when I was playing this and this happens, like this very much reminded me of the dollhouse monster with the white gaping mouth and everything from Resident Evil 8.
Yeah, the house Beneviento house thing.
Yeah.
Universal Concept says just because this is potential safety for people issue, isn't that kind of CPR outdated? I mean, I just had to recertify Canada Heart and Stroke Foundation CPR because like in my job we have to do it annually, and single rescuer CPR is definitely still 32 compressions on. Oh, I guess it would be on a child. Still would be 30 to 2 on a child though with one rescuer. 15 to 2 if it's a two two people performing the CPR, one for compressions, one for breaths, and then you swap.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Cool.
Uh,
I didn't know that.
anyway, Leon comes to the rescue, and Grace's like, "No, don't kill the child." We're doing obviously we're doing a thing where she's not like super used to killing all the zombies just like this, especially when it just turned in front of her and that like all. I guess they're the little adventure together, and she wanted to save her. Uh, I get that, but she's dead for realsies. She's definitely not coming back. We're not doing anything weird with this, where she somehow survives and we can bring her back. I don't even know why you would say that. I don't know why you would think that. That would be crazy. Anyway, yeah. Now,
As far as just
yeah,
addressing this again, CPR like with compressions and no breaths, if you're 100% certain that it's not an airway or like oxygen level compromise, then yes, but paramedics can do it that way, but generally you'll also be able to get them on like actual oxygen, like an oxygen tube with like a bag valve mask, as opposed to just, using like a pocket mask and breathing into the mouth. But I think that if there's a reason they're telling just normal first aiders to only do compressions and no breaths, it's that compressions are the thing that's actually going to save their life, because you do have generally enough oxygenated blood in your system to last several minutes. So ultimately you just got to pump some of that up to the brain, and it might be a sanitary issue that if you don't have a pocket mask or something on you to protect your mouth, if you're just going mouth to mouth on a stranger, that might end up harming you more than it might actually help the patient. But like I said, at least as far as our standard and the ones we use in the military, at least right now, is Canadian Heart and Stroke Foundation. It is still 30 compressions to 2 respirations. And on the point of 2 people doing compressions that Slumpy said, it's generally you have one person doing the compressions for 4 rounds or roughly 2 minutes, with the other person doing breaths. Then after 2 minutes, you switch just so the person doing compression doesn't get tired.
Right.
I believe all that information was accurate.
I believe you because I have no clue.
Hey, this is what I do.
That's interesting.
On Forge.
Well, yeah.
This is the part where the story kind of worked for me in a broad level, and I hope I can. It's okay if I go into a little bit of detail here,
Sure.
because like in regard to broad strokes, the idea of like playing as scared Grace, and then you have the first half that's like survival horror, and then it's like you tease Leon a little bit here and there with some action gameplay, and then you bring these. I mean, there are some balancing issues there, but that's another matter. But like in terms of storytelling and character, the way the game brings these two characters together and brings their conflict and differences to a head with the way that they employ the Emily character, who is like a character that Grace has bonded with over time. Like she found her initially in this cell. She obviously probably feels sorry for her, and she wants to get her out of there. And then she does, and then and then the girl being like the monster girl takes Emily to the basement, and then Grace chases after her and navigates the basement to get Emily back from the monster, and then they have a bonding moment back on the first floor of the clinic, and then and then they have the ordeal with the helicopter, and then she's trying to save her from the other girl encounter in the water treatment plant. She has had time to bond with this girl also from the audience's perspective, because we've seen her have these moments with Emily, and then she turns into this monster. Presumably it's either by death or by the fact that she was wounded in the helicopter trip, because that was part of the cutscene, I think. Like when the helicopter crashes, the pilot gets killed because he gets stabbed with a wooden branch or something, and I think the Emily is like injured by the helicopter crash, and then that may have triggered the mutation, and then she turns into this monster, and then Leon coincidentally comes along at the exact right time, or the exact wrong time, depending on how you look at it. And Leon just sees this monster and is just like, I'm a simple man. I see a monster, I shoot it. And then he starts shooting the monster in a way where, I mean, the ending does this thing with like he only shot her vitals, which is bullshit. But like we'll get to that later.
Your vitals, yeah. But,
Right. For now, we'll just address the fact that he shoots this monster to death, and Grace looks at this, and she has had all this time to bond with this child, and within the span of 30 seconds, this kid has transformed into something, and then Leon shot it dead, and then she is pissed at Leon. I understand her point of view. I understand, like, she forged a bond with this character, and now she's dead because of Leon, and she's mad, and then she throws the Magnum back at him. Like, that Leon gave her the Magnum at the beginning to help Grace defend herself, and now Grace tosses the Magnum back at him. And I feel like the Magnum itself is being used as sort of a storytelling device, where it's symbolic of that killer instinct, whether it's Leon or Grace. Like Leon giving the requiem to Grace feels like you gotta fucking, like, it's kill or be killed now. You're surrounded by all these BOWs. Like, if you don't act, you're gonna fucking die. So take this absurdly powerful weapon and learn to just embrace your inner killer and kill all these things that are in your way. And then, like, Grace, in the killing of Emily, Grace sees in Leon what she could become, and then she decides she doesn't want to be that, because it's like you're completely ignoring the humanity that these creatures previously had, which makes sense from her perspective, given that she just bonded with this kid, and within the span of 30 seconds or a minute, she transforms, and then she's immediately shot. And then so she's probably thinking, like, there must have been a way to save this girl, because it just happened all so quickly. I do understand that. And then she tosses back the requiem to him, and then that becomes symbolic of a rejection of that killer instinct, where it's just like, I don't want to be like you. Like, I feel like you are a monster. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to become you. I don't want this, like, and I can't even be around you. And then she decides to leave. That actually worked for me. And then when the game goes on to where it becomes sort of Leon heavy, and like where, like, in a cut, I mean, like, the introduction of Zeno is a whole other thing, because I think that character is so fucking cringe. But like the fact that like the like she gets captured by the enemy in a broad sense, and then Leon has to be like, he has to not only lean into his killer instinct to kill all the things to get to Grace to save her, but also sort of gain touch with his humanity again in his exploration of Raccoon City and the police department, where he realizes, like, oh yeah, these police officers that are now zombies, they used to be my friends. Like, and then he has this moment where he like kills I don't mean to jump too far ahead, but like I'm referencing this because
Yeah.
we're talking about character here. He like kills a cop and he says, "Rest easy, officer." Where in juxtaposition, like in the first half of the game, Leon is just like
Mowing
brutally
them
just
down.
killing zombies like he's chainsawing them and shit, and he's just like like throwing his hatchet into their heads. Like there's just like a callousness to the way he kills zombies, and then in the latter half, there's like a it at the same time that he's leaning into his killer instinct, he's also developing a softness and a remembrance of the fact that these zombies used to be people.
Well, and also, I mean, for his own
There's
sake,
something there that
knowing
really worked for me. Sorry, go
I,
ahead.
I was gonna say for his own sake, knowing that he's dealing with an infection that appears to be killing him or potentially turning him into one of the bioweapons that he's been fighting for like the last few decades. So I think as much as the like as far as he knows, once you're infected, that's it, you're gone. Like nothing to do but kill you. There's an element of his only hope for survival is hoping that maybe Grace, as naive as she is in her position from when she basically suggests this about saving Emily, to hope that there is another way and that there is like a way to reverse the infection and like so that he and his at least friend Sherry will still actually have a chance at life. So I mean, and I again like I think that there are obviously elements of the story that I wish were written far better than that. I thought that that was
Yeah.
functionally okay. I do think that maybe a hint of some kind of cure being floated might have helped I think a lot of the audience at least side with Grace on the like why did you kill the like Resident Evil goop monster that used to be my friend Emily, you know?
Yeah.
Because I mean like
I
from his perspective Leon's correct. He's like look, that thing it's not Emily anymore. It's just she's become the final phase Resident Evil boss.
I really appreciated what they were trying to do on a broad level to the
Mhm.
point where it actually worked for me overall, despite all the fact that the story is riddled with all these surface level problems that make no fucking sense. I mean, like that. I mean, the thing with shooting Emily, like not
Still,
only did he deliberately miss all her vitals, but
Allegedly.
somehow Leon
Because I
knew.
didn't. I get to shoot. I did not miss.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, it does this fucking stupid thing where it's
Yeah.
just like, well, like on some other level, Leon knew where to shoot, and so it implies that you as the player shot in all the right places, like retroactively. Like
Yeah.
it
Well,
decides like you had the precision that Leon had, like
also I
given
think
that
if
he
you
knows where all the weak points are and knows how to avoid them. Like it makes sense.
I think also if you go AFK there, Leon will you could not shoot, but then Leon will still essentially shoot it in the heart as the one shot that triggers the cutscene. So I was like, okay, missing the vitals, are we? But I
Yeah.
think that the bigger oh sorry, actually I guess the other thing I wanted to address that I think what people were saying is that like Grace has no reason to like care about Emily because they didn't spend enough time together and my only problem with that I think they could have constructed a bit better is if Grace had the star quartz and Emily didn't, and she didn't have to go into the hole to get the star quartz. It was just to get Emily. Like she could even have a scene where she looks at the star quartz and says, "I could just put this in the door and then leave." But no, deciding to jump into the hole to go save the little blind girl. Because I mean, ultimately, one way or the other, like she has still risked her life repeatedly in order to save this girl. So I can understand there being like a incredible amount of survivor's guilt knowing that you might be walking away from this situation where this girl didn't make it and that making
Yeah.
Grace act at least in the moment a little bit irrationally where it's like no the goop monster is my friend but I don't think it's an element of they didn't spend enough time together though because I think like ultimately man if you don't need to spend more than an hour caring for a little blind girl that you're protecting in order to like want that person to stay alive, you know? Like I think that it would be pretty easy to be like, "Oh no, I really want to protect this little girl," especially when granted Braille puzzle silliness aside, from Grace's perspective, she never would have got out of there without Emily either.
Yeah. I mean, I gather you were being facetious, but like the idea of her sympathizing with the goop monster, like it's
Mhm.
like she knows that this is a little girl that she is bonded with for some
Yeah.
time, and then in a very short span of time, she is transformed into this thing, and then Leon suddenly shoots her. It makes sense to me that Grace would be like, no, we could have done something. Surely we could have done something to save her. It wasn't the answer to just come in and fucking shoot her to death. And Leon is just like, he's seen enough zombies and monsters where it's just like they've transformed. I'm gonna shoot it because I've had enough of this shit. And I like how the game brought the differences between those two characters together and brought it to a head in a way that they then walked away from each other. Well, Grace walked away, and but then Leon is just like he wants Grace to stick with him, but then she doesn't because she just can't be around him, which I get. And then he's succumbing to the Alpus illness, and then the whole third act is him like sort of coming coming back and fighting against his illness to like kill all the things and save the day. I like this story in broad strokes, but on a surface level, a lot of the details make no sense, which is a real shame.
Lord of the Pizza Pie though says like, why didn't he feel survivor's guilt for Harry because she got him killed by being an idiot? Like, am I missing something about Harry's death being Grace's fault? Is it zombies came through the windshield of the helicopter? Like how? I just don't see how that's Grace's fault. Like, I mean, it's
I mean,
she's not
she
one.
could still be. She could be sad about him the same way. Maybe they haven't
I mean,
bonded as long, but he just kind of
Well, but,
dies.
I mean-
He's just here to die in this game. Like nobody cares
Well, but
about
he
him.
also sort of gets impaled, whereas I think the idea of mutating into something that, for all Grace knows, there might be a way to reverse. I can understand Grace's perspective over Emily much more so than Grace, or sorry, than Harry, because, and I mean, if anything, like Harry, she spent far less time with than Emily, and did not descend into the abyss in order to save Harry. But
So long, man.
again, I still think though that like to make that point stronger, the thing to do would have been to have Grace get the star quartz before Emily is pulled away by the girl and have her intentionally jump into the hole in order to save Emily, as opposed to go down there and save the little girl. Also, she has the item that you need to leave the building anyways.
That's a good point. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
It was a missed opportunity for a little bit of character.
That's a Mollis in chat. Hello, and he just said the thing I was about to point out because she didn't even try to use her gun while all the zombies are coming through that windshield to help him. Instead, she grabs the fucking stick and just I don't know if she did deliberately crash it or try to save it. I'm actually not sure anymore. I would need to rewatch that, but I don't know. She was a bit dumb there again, unfortunately.
I don't know. I guess I don't remember the like nitty gritty specifics of it enough.
I
I
d-
just know nothing jumped out at me as saying, "Oh my God, Grace just got that guy killed." I thought it was
It's
just
not
like,
even
"Oh,
about
your
him especially getting.
helicopter overrun by zombies, and the zombies got
Yeah.
through." Like,
She also doesn't really do anything when they are starting to getting through the fence. Like there's like
yeah,
time
I mean
to use
that's
her
the bigger
weapons and
thing,
everything.
right? Like it's
They're all a
right.
bit
It's just-
dumb in this part.
It's just more like dumb plot stuff, right? Because like she can't use the gun because the helicopter has to crash so the sniper sequence can happen.
I guess selective memory.
Yeah.
Like, is anyone 100% clear on what happens there and why it might be Grace's fault? Like, I mean, I guess like obviously aside from if both Grace and Harry said, "Hey, before we try to take off, why don't we try to clear the courtyard of zombies?" But I mean, given
Yeah.
the situation where it's like they're taking off and Grace, I think, grabbing onto the yoke and trying to keep the helicopter airborne, I don't know that that's any worse or better a choice than pulling out the pistol and firing at the zombies that are on the windshield, because
Mhm.
either way, you might be seconds away from death. But crashing a helicopter, it's shocking that even one of the people got out of that unscathed. Like it's realistically, it's super bad to be in a helicopter and to have it go down in general.
Yeah.
Well. Wait, where the fuck were we? Oh yeah.
We were in the hangar. She just melted the girl under
Yeah.
the sunlight, and Zeno shows up.
Yeah, so
Oh,
she
what a
she
world.
goes away. I guess she just kind of wanders off because she needs to think about the thing that just happened. Leon can't go after her immediately because he's coughing up blood. And Gideon is here, and he's like, "Hey, Elpis is in reach. Are you lost? You're not. You're supposed to be here." And then he opens the door, and then we got Timu Wesker. I saw people call him Lesker in chat. And I'm pretty sure when this started happening, I was like, is this fucking Wesker? Did they just clone him back or something? I was like, no, this is Zeno. Z.
Somehow Wesker
I'm
returns.
like, I'm
I thought it
honestly
was
super.
Wesker. Yeah.
Considering the like amount of stuff about cloning in this game, I'm like kind of. I guess I mean maybe you could argue it's a bit of restraint that they didn't come right out and say he's a clone of Albert Wesker.
Fake
Because
skin.
honestly, if he's not supposed to be, that's just nuts. Like, I think the only thing that would make any sense is that this guy's a Wesker clone. Otherwise, it's like, so then he is just Timu Wesker. Then, if he's just another guy that happens to have like blonde, short, crew cut hair and sunglasses and Matrix powers.
I also remember in Village that the BSAA, like at the end, like Chris's team did recover something from the BSAA. It was a bioweapon that looks strangely similar to Chris as far
And
as structure goes.
well, but I mean, in like the orphanage will show you that at the very least, like there are a hell of a lot of clones in this game, even so. Him being a Wesker clone would, I think, honestly make more sense to me than him not being one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Lester is barely relevant to the entire story too.
He is.
Yeah.
It's so he's basically like, hey, you're the reason for this Raccoon City destruction, but you're also the final key to a brave new world. Let us show you your true destiny or something. Purpose, it just said there on screen. And I guess she's just like, okay. Then she goes with them. I assume she was forced to get on there, but she looks like comfy-ish.
No, yeah, I think at this point she's decided to just play along with them, which yeah, I don't know that I would have made that jump if I were Grace, to be honest.
Nah.
I think there's a really grating juxtaposition here for me because like that, like the Grace and Leon parting ways worked for me on some level, despite the surface plot problems that we were talking about. But then it does this cutscene where this shutter door opens and it reveals this character where it's just like, okay, do we know this guy? Because it's making a very like it's making a point to like reveal this
Yeah,
character.
look at
Like,
that
it's
guy.
like this is a big deal, right, yeah.
And it's like,
And
oh,
then
is that
it's just
Wesker?
like-
It's like, no, actually. It's like,
No,
oh.
yeah, no, it's just this new guy who's like super cringe, and wears his jacket like a cape and has
Yeah.
crucifix sword earrings, and and has all this cringe dialogue like, "Come with me, Grace, and I will show you your
Embrace
true
your
destiny," and all
destiny.
this like lame shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my god, dude. Like
I
you
mean,
like I was with you for a second there, and then now you just like soured it with this like stupid bullshit.
Yeah. We need you
I
as the
think-
final piece. Okay, why did you send all these monsters after me and this big crazy child? Why didn't you help me? You need me. You hugged me upside down and
I
got my
also think
blood.
it would have been so easy to get her on that helicopter if you just have Gideon say, if you want to save the girl, get on the chopper. We'll take you to where we can get what is needed to bring Emily back. Because then that would given her maybe a reason that we could get behind, saying that yeah, this is why she's deciding to hop on a helicopter with who are clearly the bad guys. And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't
Brother,
know.
you hung me upside down and drank me of my blood. Why would I go with you? Destiny.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing, right? It's forcefully, or you give us a good reason to believe why she would make the choice. And I think that Timu Wesker saying because it's your destiny, it's like, buddy, you're not the emperor. Like, stop it.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be a Sith.
And he
nah.
smokes a cigarette. You have to
Also,
have the
one can
cigarette,
only
too.
speculate where Leon was this whole time because his coughing stuff normally doesn't take that long, and Grace was just taking a leisurely stroll. I guess he just went straight back to his car. It's like, oh, I guess I'm going to Raccoon City then.
My Porsche is parked at the other end of the water treatment
Yeah.
facility.
I'm sure like just
Yeah,
gonna pick her up on the way around. It's like, wait, where's she gone? It's like,
But that's when I started streaming this game, like when I got to Raccoon City.
oh,
It's
okay.
like a lot of people have already, done the care center and stuff. I'm like, I'm gonna go right to Raccoon City. I want to see what this is all about. But I want to see if there's more to anything besides member berries.
Oh, well, we
Yeah,
get
well,
into that.
this is like a gauntlet of member berries.
Yeah.
This,
Well, I mean,
this
at least the
last
back half.
stretch,
Right.
Less so in the
which
first half.
it worked for me to a degree. I mean, I think it was the amount of member berries was excessive, but I mean, I'm not too precious about the Resident Evil lore. Like people are, I think a bunch of people are arguing that like this game retcons a bunch of stuff and like what I mean that's a fair point, but like I never really played Resident Evil for the story, like in any sort of primary way. Like it's the franchise is like riddled with ridiculous characters and plots and very very basic storytelling. Well, a bunch of the games are just like, oh, there's an outbreak, and then you gotta find the you gotta investigate, and then there's an underground lab, and then there's the self-destruct system, and then you gotta kill the final boss on the helipad, and then escape
Someone will throw
on
you
the
a rocket
helicopter,
launcher.
and then fly off into the sunset, and then buy everyone a beer after all this is over. Like I feel like that's like the story like every fucking time. Like
Yeah, I
so
mean,
I if the lore, like if this game changes a few things in the lore to make it work better, fine. But like I mean there are so many things in this game that could have been done better in terms of storytelling.
yeah, and I think that like people are comparing it to Star Wars. I know like Star Wars actually like at least for the first three movies in particular, and like there were some retcons between the novels and the prequels for sure. But I think that the lore in Star Wars being accurate is I think a bit more important than in Resident Evil, because Resident Evil you'll have things like Resident Evil 6 where it's like I think the majority of fans would not even want like half the things that happen in that game to even be canon. And I'm personally, I guess, as much as I like the Resident Evil series, I've been playing them since 1996. Like I played the original Resident Evil the year it came out, and I've always looked forward to the newest games. But I think I've always been kind of more concerned with, does this game make sense within itself? Than does this connect to the lore absolutely perfectly in all these different ways? This one, I guess, is in a bit of a weird spot in that regard, in that it tries to connect itself to Resident Evil 2 more specifically. So I think it's only fair to like analyze it at least under that lens, where if it's retconning anything from Resident Evil 2, they can't really say, well, forget about Resident Evil 2. This is Resident Evil 9. It's like, yeah, but you're reminding me of Resident Evil 2. You put me in the Raccoon City police station.
Yeah.
Stop it. But
Yeah.
I think like honestly, my bigger problem with the way this game's written is that just so much things within this story make no sense. And I'm more upset about that than I am about any minor things that it might change, like to the lore, as opposed to just the plot of this game.
I honestly don't even know what the big retcons are. Like, I mean, I played all the Resident Evils recently. I guess maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, or I just don't care enough overall about the lore and what was happening. But like, other than the weapon that was used to obliterate Raccoon City, and maybe some stuff regarding Resident Evil 5 because they're teasing the Resident Evil 5 remake, and also the stuff with because Spencer like had a change of heart.
So that's
Like
the thing.
That's the
James and
massive
Muller
one, which
thing
I
with
would
that.
Okay, yeah,
get
yeah.
into
And-
anyway.
And again, like, and my problem is again less with that being a problem for Resident Evil lore, and more just like, does that make sense considering? Oh, well, I guess that would be lore. And
I
it,
mean,
it
yeah,
just
they're
kind of doesn't.
connected, and
Yeah,
it's like a
okay,
massive
so fair enough.
crossover that doesn't make any fucking sense. But we'll get there when the that reveal happens, because it's nonsense.
I mean,
I-
like,
Because
the
I guess
whole
all the
ending-
other games were setting up Spencer as like this diabolical guy, where it's just like he just
like
wants
a
to be
eccentric
God
mastermind
or
guy
whatever.
that like
Yeah.
makes
And
puzzle trap houses.
Well,
and
the,
I
the
think what's
times
throwing a lot of
cross.
people off is,
While
like,
Resident Evil
when-
5 is happening, apparently he has a change of heart and does the shit with Grace, While he's saying,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
supposed to be a god. It's like, yeah, but apparently to this game, you're like, I have this whole new plan going on beneath the other plans.
Because I
So,
Yeah.
adopted a totally normal
And
baby girl out of nowhere. That it's
I remember
yeah,
in
yeah. I
Resident
mean,
Evil
that's
5.
what I mean. Like, I think that I guess what I'm trying to say is the problems that happen with this game's ending, I don't think are a problem because they interact with Resident Evil lore incorrectly. I think it's just this story is not constructed very well. Like, it
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
my bigger problem with it. I guess is more what I'm trying to say. Whereas I
Yeah.
think that like if because ultimately if the whole thing is like Spencer wanted some kind of redemption, so he made Elpis, which I gotta imagine took some time and wasn't just something he fired up on his deathbed, especially with there being this much pomp and circumstance around how it is released, and the key for its release being a person just remembering a word that was used a couple times in some videos is just really silly, and I think that that being done much better could have helped a lot. But I guess yeah, from the lore standpoint of Spencer having any kind of change of heart, it really does mess with a lot. So that's a problem
I-
too. I just think that I
A
would have
lot
been
of
more forgiving if
I
this
did say
story
before
worked better.
that a lot of people were gonna have issues with how they are handling one of the legacy characters in that series. And yes,
I know. I'm just saying that I think for me it would be much less of a problem if this story worked on its own in a way that was airtight.
right.
Whereas I think my bigger problem is that it messes with the lore and most of this doesn't make any sense. And I think like for the experience of playing this game, I'm I guess more focused on the I wish that this story on its own made more sense, more so than I'm pissed about what it did to Resident Evil lore. Because I mean, you can be pissed to, I guess to bring up the EFAP anniversary guy that we covered. You could be pissed at how Andor fucks up Star Wars lore, but also it's like if Andor functions quite well as a story on its own, I'm kind of okay with that. Whereas like this game is not. There's a lot of problems in this story on its own without talking about what it does to the lore. Is my point.
I like the franchise in total is riddled with problems and grandiose, over the top characters and plot lines, and I think it's sort of I mean I think I haven't beaten Code Veronica, but I've heard the story is kind of ridiculous with like the twins and whatever new characters it introduces, and then like Resident Evil 4 went in this new direction with the Las Plagas thing. It sort of tried to get away from Umbrella a little bit, or a lot, because like Umbrella was only like mentioned in that game like towards the end, and then Resident Evil 5 did this. I think was that an evolution of the Las Plagas? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
it was the Ouroboros was what the Las Plagas were called in by Umbrella, I believe, but in Africa. And I guess Las
Yeah,
Plagas just being what the Spanish people that were interacting with it directly called it.
right. And then
Same
Resident Evil
thing.
6 did this whole
Wait,
dumb,
okay, James is mad at
inconsequential
me for
thing.
that. I mean, like, as far as I could tell, the Las Plagas and Ouroboros are functionally the same parasite.
Yeah.
James
Again,
is upset though in chat. I noticed.
And then
it may
Resident Evil
be the
7
same
introduced the
storytelling.
mold thing, which is a whole new thing,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
okay,
Yeah.
what are we trying to prove here right now? Because right now
I-
I'm just
I don't
hearing
know.
everything is
I'm not
nonsense and
gonna-
everything sucks, which is
Yeah.
still bad. I don't know why
Yeah.
we're going through. I was like, oh, the retcons are fine if this is good. It's like, no, retcons are shit.
Well, I mean,
That-
like, I guess
I-
I'm not saying it's fine. I'm saying that, like, I think I would be. I think that if I were to say, hey, let's rewrite Resident Evil 9, and we can either change this story, keeping all the retcons the same, and have this story make sense on its own, or we can keep the story as ridiculous and insane as it is, but the retcons will all be fixed. I would prefer the version of the story that functions independently, regardless of the retcons. I guess, like, and that's more of a personally, I'm more bothered by this story being bad than I am by the retcons themselves.
No,
That
I,
was
I
my-
agree with that. Yeah.
I don't know. I just want them all to be fine.
I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, like,
ideally,
okay, yeah,
if you establish certain things in previous entries in the franchise, you don't want to revert on that or change it. But I mean, from my perspective, it's just all such a mess already that if they feel that they need to tweak something in the past to make this one work, fine, but then there are still a bunch of problems with this where it's like, why? I mean, just because Resident Evil has been fucked for a while, that doesn't mean it's like doomed existence. I mean, you can just decide as being Capcom, like, let's do a proper game now with a story that makes sense, and now let's just like adhere to that, and then let's try to take the story seriously from now on. Like, I totally think that Capcom should do that. But
We just try
given the
to
state that the Resident
make.
Evil franchise is in overall, like if like in the case of Spencer, I mean that is a pretty egregious one. I have to admit with Spencer,
Yeah, I agree.
because like they established him as this like evil guy who just wants to play God, and then with Resident Evil 5, which I think is still fairly fresh in everybody's memories, like he like when I think I don't know if it's in the main game or in the DLC Lost in Nightmares, but then like Wesker kills Spencer, and at that point Spencer is just like, I want to be God or whatever. So like if that's the point he dies, and then we're rewinding a bit in time in this case, and then Spencer all of a sudden has a change of heart, that would imply that like all of a sudden he decided to be God again, and then he died. Like
Yeah,
that
because
makes no
at that point
sense.
he already has Grace as his orphan child. Because like I was making mistakes. Because somewhere before he dies, that's when that interview happens. But during
Yeah,
the part where he dies, he's eugenics man is like, I was meant to be God. So this is like it's nonsense. Also, I just saw what
yeah.
Mahler wrote. It may be insane storytelling a lot of the time, but the meaningful pieces are not helped by future retcons. Imagine if RE10 began with LOL, Grace was actually Spencer the whole time in RE9.
Right?
uh,
Yeah.
And yeah, like again, I'm not excusing the
Well,
retcons or saying retcons are totally fine. I guess I'm just saying that like in as far as my experience of this game went, I was more bothered by this game's plot not functioning independently than I was by what it did to Resident Evil lore.
I mean, yeah,
And again,
I know what you
obviously,
mean
like
because we're not like super mega fans of like Resident Evil that know all the lore. So if for us, like, oh yeah, this is gonna be overall way better, but we have like one or two retcons, it's like, oh, that's a bit shit. But at least the game was kind of solid. But
mhm.
well,
obviously, as
it's
it goes, we now have big retcons and a shit game, a shit
I
story.
I consider myself a huge fan of Resident Evil, but my knowledge of the lore remains spotty because I just don't care enough about the story and the lore of it, because that was really never the reason why I played Resident Evil. Like that wasn't the primary draw for me. Like I like the horror and the item management of it,
Mm.
and the gameplay and the combat. The story was always very either ridiculous or very straightforward. So that the integrity of the overall franchise lore, it's just not a huge concern for me.
But I think both John and I will probably agree that yes, in a world in which there was a great story that also perfectly coincided with the lore, that would be ideal. Like none of us are saying that you can't tell a good story while adhering to lore. It's more that
Hmm.
like I mean again, I'm focused on the immediate problem this game has more so than the meta problem, you know?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and I think at
For
any point they can sort of, you know, it's like, okay, let's take this seriously now. Like, let's make a story that makes sense. Let's put like Grace with a FBI partner and then put her to this crime scene, or maybe just pick a different agent and then Grace like finds a way to just go independently to the crime scene or whatever. Like just a plot that makes sense on the surface level.
Mhm.
Like there's no reason why they can't just do that. And I wish they would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but I take these games as they come, and it's just like, all right, this is what we're doing. I like the things that it did. I like that Leon is exploring Raccoon City. I feel like that sort of functions as a metaphor of him sort of haunted by his past and exploring his own barren sort of state of mind because he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He's just so numbed by combat that he doesn't give a fuck. Like that worked for me. I mean, if you're gonna like, there's certain things that were retconned. I think it's a matter of degree regarding the retcons. I mean, some are worse than others. I think they changed the nature of the weapon to make it so it was non-radiation, to give people an excuse to explore the ruins of Raccoon City without being poisoned. And I have to say, I like the idea of Leon exploring the ruins of Raccoon City. I think that's pretty cool. I like what it did in that regard.
Mhm.
And I also
Yes.
like the boss fight here. I like the callback to the original Black Tiger boss fight in the first game.
I hate
Um,
spiders.
Speaking of the
I was
first game,
sitting
I
the
I'd
first
fight a
time I
giant
played.
spider over a giant snake any day if we're talking about Resident Evil 1 bosses. I hate snakes.
So,
Uh,
anyway, let's go into the actual Leon part then. So yeah, we are in Raccoon City, and to get into Raccoon City proper, we have to open a gate which has explosives on it, but the detonator is not there, and we need to find 3 pieces. Again 3, to put it all together, and also a little toolbox to repair it. So we have a couple of places to go and zombies to kill. Sorry, pointing out, we got a big spider fight, which is, well, we had big spider in other games, so we fight another big spider. This is one of the many enemies in this whole area. There's like, hey, you remember those enemies? We got them here too. I don't know, this boss fight is fine. Just the go around, shoot it, hit the spot at the back, which is vulnerable for more damage, all that stuff. And you end up being in the down in the train stations, and you end up in
shoot 'em
the
off alone.
yeah, and you end up you end up at the big I guess you can call this semi-open world section with all kinds of places to go and explore. And
Yeah, and there's some structure to how you're able to interact with the different kind of 3 points of interest that you have to go to. Like it is a little bit guided, but I did like that you had a bit more flexibility than something like Village, where it was like, yeah, go to these in any order when you flat out cannot go to any of them except for the very specific order the game wants you to approach each like dungeon. And I thought this area did a little bit better with that, where you don't necessarily have to do one first. You can kind of grab the pieces in the order you want. Though you do have to get the gas can before you can get most of them.
yeah,
So
so
the gas station is important to go to first, I guess.
for the Leon parts, this is definitely the parts I enjoyed the most. Because you get to shoot a bunch of Zambos, go around as Leon and stuff. That's always kind of enjoyable. Mechanics and everything do work. But the more I played this, the more I was like, man, I wish I would just be playing Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil 4 Remake. Because the areas you fight in are much smaller than a whole bunch of the Resident Evil 4 areas. Because, sure, in this one you go around, kill all the zombies in the area, and go ahead. You essentially do the same in Resident Evil 4. And I'm gonna be mentioning Resident Evil 4 a bunch with this, because this is the standard I hold this up to, because that was a game from many, many years ago that they recently remade. So, and the remake was also really good. So there was really no point for them not to, kind of adhere to that structure of level design and everything. It is missing the bigger areas, like, for example, the village part in the beginning, which fucking rules and is one of my favorite levels to do, full stop. Like, I could do this over and over and over again, which I did in the past, in both versions. And you get to go around, funnel enemies. There's an escalation going on where it's like, oh, there's just a couple of zombies. And then, ooh, first Chainsaw Man is here. And you're gonna shoot them to death. It's like, oh shit, there's a second one. If I'm fast enough, I can kill that guy. And then you do it all like on professional mode. And it gets even harder, but it's super satisfying to do. And every time you try it, it goes a little bit differently, because 2 zombies come from the other side this time because you didn't kite them properly or something. And it's like lots of things you can do to keep it entertaining with all kinds of different enemy types. Or you have the whole set piece with the, I forgot what they're called, the blind guys with the claw hands.
Oh, no. Oh God, yeah. What are their names?
I forgot what
I
they're
know the
called.
ones you're talking about.
Yeah,
The
but you have this.
Wolverines with the Plagas back.
Exactly. We have like this
Yeah.
this bigger room where you have to kind of carefully go around them while killing the other ads, and then you can kill the big guys. And you have like all kinds of different things you can do. Like even the Ashley things where you have to protect her and kill the enemies while they go for you. It just kind of
Mhm.
does a lot of things that keep you entertained and keep you going. But here you have like a couple of like I like the part where you have to do the mortar things. That was the first time I had to how did I call it when we talked about it initially? The first time when I had to properly sit in my chair and lock in, as they say, because I kept getting exploded and I needed to figure out where to go.
That's actually one of the parts I didn't like because they were like the zombies. Not only were the zombies operating the mortars and like targeting you with a certain precision that I feel like zombies shouldn't have, but also the zombies are climbing ladders to
Yeah,
like get at you while you are using the mortars to bomb them.
yeah. No, when
And
you
it's just this whole sequence just felt like really rushed to me, where it's just like, let's just make the zombies climb ladders, fuck it. Or let's make them fire the big guns, even though it makes no sense. Like
yeah, and then
that bot. I mean, I can handle zombies having guns and shooting vertically
Wildly,
because
yeah.
they can't handle the recoil, right? Because so then they're firing the gun absent-mindedly, and then their aim is just traveling upward. But then, like on insanity difficulty, I noticed that they start firing their guns horizontally as well. I don't remember that being a thing in the other difficulties. I feel like that's just on insanity. But I was just like, how no, they wouldn't have the wherewithal to do that.
mm,
And then
they do
the shit with
become
the mortars and the ladders is on any difficulties. So
even the gun ones. They're
yeah.
pretty accurate, even on longer ranges. I noticed they tagged me quite a bunch of times, even on the normal difficulties.
Also on
Right.
the point of climbing, even in the Grace cover segment, like while she's running into the church, you do see some of the zombies like scaling fences and stuff. So at least they're establishing that in this game, zombies climbing, yes.
hmm
Um,
Yeah, I don't like them climbing the fences either. I feel like they shouldn't. I feel like they're going broadly, like in terms of zombie rules. They're going with like shuffling dumb zombies. I feel like they shouldn't be able to climb shit. I feel like
right.
that's going a step too far.
I mean, yeah,
Uh,
like I think you could easily make the argument that that's a retcon from Resident Evil lore if this is the T virus, because like T virus zombies are like, I mean, I see PS1 ones that move very, very slow, and they only really become a problem in large numbers, tight spaces when you don't have ammo, or if it's just full blown a different type of enemy like a licker or a hunter.
yeah.
Mhm.
But
So
yeah, these ones are somewhere between the Lust Plagas and T virus as far as their functionality goes.
yeah. So while it's kind of fun going around shooting the zombies and everything, as soon as I got some upgrades and the one of the shotguns, I think the second one you get the 90 some P9, not P90. That's a different weapon.
The
Uh,
police one or the tactical one?
I think the tactical one. That's the
The
one I
tactical one's
used.
better.
Uh, I as soon as I got that gun, basically all the enemies were like a non-issue because it's super accurate. It has decent damage and it just annihilates everything in like 2 shots. So it
Mhm.
kind of just became a shooting gallery for me, and I was kind of going through mindlessly because I just had that much firepower, which is only fun for that long. And I think it was like missing these kind of set pieces. I guess you could count the chainsaw guy, where it was kind of fun to kill the chainsaw guy with your own chainsaw, and have like the fucking crossing of the chainsaws and everything. So
Yeah, chainsaw sword fighting.
and I killed him that way as well, so that was kind of fun. But for
I
the
mean, there's
most
also
part, yeah.
the bombed out skyscraper. You can do like there's the sequences where you can shoot out the glass to like make them just fall to their deaths. I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah, that's on the surface kind of neat. Mauler actually went for a whole tangent on this thing because like on the surface, and I can't really make it justice. He figured this out and did like a whole thing on that. Go check that part out. But essentially what
Underneath that?
happens is, as soon as you break them in a certain way and you can't get over it anymore, so you can't, quote unquote, progress,
Yeah, the whole thing collapses.
the whole thing just collapses. You don't
Yeah.
even get to
That
jump
did happen to
over.
me once.
Uh,
'Cause it won't let you contextually jump from one panel,
Yeah.
like a single panel.
Yeah, and that
So
is.
if you isolate yourself, then all the tiles get broken.
yeah.
And there's an element of like that kind of makes it seem like, okay, like even this part, it seems like you're rushed because I feel, especially because Leon is jumping throughout that sequence to get even to the broken glass area. That does seem like an oversight. That
Mm.
like why not have Leon be able to jump from one to the next, even if the jump did one hit of damage, because each of the tiles, unless you hit it with like a shotgun or a rifle, it's 2 shots from like a handgun or the submachine gun, like any kind of automatic weapon. 2 bullets will destroy the glass. So if you make it so that the system is Leon can only jump to solid ones or else they will break, I think that would have been fine, but I guess they just didn't take the time to do that.
Nope. Well, they don't think of crazy people like us who actually try things.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. You also don't have any like, I guess like treasure hunts, you could say, where you go around and have like some shady guy you can sell stuff to and do your upgrades with.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not.
All-
I was about to bring up the BSAA crates, but yeah, there's no what are you buying?
Yeah, you got
guy.
the BSAA crates, and you just collect points by killing things. It's like 500 per zombie, and then it goes up with like bigger zombies to like a certain degree. I think it's actually 1,000 points on insanity mode. I think they give you 2. Interesting enough, if you have like a lot of ammo, I guess, and you want to be super effective, don't shoot their heads off, because you get 2 points if you get double points.
If they turn into a blister head,
Yeah, you get points again. That's something I tested out, so that's kind of funny.
counts as a kill both times.
Yeah. I guess
I thought it was funny that you also get points killing the umbrella operators later on who are not zombified.
Yeah.
So it's like the BSAA currency system wants you to kill like human people who are like have
Didn't
nothing
someone
wrong with
bring
them.
up that they like were infected or something? Like, I mean, to me, they were like almost entirely caked out in armor, so I didn't really notice.
The
but I thought
only
early-
thing you can say
was
who was
great.
infected was Hunk, because you see his hand when he's lying on the floor, and he has got the
okay.
Raccoon City AIDS on him.
Yeah.
Assuming that is Hunk, I guess we just infer that it's Hunk, but he's credited as the commander.
Yeah,
The second I saw him, I was like, "Oh god, is Hunk showing up for a boss fight?"
it's kind of funny. Yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh yeah. I guess blue medallions. Not really. You got the Mr. Raccoon statues. I guess that counts kind of the same, but that just gives you a thing when you get all of them, and not like a continuous reward after a couple of times. But yeah, I had fun going around shooting a bunch of shit, but I was missing a lot of the really cool shit from the Resident Evil 4 remake they made you do, which I guess also means the cool shit they made you do in Resident Evil 4, the OG one. So like even on like repeat playthroughs, I was just kind of going around mowing everything down. Even before I had unlimited ammo, it was just like, yep, just going through here, killing everything, and not really any roadblocks or anything. It was just kind of mundane, and I just got bored. I was like, okay, well, just do the things. I want the challenge done. And yeah, I mean, I already mentioned this chainsaw guy. That was kind of fun. And yeah, that's basically what you do in this section. It's a big old action piece, you could say. You go into like a garage that's kind of dark, but not really dark enough to make it spooky. It's just more zombies knee deep in water, and you go grab a fuse there, open a thing.
Batteries.
Got the occasional, well, I guess you could just call them bloaters, with like the things on his body, like the glowy parts. And yeah, I mean, it took me a little bit to get through everything, just to explore everything. And I got a lot of things. Like on my first playthrough, I got 21 of the raccoon statues without any guides. So That was kind of neat.
I thought that was at least a neat way of mixing things up, where you know you have the bloater enemy, but if you explode his pustules, it acts as an accelerant to the other base zombie type, where it
Yeah, it
turns
turns
them
into
into
blister
blister
heads.
heads. Yeah, I thought that was neat.
James is mentioning that the BSAA Civil War is ignored in this one, but I'm pretty sure that when you find the BSAA soldiers like in the building right before the mortars, does like doesn't like I think Sherry I think says something about it seems like the BSAA North America is doing their own thing that's not really that we don't understand. Like I think it is at least alluded to that there are factions of the BSAA that might not be working towards the same goal.
Well, didn't Chris and a bunch of guys from the BSAA defect
Yeah.
to form a wolf squad? And so
And
they're
they're the
not
ones
BS.
who show up at the end.
They're all ex BSAA guys who don't agree with what Umbrella was doing, and that, I mean, not that they ever did agree with what Umbrella was doing, but I guess Chris decided to work for them at some point because he figured that Umbrella was trying to clean up their mess in the form of
Blue
establishing the
Umbrella.
BSAA. But then he figured, oh well, it's just ultimately still corrupt, which, I mean, you would, I don't know why he didn't come to that conclusion sooner, but then he eventually figured, like, we can't work for these guys anymore. And so he just rallied a bunch of people to be like, let's form our own unit, I
Yeah,
guess.
and I mean, again, like I don't know that I'm gonna be able to go into the ins and outs of the finer points of that. I guess the only thing I was addressing is that there is dialogue, like mandatory dialogue in this game. It's not just a file or something that you maybe didn't read, where they do mention that there are factions within the BSAA that are at odds with each other. So I guess that's the only
Hmm.
thing I really wanted to point out there.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah, you just go through this whole area. Honestly, I don't have anything really else to say about this except you go around, kill a bunch of shit, and eventually you end up on the big old motorcycle chase. I mean,
Yeah.
stop me if you guys want to add anything, but that's just essentially what it boils down to.
I mean, I think we talked about the areas with the novel mechanics, like the mortar and the glass in the skyscraper. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think we're ready. As far as I'm concerned, we're ready to move on to blowing up the gate and Resident Evil 6 scene.
Well, I think the Raccoon City stuff, I mean, worked for me on a metaphorical level, where Leon is like exploring his own sort of barren state of mind. I mentioned that before, but also like in terms of gameplay, it felt like a weird mix of The Last of Us and Silent Hill,
Hmm.
where you're exploring the apartment building and the parking garage and stuff. It reminded me of gameplay bits from both of those games.
The Last
And
of Us.
you
I
know,
don't know if I
like,
saw much Silent Hill in there though, but
well, I think in the dark with the apartment building, I think that's what reminded me of it.
yeah, maybe.
Um, but yeah, I mean, there wasn't like so much like exploring rooms and stuff, and you know, everything is just so destroyed in this environment that I guess you can't really compare it to Silent Hill 2 in a overtly, you know, aesthetic way. But like, I don't know, just the idea of exploring an apartment building in the dark and it being sort of spooky reminded me of that. And I like the incorporation of the stealth mechanics. Like, it didn't forget about it. Like the game sort of forgot about the like chainsaw mechanic, but then it comes back in the gas station.
Mhm.
But it's like the one part where it appears again.
Hmm.
Like, I feel like the like, if you're gonna have the chainsaw mechanic, maybe have at least 3 points in the game where that happens. It feels like just the beginning, and then the gas station feels like if
You
it.
fight another chainsaw guy on the descent from the skyscraper, but you can't pick up the chainsaw even if you kill
Hmm.
him before anyone else.
Right.
Which I was a little let down by because I think I prioritized him. I think I might have used a requiem shot to kill him, and then it was like, oh, now I'm just stuck here.
Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
even reloaded my shotgun. No, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think there could have been like one more chainsaw set piece where you can pick up the chainsaw as the player. But whatever. It's not a big deal. I mean, I was at least pleased that it did it one more time with the gas station, because I remember around that time I was just like, "There's that chainsaw bit at the beginning, but then we never did that again." And then I was like, "Oh, now it's doing it." So that was kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah,
I
we
also like being just running around Raccoon City, the sort of vacancy and isolation of it, like just like having time to just be alone as Leon for a while and a bunch of backtracking back and forth. That actually kind of worked for me. Um, I like the immersion of that. I thought that was cool.
hmm.
I love that you get to fight a tyrant one-on-one, and that you don't need to have a rocket launcher this time. You could just fight him head on.
Are,
Oh
are
wait,
we
are we jumping ahead?
I was about like, are we gonna talk about the police station in
Oh,
any
we
detail?
will.
Or...
We will talk
Yeah.
about
Yeah,
the
I
police
was, I was
station.
about to say, I was like, oh yeah, we're skipping an entire pretty big, or like I guess
Yep.
a bit of
Yeah.
a section.
Sorry. Well,
Not so
I
much big.
suppose
It's
we'll,
quite short.
suppose we'll get to that later. Let's go through yeah, like his exploration through the RPD and him encountering Xeno.
Yeah. Well, first we got motorcycle to ride.
Motorcycle, yeah.
Oh yeah, motorcycle.
Uh, see that just want me them to just lean in more on the complete crazy shit. Like this was so fucking funny. He's just riding his motorcycle. There's big zombie dogs. Gideon is here, shoots you with a rocket launcher as like absolute insanity. He jumps over all this shit, and it just all works out because he's Leon Kennedy, because that's why.
Leon Kennedy has the ability to perfectly calculate physics at all times. And
Especially
there's a big moment to this towards the end of the game too.
Even physics, he can't even see that a thing.
Yeah. He knows the angle of that building and understands the geography.
Yeah.
Aim for the bushes, Leon.
You obviously also get an unlimited shot a gun, which I think is Freya's needle. I think that's the gun you get as Grace as a bonus weapon. I think that's the same one if I'm not mistaken. It might be a different one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels pretty different. But yeah, you shoot all the dogs. You can stop Gideon from shooting you if you shoot him in time. And you just kind of go around. It's a rail shooter thingy. You don't actually have to control your motorcycle. You can move left and right a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. It's not like the jet ski sequence where you can crash into shit and just go game over all the time.
It is the most Michael Bay action sequence that this game gets. It's very over the top, very silly. It's kind of fun, I guess. I mean, it's fine. I wasn't like bothered by this sequence or anything, but
we got this.
Yeah,
you got this part right here where he needs to take a detour, and in front of every obstacle, there's a red container that explodes.
Yeah. Super lucky.
Yeah.
Of course, it had to be there.
But yeah, he just keeps going, and Gideon just keeps putting shit in front of you. But there's a big fucking skyscraper, or whatever's left of it. And, you can see it in the footage there. You just drive up there. And,
I'll push back on the chat saying this is like Resident Evil 6 levels. It's not, because Leon's motorcycle does not crash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does this big fuck off jump, and bam, lands it perfectly.
And I don't think Leon has any idea what's on the other side.
No fucking idea. He's
just the skyscraper, so he could be jumping into just a giant pit or whatever, like a fatal fall.
He just fucking wings it.
James, our thing wasn't that every vehicle crashes in Resident Evil 6 being weird. It was that every vehicle the player characters interact with crashes. That's what was weird. It was you cannot enter something with a motor without it crashing in that game. At least the Leon campaign that Metal and I played.
Well, I think with Resident Evil 6, there is a general thing with like things exploding, whether it's a fucking gas truck that shows up inexplicably, or something, or a fighter jet that crashes into the building at the beginning and then falls down to the highway and explodes. Like things explode in that game a lot of the time.
Yeah. Metal and I were just noticing the trend that every single time we got into a vehicle, it would blow up within a few minutes,
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
exception, no matter what type of vehicle it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the end you do the driving at each other mini game. You shoot him like 2 or 3 times, and he crashes and explodes. And well, he's gonna be back later, of course. And Leon says should have worn a helmet. Ba-doom.
But
I like Leon's sassy one-liners in this. I think
Oh yeah,
generally
they're amusing.
Yeah.
fun.
yeah, it works. I'm okay with it.
And now,
Actually, I got a good laugh out of him.
Hmm.
'Cause they're dry. He doesn't like turn into Deadpool. It's just like he delivers the line. That's it. No elaboration.
So
I like that sometimes they're just like unsophisticated to like, or I don't know if that's the right term to use, but you know, like when he walks into the gas station, for example, and the chainsaw guy appears, and he's like, "You must be the town lumberjack or something." Like
Yeah,
it feels like something he would come up with, like
off the cuff
on
and
the
not
fly.
something that
Yeah.
he thought really hard about.
Yeah, there's an unpreparedness to the line where it's just like improvised and it's so lame where I feel like it actually works.
Well, our bicycle eventually runs out of fuel, and we happen to stop where we stop. And Sherry tells us, you should be close to the coordinates. Like, all right, let me look around. Oh, wow, we're right at RPD. That's crazy.
I guess, in fairness, if it's is it the nest? Like it's basically the same lab from Resident Evil 2. It's just
No,
we're
we just
exploring
have to
different
pass
parts of it?
through RPD, and then we
Oh,
walk
okay.
to somewhere completely different. It just happens to be here.
Oh,
Arc
yeah.
is
See,
the
I sort
mother
of
of
thought
all
that we
nest
were exploring other
laboratories.
parts of the same thing, and that like the lab being underneath the Raccoon City Police Department was like relatively consistent. But yeah, that's fine.
Well, the lab that
It's
they're
not
going for is
fine, but
underneath the orphanage, which happens to be right next to the police department, which was established in the Resident Evil 2 remake, right?
I mean, I guess yeah, but like functionally, it's like if there's a giant lab underneath the orphanage, which is a block away from the giant lab underneath the police
No,
station.
I know they should
we
be
not just say
connected,
those
right?
are different
And
parts
maybe
of the same lab.
yeah, of course. I agree with that. Yeah,
No, the lab under the orphanage, under the lab.
yeah. It's a totally different lab. You wouldn't have a connecting hallway at all between the two labs.
Yeah. So,
The mother of all nest laboratories. Arc.
well, now we're here. RPD. Old Faithful. I like that Leon says, can't believe it's still standing. I was like, yeah, that's crazy, huh? That's
Barely.
still here. Yeah, they make like a whole deal of it. It's like, oh, they even played like I think it's like legit called the hallway song or something when you get in here. You get some.
I quite like the music in this area.
Well, the music in the original Resident Evil 2 is great.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
I mean the remake as well, but I think the original score is quite iconic.
Yeah, like this, it fits very well with the remake and here as well, especially. It's really just feels like you're returning to old stomping grounds and you're just remembering, like, the old tunes they used to listen to growing up.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just go around. You can explore RPD, or don't. You can also just grab the jack and just move on in like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Barry has an Easter egg hunt throughout the station as
Yeah,
well.
and I did both of them. I did the Wesker one and the Berry one, where you both get a charm for it. You get to know there's like BSA put an HQ here at some point. But we need to get into the basement here to continue the thing. I'm
not
just
the basement, just the hallway
or
to
hallway. It's just so
it's
dark.
just
I always think it's a
the
basement for
darkened
some reason.
hallway. And they open it up, and then honestly, like as far as the orphanage scene being put here, I think it pads out the game in a way that
Oh, we'll get to that. I'll have something else to say
Oh.
before we get to that one.
Alright.
because this is we're going on Member Berry fucking train tour here right now, like from here on out.
Yeah.
It's really lame. I'm not very fond of it. And I'm kind of just gonna parrot Mahler here from what he said on IFA because I 100% agree. Where we he compared it to the God of War 2018, going back to things from the past. Like, because throughout all of the game, God of War, he doesn't really want to talk about the whole Greek stuff, and because it's like thing he wants to be left behind and everything. And we go on Atreus' adventure, and we establish a reason why we need to go there and grab the thing and actually, mention the past. And we get the whole scene where he's in the boat. He sees Athena. He says because Atreus is in danger at this point, and he needs a weapon that has like the godly fire in it to actually go to not Valheim, fucking
Helheim.
Sorry?
Helheim.
Yeah, exactly. And now he needs to get the blades back, and it's fucking amazing. The score is great. He tells Athena he's not his monster anymore. And it's fucking glorious. And it's not only great because you know the old games, it's also great because if you didn't play the old games, they make it very clear this is a thing of his past he's not very fond of and wants to even dabble in anymore, but he has to go back, and gives it a lot of value as to why we revisit this part of his life. While here we just happen to be close to the coordinates, and RPD is in the way, and we get to move through it, and now we can swell in old memories, basically, and have like a couple of like moments with the officer in the hallway, which I think in isolation is actually pretty cool, where it's like this officer who's been going around these hallways for probably decades now, and we just put him to rest. Like, I like that in isolation, but this just I don't know. I don't feel like this is very earned as like a flashback. Like, I guess in these broad strokes that Jon mentioned, that just kind of work. That would work. But like, just overall, I think the game just doesn't do any work, and not a great amount of work to give you a good, satisfactory reason for you to be here. Except, yeah, we just have to pass through here.
Yeah, and I think that. Sorry, go ahead.
I like what it does on a character level. I think like Leon gets some sense of closure and satisfaction revisiting this area and exploring stuff. I think it could have done more in that regard, but like there is an impreciseness with like what exact coordinates is he going to? Is he going to RPD or is he going to the orphanage? It's like, is it two different labs? Is it one lab? Like it seems like if he was getting coordinates, they would lead him specifically to the orphanage. Especially if they're like different labs, which I guess is the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not connected, so it does seem like, oh, the RPD is on the way, so I guess I'll go in there. That could have been set up better.
Yeah, and
Like
in this big hallway, there's Z and Grace talking about stuff. Where we get the the orphanage flashback. We get to here in a second.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to say is that, like, with the orphanage flashback happening, is you've got the scavenger hunts that you can do in here if you want, but it just seemed like they didn't do much with Raccoon City Police Station. When a building, obviously, it's not going to have as well-structured puzzles as it was when it was a fully functioning building, and it's a building you've been in before, but things like puzzles constructed and finding a ways to pass obstacles that you need to pass in order to get to the place you need to go. I would have preferred another half hour of Leon exploring Raccoon City Police Department in ways that were significant from a gameplay standpoint.
But I thought it was going to be a level. I thought it was just going to be one of the levels we have to play.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And it just it turned out to be like, no, you're here for a minute, but most of the time that you actually spend at this part of the game from when you enter to when you leave is running around as another clone of Emily in like another horror sequence that's a flashback that Eh.
Yeah. No, I agree. If you're gonna have the police station, I think it should have been like less destroyed and expanded upon in terms of how much you can explore and the rooms you can enter, because a bunch of it is like closed off by rubble.
Yeah.
And so like the path that you can explore in RPD is very linear and limited. I mean, if you ignore all the Easter egg and bonus stuff, it's basically just loop around to get to the second floor and get the jack out of the library and then
Yeah.
use the jack on the shutter, and then you go and trigger the cutscene, and then it's over basically.
Yeah.
There's very little to it.
Yeah, so I think we're all in agreement there that we wish they did more with this section, and that like as much as the imagery is nice and there's a couple kind of okay things like the rest easy officer one, that they just didn't do a whole lot with it, and it's a bit of a shame. Thought Metal
I
Gear
remember.
Solid 4 did a pretty similar Shadow Moses sequence, which I guess if you've never played in Metal Gear Solid 4, sorry I spoiled that bit for you because it is actually going to be off PS3 soon. But yeah, like it's like a whole segment of the game that you play through with like unique areas and or like unique perspectives on areas that are now bombed out and destroyed and have enemy encounters and boss fights, and this didn't do that. Functionally the game would not have changed much if you just walked through here and into the tyrant boss fight that's in the basketball court, like on the other side of it. Like,
I remember the cop, the Rest Easy Officer cop. I blew him up with the rocket launcher on one of my runs, and then he said that line,
and it's just
and I laughed. I thought that was so funny. It's like it's what he would have wanted.
Yes.
Blown up by an RPG.
It's the only thing that brings some
I
joy
know.
in
I noticed
life.
I noticed she triggered tofu in your footage there.
I
That's
did.
cool.
I had no fucking idea what was going on. I was so confused because all of a sudden I heard boing boing. I was like, "The fuck is this boing boinging here? What's going on?"
Yeah.
It's like this fucking
That's what I
tofu,
meant.
some mercenaries character of whatever. I don't fucking know.
The way I mean, when I
guess
got
it's tofu
when I got
canon.
tofu to appear, I was deliberately trying to make it happen. And the way I got it to reliably come up is if you solve the berry puzzle. If you get to find the two photographs, you get the thing next to the TV, and then you go into that west first floor hallway.
Mm.
If you walk in and out of that, you can reliably get tofu to like appear as many times as you want.
I shot him in the
I mean,
face.
I didn't even at any point see that, but though as I had moved further in the game than Metal was, I was like, there is a boss fight towards the end of this game that really kind of comes out of nowhere and is just a massive random member berry, and he's like, "Do you fight Tofu?" And I was just like, "You're warm."
You can't shoot him. He
I
doesn't
did shoot
fight
him.
back,
He
but you
he,
can
ta- he
shoot him.
takes damage even.
Yeah.
No, I was referring to Hunk, but like just
Oh,
as
I know,
Tofu
but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if you fast enough, you can shoot Tofu, and he takes a little bit of visible damage.
I mean, honestly, I'm finding out Tofu is in this game at all right now. I did not catch that on any.
Well,
of my
honestly, it's a bit
playthroughs.
weird because I imagine you're like super immersed in this, and it's like, oh, this is crazy, and then all of a sudden it goes like boing boing. It's like, excuse me.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you remember Tofu from the original?
I had no idea who the fuck that character was. No, I had no clue.
Okay.
And people told
Oh,
me though.
The original
Yeah.
Resident Evil 2 had a mode called the Fourth Survivor, and
Yeah.
Tofu was one of the playable characters.
And Hunk was the other one, which is why when you guessed Tofu, I said you're warm. Like, I was just like, you're actually pretty close.
Right.
But yeah, you open up the thing with the jack, and you make your way to the end, and you listen to Grace and Zeno Evelyn, and he talks like, oh, every military unit on Earth come to Raccoon City, and to find Elpis. And it was like, oh, what's this? Oh, it's the last virus Spencer created. It is designed to control human consciousness. And he shows Grace some pictures. And it's like, wait, is this Emily? It's like, oh, in a way, but not the girl you've met. And then we go into a flashback.
Where I think I thought that this was like a flashback where you're playing as Grace who just repressed these
So
memories, but then
did
at the end of
I.
the Yeah,
Yeah.
at the end of the cutscene, it's like, oh, Chloe. It's like, oh, Chloe.
It
Doesn't-
also says
doesn't
somewhere
go.
it's 1991,
1990.
or
You were
1990
close.
even.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, would make her significantly older than she appears in the game. So, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I probably should have caught that, and it not being possible to be Grace then, because there's no way Grace is 36, or I mean even older, like 45 ish.
Um. Anyway,
I at
fuck this
least
sequence.
appreciate.
I
Yeah.
hate
No,
it.
I, on what you're saying here, I agree. Like, I mean, the one thing that's going for it in terms of like why it fits in here is that it leads into
Maybe
what
60. Like,
Grace is seeing on the laptop that she's looking at. But even with that, it's just like, why are we playing as this character here? It seems like it's entirely driven by the desire to just have a spooky sequence
Yes.
here because we've
It's
been playing Leon for so long.
so on my first playthrough, I was like, oh, I'm starting to speculate. It's like, oh, are we doing like some weird shit where there was like a transplant of human consciousness already, and Grace is just the latest iteration that actually worked, and Spencer gave her away or something. And then I realized, like, wait, it's 1991. Wait, this is just some random child. It's like one of the children they experimented on way back. So this is not even one of our characters, or this is just a random child that we we're essentially watching camera footage of this child going around and experiencing all these things. With that said, there's a bunch of spooky
Yeah.
children that go around and break people's necks because children with glowy eyes and stitched up heads are spooky. You constantly have
Which
to hide.
I
And...
didn't even think it was. Like, I don't find this
Oh, me
point
neither.
scary.
I'm just saying what they're
Yeah.
trying to do.
No. Yeah, I figured. But, like, I'm just, like, the design of the enemies, I mean, they all look exactly the same. It's just the same character model. And the glowing eyes is too much.
Yeah.
I don't know why they did that. They just look too similar. And then this cutscene you're playing here, I mean, this was just comical.
Yeah, they just
Like, the way they just, like, they gather around him and he's just like, no, like, he doesn't think to just walk past them or, like, step over
Hunt
them.
him!
Or,
Just kick
like,
him!
Yeah,
do the
exactly.
kids have, like, super strength or something?
They're still
Like,
small.
Even if
Kick
they
him.
have super strength, you just gonna kick them
Fuck the
across the
baby.
fucking door.
right, yeah. Right.
But yeah, this game constantly makes you hide, and you have to wait for minutes for something to happen. For some reason, those children go around and like smash on the beds, like they punch the beds. I don't know what the idea is here, but that's what they do. And it just keeps going, and you walk to the next hiding place, walk around, get a thing, hide. This takes like 15 minutes, and there's no way to speed it up. Like this just you can't do it faster because you constantly have to wait in these.
Even the speedrunners have to do this shit. Yeah, you just have to do it. Yeah, and the banging on the mattress. It's just like the flaw in logic just destroys any tension.
Yeah,
Because it's just like, what is the expectation that they bang on the mattress and you're gonna be like, oh, okay, I'll come out
oh,
so you
sorry.
can kill me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They have like a jump scare in here when you hide under the table. One of the children just falls on top of you, but it's fine. The way they look, they also should see you again, because I don't know, they just cannot make good hiding spaces in their game where you should hide.
Yeah.
It's really stupid. There's this one place here in this hallway where you be here and they just stand there. And it's really weird. I think I actually walk up to them and they kill me once because I was just so confused because nothing was happening. And apparently you just have to walk back and come back here and then they're gone.
On them, yeah. It is a little dumb. This part.
I think there's a trigger volume in the foyer and then the girls despawn. It's really lame.
I think maybe, I guess the intention is they want you to move back into the previous room, realize that you can't go that way either, and then turn around, but I don't know.
Well, the thing is, there's a window, and I was like, oh, do I need to find something to push there, open the window, and go through, or something like that? And then I didn't find anything, go back, and they're just gone. And I was like, oh, I don't know where they
Honestly,
went.
like I found the orphanage to be the most tedious part on every replay because it's so guided and specific, and so much of it involves you just waiting around for them to walk away. That
Yeah.
Man, I'm just like, okay, come on, come on, little creepy kid, drop from the floor. Okay, walk away. Let me go here. Let me despawn these people. Let me pull out the drawer. Let me unlock the thing. I just wish I could skip it. Like,
Yeah.
You can at least cheese this last hiding portion. Like you don't have to hide behind the table here.
Oh,
Like if you
really?
grab the key and then run straight to the hatch, there's like a girl right next to you. But if you just mash X or whatever the interact key is on a
Oh,
keyboard
it just puts you in the
Oh,
on the
really?
sequence.
hatch, yeah,
Oh,
it
okay.
just you
oh, I
can
didn't
skip
realize
all
you could
that
do it.
and it puts you
I
right
thought you
down the
had
ladder.
behind the
Yeah,
boxes.
That's like a 4-minute time save.
Yeah.
yeah, because
Yeah,
that
'cause
that
they
is
take
quite a
forever to
lengthy
walk
hide.
away
Yeah,
after
yeah.
this one. Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, no, I don't think we have much to say about
I mean, we said
the
everything there is to
orphanage
do.
scene other than
No,
like, yeah,
this part sucks. It's not scary, and it's just a grind. Like when you're trying to, speed run it or play it again.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, oh my god, this part.
Also, the kids just lose the ability to grab you at the end when you just have to run past them. By the way, you're still not running very fast. And you climb up, you go to the facility, which is the Ark, but then you get like grabbed anyway after you read a thing and look at some pictures, and that's that.
Yeah, it gets some exposition out of the way, I guess, but it's just awkward because it's just like, would the kid read all these things, like running past all these open notebooks? Like, would she read and understand all this material? And then it's just like,
if she wants to read all the files achievement, she will.
yeah,
Uh,
like, did we need to tease the introduction of the lab before we actually enter it as Leon? Couldn't we have just done all this in the lab as Leon
I know, right?
instead of having this girl part? Yeah.
And again, I mean, again, it breaks the pace of the Raccoon City sequence, or sorry, Raccoon City Police Department sequence, and that like now I haven't been Leon for like 15 straight minutes, and then we're gonna just do a chase scene to get me out of here, and that's it for the member berries I might have actually cared about. Like,
I
Also-
think they were pressured to switch it up because, like, in the first half, you're switching between Grace and Leon, and then you play a lot as Leon. And then I think they were thinking, like, we got to put something else in here. But it can't be Grace because it doesn't quite work in this moment because
so we
she's
do
under
something
Xeno's
that works
capture.
even less.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yes.
stupid.
Right. Let's bring in a new character,
Oh,
right,
also-
for a spooky part.
James just
Yeah.
points out them regenerating is lore breaking. The only thing that can regenerate is the G virus, where it doesn't stop mutating and was barely discovered in 1988. Well, James, you can see this was the secret lab. They were way farther ahead there. This was the super lab.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, I guess
Grace
the
has like a mental
regenerators are
breakdown or
forward
something.
generate,
Because
I was gonna say the
she's-
regenerators. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, it's so weird because Zeno says, "Oh, they were like made after you to replicate you or some shit," and then he shows him this, and she's like, "Oh man, I guess this all was my fault." And it's just a mental breakdown of everything, and then she falls unconscious. I don't.
Well, but I mean, again, they're like made to replicate you, and it's like I'm 23. And
Yeah,
I was like,
it was,
I'm a Zoomer. What do you mean? I was not this age in 1990.
Leon arrives.
When
he tries, oh, go ahead.
when Xeno starts dodging the bullets here, it just
Yeah.
gave me flashbacks of Resident Evil 5. That fucking that boss fight in Resident Evil 5 where you're like luring Wesker through the hallways. Like I find that sequence so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
And it just reminded me of that, where it's just like, oh my god, another teleporty fucking boss that can just dodge bullets.
It's so
Awesome.
stupid. They make a quote unquote new character, but it's literally just not Wesker. It's just he does
Yeah.
the dodging. He kind of looks like
Yeah.
him. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, like again, I feel like we're gonna get a reveal in Resident Evil 10 about there being multiple Wesker clones, and not that that'll make this better, but again, I said it before, but I was like, I think him being a clone of Wesker is actually less stupid than him not being one, considering how he
Wesker.
appears and what he does.
Well, apparently it's like the sons of Wesker or something. Like there's a bunch of Wesker children. They're not exactly
Sure.
clones. I
I
think that
Yeah,
was
but I mean,
something
like
that
Jake
was.
Wesker didn't look like Wesker. He did not have the haircut. He didn't have the sunglasses. He just looked like a different dude that
Oh
happened to be
yeah.
related. But this dude is like Albert Wesker is. I've modeled my look on him.
I mean, I'm certainly not
Uh,
making an argument for the integrity of the Resident Evil lore, but I'm saying like in Resident Evil 5, I think they did set up something where they had like Wesker had children through some kind of some laboratory equipment, like a sort of synthetic children, instead rather than just clones. And I guess one of the children grew up and then turned into this guy who's super
No,
cringe.
no, I think this guy was just made because Gideon calls him a replica or something. I don't think he
Oh,
has
was it?
anything.
Okay.
I don't think he has
Yeah, he
anything to
does
do
say
with
like you're
Wesker.
just a copy, and
Yeah.
but like they don't actually say Wesker in this game at any point.
No, I don't.
They don't even mention the fact that he's like cloned from Wesker. What is he?
No.
Where did he come from exactly?
No,
What
but
the
like I
fuck?
mean that's what I mean. It's like they don't mention it, but you're an imitation, sorry, not a copy. But they don't mention that he is a clone of Wesker, but there is a lot of cloning that is brought up in this game, and he's just so obviously Wesker, even though he's not Wesker. And again, like
Yeah.
I was thinking to the point that it's like if you did not want him to be a clone of Wesker or have that be implied, honestly, just give him any other haircut and lose the sunglasses, and we're more or less fine. He's just another dude who has like bioweapon powers that have not made him start looking like a tyrant.
Yeah.
But I mean, with the sunglasses and the haircut, it's like, what do you want us to think other than this is just Timu Wesker?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not a ridiculous conclusion to come to. That's what I initially thought, because the
Yeah.
story is already set up cloning with the fact that we've just learned that there were clones of Grace made, and now we
And
see
she
this
just
guy
had her
who's a lot like
essential
Wesker,
episode.
who's introduced in a Wesker-esque way,
Mm-hmm.
where it's just like, holy shit, you're meant to be like, is that Wesker? And then he moves like Wesker, he dodges bullets like Wesker, he has a haircut like Wesker. I was just like, I guess this is a Wesker clone.
Yeah.
I understand why people would think that.
Yeah. Well, Grace is now unconscious. She gets dragged away from Zeno. Zeno's like, "Oh, you're a nuisance, Leon, but I don't have time for you. Here, I have this random tyrant I have. Joy."
Yeah.
I guess that tyrant was just hanging out somewhere until he got the whistle.
Yeah, I mean he was just hanging out in the upper floor, and then
Yeah.
it's just like, oh, is it my cue now? I guess I better smash through the ceiling.
Can I come out now? Not yet, not yet. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Leon, I've made sure to dress this one just like the one you fought in 1998.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get they kind of emulate the chasing with the tyrant here for like a very short amount of time. I think at some point he throws like helicopter part at you through the door or through a wall. You dodge
And
it.
even if it stopped moving, if you touch it, it instantly kills you. And
Oh,
impales you as
really?
if it's
It did
moving
kill
close
me the
to
one
you.
time because
Yeah.
I wasn't really sure what they wanted me to do there. I was like, oh, you literally just wanted me to go backwards until it stops. Okay.
Yeah, loop around, and then it's, I guess, a bit of the Easter egg for when you do the clock puzzle in Resident Evil 2 and he bursts through the wall. They want you to have him in a position where he needs to Kool-Aid man the route forward for you.
yeah. Yep,
Although
yeah.
I gotta say, like in 1998 when that happened, like, I lost my shit when he burst through that wall. I'm like they're pre-rendered backgrounds. I'm not used to those backgrounds changing at all. I was just like, whoa. You go through the wall? What do you mean?
It was scary, man, and that's one of the reasons this game worked for me is because of my nostalgia for the first game. I remember it was one of my first 3D horror gaming experiences was Resident Evil 2 on the PS1. And that's like burned in my memory because I was too scared to even. I would get as far as the police station. I would keep quitting. Like I rented the console in the game, and I was just like I loved it, but I was also like I am honestly too scared to like go further in this game than the police station. And yeah, it's one of my strongest gaming memories. So it was I mean, as cringe as the member berry stuff is, which I totally understand, like to some degree, it actually worked on me. I just went with it. Although I mean, but there is the like the surface problem of just like why like Mr. X was here, but like he was just like hanging out
Yeah.
the whole time on the floor above, and then he just decided to smash through on the like at the right time. Like there's a bunch of logistical issues.
Oh, for
I mean,
sure. Yeah.
even you think about it, even if this was going to be the only escape from Mr. X set piece, how cool would it have been if we were exploring this place for a significant amount of time and hearing the footsteps?
Yeah, you could have done
Just
it. That would
thinking
be nice.
at any moment that, like, is there Tyrant here? Is this in Leon's head? That would have been pretty cool. It would have been easy. It's an audio cue. Play a sound file at a couple different distances a little bit, and I think that would have been a lot scarier and, like, honestly more interesting than having us run around an orphanage as one of the Emily clones.
That was something that was really brilliant about the Resident Evil 2 remake too. Was like the
Mhm.
design of the police station having two hemispheres with three levels,
Yeah,
and then so Mr. X can either be above you or below you on either side, and then the 3D sound design would like indicate whether like he's on the floor above you or below you.
yeah, and I will say
Like,
this: playing
yeah,
it on a 2-channel soundbar, not ideal. I
yeah,
learned
yeah,
that yesterday. Headphones definitely makes it a lot easier to figure out where he is.
right, yeah.
Well, you get away from him, and it's very exciting. You go outside of RPD. You can check out the underground garage, which has some resources, but not actually where you need to go. That was just a little optional thing I figured out.
Go to Kendo's gun shop.
Yeah, more of that. Uh, it's yeah. It's like doesn't this have like a cutscene? Sorry, I've
Well,
completely
a
forgot just
little
now.
little cut in flashback of the Kendo's gun shop sequence in Resident Evil 2 remake.
Right.
Just further solidifying the fact that, hey, these remakes are canon now. Just write the originals out of the equation.
Well, yeah, I
That
mean, at
seems to
least with
be
a number of
Capcom's
ones
grand
before.
plan is just to erase the presence of the original games with their like because I think didn't they try to like remove like the ability to purchase the older games
I mean,
or
not
off
on
of certain
GOG, but
platforms? Not GOG. Well, I don't even know if they were on Steam. I don't know.
I
Maybe
don't
I'm.
think they
Okay, so
I
were.
don't. I
someone
remember.
needs to tell me because I actually have no idea. What's the difference between the OG and the remake with this scene here?
I think in the
Um.
original Kendo's gun shop, it's just like he gets attacked by zombies in there, whereas here it's a little story where his daughter is infected with the T virus and Ada is about to shoot her,
Uh-huh.
but he's like, no, and Leon's like, no, like don't shoot him, like come on, have a heart, and then the Kendo goes in the back room and basically blows off both his and his daughter's head with the shotgun. Yeah, off camera, but
Oh, okay.
Yes. In the original Kendo, it's just like a guy at the beginning that gets killed,
killed by zombies.
but
Yeah.
you can take his shotgun if you're ballsy enough.
You cannot take the shotgun he uses to kill him and his daughter. You can't even open the door.
I see. Anyway, we make our way through there. We get a bunch of ammunition, and there's a big place to fight. And you're like, oh, tyrant fight, okay. Uh, he's just a bullet sponge, and you hack him with the hatchet. And yeah, when he throws cars at you, it looks really flumpy.
Yeah.
They move
You-
really weirdly.
The parrying in this is ultra effective though. I found that
Yeah.
like there I think it's the only one that I could not parry was when he jumps and like lands on he does like the power bomb attack or like the
Dude, I think at
Not
this
power.
point I completely forgot about the parry anyway because I was just mowing down zombies without even getting close to them.
yeah.
So
yeah.
here remembers, oh wait, I can parry. I remember. But
I didn't even get the parry achievement until I got to this boss fight because like I totally
I
forgot that was even a
honestly
thing because I never
might be
needed to do it.
possibly me too. Like in my first playthrough at least. But yeah, parrying really helped here, I found.
I
Whereas
played
with
earlier on
Resident Evil 4, I
Instinct
was doing it like
because
right at the beginning.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
RE4.
Yeah.
I basically was just pairing with the hatch from the get-go because RE4 remake muscle memory. It's like a
Ah,
natural
okay.
parry.
It's interesting because I love Resident Evil
right back.
4, the original and the remake, but in
Yeah, I
here
love
I
both
just
versions.
totally it was just out of my mind completely that I could parry stuff. But like when in Resident Evil 4, I was always aware of it. I don't know why exactly. I guess I was just successful enough with ammunition and shooting
Yeah.
stuff, and like when you play as Leon, it's like you've killed enough zombies as Grace that there's barely enough zombies to kill anyway.
Right.
So I just got used to shooting everybody.
Holy shit! I have 53
I
shots
also
and
love the
my
fact
rifle.
that Leon has come a long way since, fighting the very first tyrants in RE2. Because like that tyrant's charge attack at the end of Leon's campaign in the remake, like it just one shots you, like when he charges like that, and the fact that you could
Yeah.
parry that here, it's satisfying. Fuck your one hit kill.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like we were talking about before, like you can parry just about anything. And
Yep.
in a video gamey sort of way, I actually like that that's possible.
James sent me something about the remake and OG stuff.
Yeah, he said in GOG revealed that they had to fight with Capcom to get the OGs on their site.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
Where
Just
did
honor
my
the past to make a better future.
I just made my window disappear. Oh, there it is. Windows, I love it. Whee. Yeah, so back to basics retro. GOG does pride itself on playing slightly different role to its friendly rivals. Unlike some of the other companies, it often doesn't work with the original source code of games. It's also less focused on remastering titles for a modern audience and instead likes to re-deliver that original experience. A year ago, GOG released the original Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 on its platform. And I mean the original ones. Not the remakes or the HD remasters, but the games as they were, albeit with a few technical tweaks. I was one of the people that spearheaded this project, says Marcin Paczynski, I think is how it's said, GOG senior business development manager. Capcom were like, we have all those remakes, it's already the superior experience of those games. They didn't really see the value in bringing back the vanilla versions. It took a lot of convincing that there's an audience that has a lot of memories about those games and would love to experience exactly the same game again. Thankfully, we were able to convince them. Yeah, and that's just another piece that tells you that the big companies did not give a fucking shit about video game preservation as a whole.
Yeah.
Which is lame.
Fucking lame.
And like, I mean, also, do they honestly think that like
Jesus.
people playing the original? Oh, wait, what'd I do?
I think you were
Am
a
I
bit
live?
too close to the mic there. You were mega loud for like a second.
Oh, really? I'm the same distance away from the
you're
mic.
fine
that I was.
now. I don't know. Maybe I don't know why then. So,
All right, sorry, apologies. Hey, guys, that was technical mishap. I don't know even how it happened, but it appears to be
yeah.
stopped.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're fine again. It was just randomly loud for like a second or two. I don't know why.
Oh, okay, my mistake. But anyways, I don't think there is anyone in the world who will like decide not to buy Resident Evil 4, let's say remake, because they could buy the original Resident Evil. Like I think Resident Evil 4. I think like you'll play 4 and then be like, "Oh, they made a remake of this that's apparently pretty good. I'll check that out too."
Yeah.
And doubly so with like remake 2 and original 2. I
Yeah.
mean, is anyone not gonna, if they're interested in the remake of 2, are they gonna see OG like tank control, pre-rendered background, Resident Evil 2 for cheaper, play that and be like, yeah, I'm good, I don't need to play the remake if they were interested at all? I don't think that's the case. So I don't think there's any reason why any company should be like, well, we have the remake, therefore we should stop selling the originals. Because if anything, you could probably make a bit more money on people who like the remakes if they played those first and be like, yeah, I wouldn't mind checking out the original and see what the people who say the original better are on about.
Yeah.
Do they have a point? Maybe yes.
Today's gamers don't like the classic tank control style type of controls and gameplay. Bitch. Indies say otherwise. Tormented Souls 1 and 2 are great.
Yeah, and James just points out Remake 2 cuts out a ton of Claire content, and Remake 3 cuts out a ton of content as a whole. Yeah, because I think
Oh,
when
100%.
RE3 Make came out, I think I played them back to back, the OG. The thing is, I don't really remember my my
Oh yeah,
thoughts on
Crow
it.
Country as well. That
But
one's also great.
I think I said I enjoyed the original more because there was like things just played straight up missing. I don't know if that was still on Twitch or if that's already in my archives. I actually do not remember.
Or which games?
The Resident Evil 3 OG and then
3.
remake.
Okay,
I played them like back
yeah.
to back.
Yeah, 3 cuts out quite a bit. 3, I still think 3 Remake seemed to me like it was originally planned as DLC for Resident Evil 2 Remake, and then they just decided to sell it as a different thing.
Yeah. Oh, James said is in my archives. Sweet. Well, maybe go check that out then. God, I'm still probably still fat there.
I mean I think that 4chan post gets at what I was thinking of. Like it may not have been that they were taking they're removing the old Resident Evil games from sale, but like they just had this general disrespect
Yeah.
for the old games, and that they're just trying to overwrite it with the remakes. It's just like we have the remakes now, so who cares about the old games? But like those old games, they offer a really unique experience.
Absolutely.
I mean, like there is something to be said for the fixed camera perspective approach. Like there is a unique horror that that comes from that you don't get with these remakes.
Is why I always wanted a Resident Evil 2 remake that was in the style of Resident Evil 1 remake. Like I get why they went over the shoulder camera Resident Evil engine. Let's see what Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 2 smashed together looks like. But man, I think Resident Evil 1 remake is really damn good. Though apparently there's a lot of people who got upset at me for saying that like if you're new to Resident Evil and want to play all of them, you are safe to jump to Resident Evil 1 remake, and like apparently that upset a lot of people. And like granted it's been a long time since I played OG Resident Evil, but I own both the original and the director's cut and played them when they came out. I like them. I just remember being like super blown away by the GameCube remake because I was like, man, this is harder, it's more intense, and like there are more boss fights than I remember there being in the original. I don't remember any cut content, but yeah.
It's
Resident Evil
great.
Zero. I didn't like
Go
Zero
ahead.
for the people saying why wouldn't you start with Zero. I don't think Zero was kind of bad.
Someone in chat just
No.
points out that apparently there's a fixed camera mode for RE2 remake. So maybe you
Really?
want to check that out, yeah.
How would that work with the combat though?
I don't know.
Like, interesting. I might check it out though.
Yes.
I imagine like it's probably modded so Leon always aims for the head. Like I
Maybe,
don't know
yeah.
how else you would do it. 'Cause,
Head, like,
as
yeah,
soon as you go fixed perspective, you can't aim at certain limbs, right?
Or like, I mean, the old style of just you can aim straight up or down, and just like straight is shooting the head, down is shooting the legs, and up would be shooting things that are above you.
Yeah, but then you got to build that mechanic into the remake. That like it doesn't have that. Like it doesn't function in the same way as the original did. So
I guess though, if
like
the mod is just the controls thing, like if you hit aim and down, it auto locks a knee, and if you just aim, it's going straight for the head, and or unless they get close enough, in which case with the shotgun you'd have to aim up to hit the head. Because
I imagine that's how they would do it. And bringing up the Resident Evil 1 remake, I think raises a good point. I mean, I love that game. I think it's one of the best horror games ever made. Like that remake of the first one for GameCube, I think it's terrific. It's really creepy. Still one of the best looking games I can think of because of its like unique use of pre-rendered environments, despite it being like a relatively new gen game, like compared to the originals. I mean. Like it still decided to go with the pre-rendered backgrounds, but then it decided to just make it super high fidelity, so it looked really good. But then the mere existence of that game draws a weird line between the old games and the remakes, where it's just like, well, what does Capcom regard as like an old game that should be dismissed? Like, do they include the Resident Evil remake in that?
Yes,
or are they just
apparently
talking about the old PS1 games? Or
Apparently, yes, because at least according to Dust Golem, that like Resident Evil leaker, a Resident Evil remake is in the cards for like 2029 or something like that.
Yeah,
So
heard about that. Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Well, on our way to the Ark, we get another member berry enemy because we got one of the plants, Plant 46 or whatever they call it in here.
Plant 420, dude.
420, yo, blaze it! It's kind of funny because you find a note at some point that just says, yeah, look out for plants. We dropped one of those containers that had one when we tried to deliver it, and now there's a big fuck off plant down there. All right, good luck. You find that after you kill it.
I like when the boss fights start, Leon says, I've killed every plant I've ever had.
That was a good one. I like that.
Yeah, you kind of make your way through a little underground thing with a bunch of plants. Shoot them in their buds. Then you get one big plant, which you shoot until explosive.
Until you get the Deus Ex Machina of a
Yeah,
bunch of red barrels that spawn below it.
Yeah, and then you blow that up.
Even before this point, like when Mr. X smashes in, I got the sense like, okay, we're really leaning into fan service here.
Oh yeah,
where it's just like one member berry thing after another, and then it just with the plant thing, and then the stuff in the lab, which we'll get to. It's just like fucking hell. It's like we're really doing this, aren't we? It's just like it's like a greatest hits album.
Yeah,
greatest hits of Resident Evil.
Well, and I mean, and then to the point of like the big sort of, I guess, like mini debate we were having earlier, that is, I think, the part where if you're not going to be strict about how you're adhering to the canon, using the member berries I can see being quite frustrating. But I don't know. I was more or less like on board for the ride at this point, even though I don't think the story in this game is good at all, despite the retcons. But I guess I can understand the member berries being more of a piss off to people that are more upset about the lore, you know?
I like Grace and Leon representing what the other's missing, and then the way their differences were brought to a head with Emily, and then Leon going on this crusade and killing everything to save Grace. Like that's what I mean about the broad strokes that I liked about this. But like there's so much on the surface, and there's a lot of fan service that the game throws at you, where like I can understand why it's too much for some people.
Plant Vertigo is
went with it personally.
Nemesis final boss fight asset. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No. I'm just saying, like, I went with it for the most part, but I get it. I totally get it. I get why people don't like it.
So yeah, we're now in the lab and we fight some soldiermen with guns and stuff, and that was incredibly awkward because this game is not really made for you to have like firefights with other armed enemies.
Yeah, I found that weird too. It's like really
bit of
throw ordinary humans at us to fight.
Kind of, I guess, a Resident Evil 4 callback where the Plagas and the island have guns.
I mean, there's like one or two with a Gatling gun, and the other ones have crossbows, right?
I guess that's fair.
That's way different from them having machine guns.
Automatic fire, yeah. It's yeah, I do like. I'm mostly just thankful that the encounters against the gun firing enemies in this game are brief. Especially God during that no heal run. That was that room where you have to kind of cross the gap and then fight things on the other side where you fight the shield guy. Constant restarts on the no heal run because I was just like, man, it's so hard to avoid getting hit at all in that segment, and I think I just ended up tanking.
Yeah, RE5 and 6 also did with guns, but I don't know why this one sticks out to me so much. I don't know.
I ended up just going to like near that one point where the other soldiers and the shield guy just land, and I end up just pumping the shield guy full of lead that way.
I was like, all right, time to use these here grenades.
Yeah. I actually released the liquor with a grenade without noticing, so they were just all focused on that guy. And I was like, oh, that's a thing I could have done, I guess. But yeah. But
I
I
did the
just
same thing. Yeah.
I just
Wait, there's
figured.
like a liquor that you can sick on these guys?
Yeah, there's like one vat that has a liquor in
Oh.
it you can shoot.
Didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did
but
this by
if
accident
you do
with a grenade.
if you do let him loose, he seems to automatically know where you are. That's what I found in my playthrough.
You're
Like,
making more
because I
noise
thought
than-
it was doing this thing where it's just like, oh, Leon's interacted with these things before. These guys maybe don't know, and so he knows how to deal with the lickers ever since like the OG Resident Evil 2, and now he's just sitting back and watching the licker kill these guys. That appealed to me, and I was sneaking around, but then the licker just attacked and killed me anyway, and then it made me reload the checkpoint. I was just like, what did I do? Like I didn't think this. I
I
didn't think he
freed
could hear
you.
me.
I gave you
Yeah.
freedom, and you kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, yeah. I guess it's because the guns in this are much more powerful than the ones in the other ones. Also, yeah, of course, RE4 has people with guns. It's the whole island, it's whole section where you have to go through the thing, right, all the way to the
That's
end.
what I said.
Yeah. It just came back in like with pictures in my head again.
I mean, yeah, like 5 has a lot of enemies with guns
Yeah.
towards the end, especially, and I was not about to reference 6, like, right?
I don't even
feel like
remember a
the-
lot of 6, and we just played that on stream.
Yeah.
that game is just
vehicles
noise.
being
That was
very
just,
so
dangerous
brain dead.
danger.
game
It's
was-
so brain dead.
that was just such noise, that game.
I think you can usually creep around the lickers, but in this case, if in order to free the licker, you need to either fire a shot into the pod or throw a grenade. And I think the way the licker logic works is that if you create a loud noise or you damage it, like it's immediately aggroed towards you
Oh, yeah.
wherever you are. Like
Possibly.
it'll kill the other guys if they're closer, but like when all the other guys are done, then it'll just seek you out.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of, I thought that was lame.
Yeah, you do that, and then you get the hunk / the commander guy fight, which is just kind of Krauser 2.0 fight in a way, but not as
Yeah.
cool.
And again, like not explicitly hunk. It's just
Yeah.
you gotta do the math on the gas mask and him
Yeah.
apparently being aware of Leon. I guess maybe Ada told him about Leon. I guess, but he's credited as the commander, not as hunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was hunk while streaming it.
I think.
Well, they're deliberately pussyfooting around it, right?
Oh,
They
yeah,
don't
for
want to
sure.
confirm it's him unless in case they want to do something with him later.
I just found
But
it a bit.
apparently, if you kill him, you leave the room, and you come back, his
He's
body's
gone.
gone.
Yeah.
And the other bodies aren't gone. So that's supposed to be a clue as to like you didn't actually kill him.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I found it very unceremonious. It's like, wait, is that hunk? And then you have one fight and you kill / defeat him. I was like, oh, okay. I guess that just happened in a way.
Yeah.
Uh,
They try to cushion it with some dialogue where it's just like he was one tough bastard or whatever.
yeah.
But yeah, it does. I mean, in the process of it, it just feels like a very quick ending for that character that's long been, reputed as like a legend in Resident Evil lore. Like you just encounter him here and then you kill him within the span of a few minutes.
Yeah.
I read one post too on Twitter where it's like actually because Hunk's infected and he knows he's gonna die, so what he really wanted to do was die in a duel with him and Leon Kennedy, and I was like, so hold on, like let's say that's true. Does that mean that like people in the connections or Umbrella or whatever Hunk works for now view Leon as this like the superhero character?
Yeah.
Like. I sort of thought that like the interactions between even the player characters in Resident Evil and the villains was a bit more impersonal than that for the most part, but I don't know. I guess they were ambiguous enough that they can retcon it without hopefully making too many people upset if they want to.
Yeah.
Narratively, I do like the idea of Leon going up against Umbrella Special Forces and him being a Special Forces operator himself. Like it's just like a like who's the better trained person, and Leon ends up coming out on top. But like in order to actually pull that off in a gameplay sense, because the gameplay is built around Leon combating usually with shambling zombies and creatures, when it comes to actually battling human AI, you have to really nerf the AI, like make them really dumb, in order for like the gameplay to work. Because if you actually gave them like a human level of sophistication in terms of how they engage with you and dodge fire and flank and stuff like that, it just wouldn't work. So that was that was an unfortunate reality of
For a
what they
couple
were trying to do.
playthroughs, for a couple playthroughs, I was always saying that it was pissing me off that Hunk seems to dodge my shots almost perfectly, but he can shoot me in a couple of the scenes when I've kind of like at that point locked into this being a melee fight. But then did my last playthrough, no heal run. You can't dodge a rocket launcher. Hit the rocket launcher once, smack him with the axe, and you go right into the kill animation.
Wow.
It's a 5-second fight.
Well, next up we meet up with Grace and Zeno. And here Zeno is very adamant, telling Grace, put in the password. Spencer told you the password. Put it in. And Grace's like, the fuck are you talking about? What fucking password? I have no clue what you're talking about. And she doesn't. She has no fucking
just blew
clue.
my mind calling this the TARDIS room. I'm dying.
And she's like, I don't really, what do you want me to do? And it should probably be pointed out here. When she puts in anything besides the correct password, this thing just blows up.
Yeah.
So he's just pushing her to put in the password. And he's like, I have no idea. And he's like, of course you do. You're the chosen one, or whatever he's about to say. But then Leon arrives and they start their little scuffle.
This password thing raises a shitload of problems, right?
My God, does
like retroactively, it's just like, like in retrospect, it's just like, why weren't these guys who want Elpis released making an effort to keep her alive?
Yeah, we'll get to do it in a second, because there's more context needed because this is what happens here right now.
Right. Okay.
Grace is like, you don't get the password if I kill myself. I was like, I mean, they tried to kill you the whole time, so whatever, who cares? And then Leon does a Leon plan where he shoots a big thing, which I thought was essential for Elpis, but I guess it's just a grabber for these pods on the side. I don't know.
That's the giant gumball machine developed by Umbrella.
They do look like gumballs.
And he's like, Grace, come on, hold on. We're just going to ride this thing to the bottom. And I was like, what do you mean, and ride this thing to the bottom? And then it gets stuck. Then it gets stuck exactly how it needs to be, so they don't just crash all the way to the bottom. Also, there's some weird fucking thing that moves in a circle that they land on perfectly.
Yeah, he drops her, and she lands on perfectly without slipping or falling, even though she lands right on the edge. So this is what I was referring to when, like, after the bike sequence, when I said it appears that Leon's superpower is perfect ability to calculate physics. Like, it's just there's no reason why he should have any reason to believe that jumping and grabbing onto that giant mechanical arm falling into an abyss would be anything other than certain death.
Yep.
Unless he is like on a Rain Man level of just instant math in his head.
Yeah. But yeah, this thing leads them to.
Because of the way they've set up Requiem in this game, it's just like if it gets used in a cutscene, it's basically just a plot device to make things happen. Right? It's just like a super gun that accomplishes whatever the screenwriter wants.
Anyway, this leads them to land in a place full of goop and death and bits and stuff. I don't know. Leon falls unconscious. They just chill here until he gets back up. By the way, we're going to have like a whole adventure in the lab now. This whole time, Zeno is just in that room waiting for us to come back because...
She's coming back, right?
Yeah, she's
gonna come back. we gotta release Elpis. She's gonna come back.
There's not like there's 7 million lickers down here that could just kill her easily. No,
this will be her final test. This is chosen.
I remember when I streamed this, I was joking about the fact that they jumped into the poo room. I was just like, if they had waited to the next room, maybe it could have been like a 5-star hotel
Yeah.
for like for guests or something. But no, it's just like, here's the room full of shit. We got to jump off here. I just imagine Grace going like, "Do we? Do we need to jump in this room? What? Let's just wait to see what the next one is." You know what I mean? Like, what is it, going into an incinerator where it's just like, we have to jump off now?
Yeah. Leon asks like, "Oh, you said something about the password. What do you mean?" And Grace is still like, "I don't know. Like, honestly, I have no fucking idea." It's like, "Well, we gotta do the thing." It's like, "Oh, now Grace says her thing. It's like, I'm coming with you. Whatever it takes, come me in." Still doing a bit of a stutter here. I feel like would be better without, but we already talked about this.
Yeah.
It's like, "Hey, we figured this whole thing out, but you promise you'll end this, right?" It's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll end this." And now we play the last section as Grace, where we have to navigate the lab because there's a crane in the way, or like a crane grapple thingy, and we boost her up into the lab, and we just have to grab 2 key items to open a door and get to a terminal, essentially. This place is just crawling with liquors, pun intended, and I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of a fucking war machine, even with Grace. Like, I got in here, I already had like over 60 shots of ammo with me.
Yeah.
I can make Molotovs. I think when I went through here towards the end of her section, I had like 3 acid bottles and 3 Molotov cocktails. So, yeah. The most annoying part was her movement speed. It took me forever to just go back and put the things in and go to the next part. Yeah,
I don't know about Insanity, but on standard, the acid is an instant kill. I think the
It is on,
Molotovs, it
on
probably takes
Insanity
2.
too, yeah. No, Insanity, acid is still an instant. Acid and hemolytic injectors will kill liquor instantly. The pistol does nothing, even to the zombies, though, in this segment. It was pretty frustrating to like be moving around as Grace on Insanity here because you don't have the requiem even if you have unlimited ammo, so you're stuck with just unlimited ammo pistol and whatever you've got as far as empty bottles that you can craft the acid out of eventually, because it takes a little while to get the crafting recipe for it.
I mean, I would have used the Freya's needle.
I didn't have that.
Unlock.
So.
But that one is not really that strong either. I tried to use that in my no bonus insanity run, and it took like 1 full mag to get 2 zombies, and it's like 50 shots, I think.
You can probably get through this without even crafting acid because the game just hands you acids.
Oh yeah, there's like 3 of them.
It gives you like 2 or 3 acids.
Yeah. You're
also
not
in the other thing that makes it a bit easier is in the last segment where you're in the like kind of area with all the shipping containers. If you get to the end of that and get into the room, it kind of resets the enemy position. So even if you just bolted through a bunch of lickers and zombies and they're like theoretically all crowded out right at the bottom of the stairs waiting to tear you apart, you get in there and you pick up the Noblesse orb or whichever one is in there, the white or the red orb that you need, and then their position sort of resets, which makes it a bit more easy to just tank a hit or 2, use some healing items, because everything you use is Grace from when you get that orb until you're done playing as Grace. You might as well burn it all. There's no like big Grace boss fight to do. So.
Right.
But yeah, you make your way to the big terminal room. There's also a bunch of terminals on the side which basically tell you how much each of the bioweapons cost, and you kind of just learn that this whole place has been used to facilitate more bioweapons to be sold to the highest bidder.
Yeah, you can make like 4 Resident Evil movies for the price of 1 Mr. X.
Yeah. So yeah, you go to the big terminal, click a button, and one of those discs come out, and you're like, oh, I found one of those in my mom's notepad. Let me watch this. And in this, you learn that Spencer, as we already alluded to, he had a bit of a change of heart. It's like, oh, this experimenting, I think it was kind of bad. So I don't like that anymore. So I took this orphan child, Grace, and I'll use her as my blind hope. And he means that literally. His blind hope.
Yeah.
Hope. Hope is the big word here. And she's like, "Oh, I guess I know the password now," because now she's figured out that he wanted to do a cure apparently.
Resident Evils are built on hope.
Yeah. So
And it doesn't line up at all with Resident Evil 5 how Spencer
yeah,
was
no,
established.
it's insanity. Like at this point, he's like, "Oh, God, eugenics and stuff." Full movie Bob. Uh, but yeah, before you get back to Z, you have another section with Leon, where I mean, this is also just shooting your way through a couple of liquors and stuff. More of the Leon gameplay. You just fight your way back to, well, Xeno essentially.
And you walk through a Metal Gear Solid 4 hallway.
You do.
I won't go into details
Yeah.
on that one
Fans
because I
like
did sort of
to
spoil Shadow
dilute.
Moon.
They like to draw parallels to Metal Gear Solid 4 with this for whatever reason.
I guess it's the old soldier out for one last ride, going through some of the memories of the past type thing. But I mean, they did not need to give him a hallway to be walking through. That was a little on the nose.
It is
yeah,
a bit of a trope. I mean, they did it in Resident Evil 4 in a way as well, with like you're carrying Ashley and you're just like trudging through the hallway
Right.
to the lab.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because they put like a mechanic here. I mean, I guess you call him mechanic, where sometimes he kind of goes like, "Oh no, the raccoon ate."
Oh, so here's the nice little difference for insanity mode. In the other difficulty modes, when you first have your T-virus seizure or whatever you want to call it, it's just a normal zombie that comes from around the corner. But in insanity mode, it's a licker. And I was like, oh, this is not the time that I want to be moving slowly and unable to aim my weapon for a couple seconds. But
yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know.
so
It's just
don't
more an
think that
annoyance than
corner is
anything
good.
else. It happens like 3 times maybe, and then in the hallway section you have it the full time before you collapse in front of the door, which then briefly switches you back to. Also, I just assume nobody has anything specific to say about this because we
It's
just
one last Leon action
Yeah.
set piece with a new mechanic of Leon getting sick every so often that doesn't happen very often and doesn't really affect that much, except for if you
Right.
run to that first corner too quickly and then find yourself ambushed by a licker and unable to shoot.
yeah.
I will say that this largely worked for me. I like the trope of the old guy going on one last job. Like it's just a trope that
Yeah.
works on me. Like some
Yeah,
people
I
might
don't
roll
have a
their
problem.
eyes and be like, "I've seen this before," which is fine. But
Yeah.
I was going with it.
Then we briefly get to be Grace again, which is just us seeing the second half of the footage, and then walk to Leon and go to the boss room.
Yeah, well, you're walking down a room, walking down a hallway to get to Leon, which is like right around the corner from where you are. I think calling this a Grace segment is like, it's a little much. It's shorter than any of the Leon segments are in the first half of the game. But yeah, and then the choice, the big choice.
Yeah, so we go back inside. Zeno is just chilling here. It's like, "Oh, you're back. Awesome." He's just having a little smoke break. Grace's like, "Don't
Did you
hurt
figure it out
Leon."
yet?
And he's like, "Yeah, okay, whatever, fine." And yeah, you get the choice. And you can either destroy Elpis or release Elpis. So at this point, Grace has apparently figured something out. She says here she knows the password. But me, as the player, was like, I'm gonna fucking destroy this place. Why wouldn't I? So I obviously chose to destroy Elpis.
So, I mean, logically, as far as the whole rest of the game has prepared you for, that would probably make the most sense. But at least for me, I was like, they hammered on the word hope so repetitively and so much in the last 5 minutes that my first time through, I released Elpis and was like, yeah, I feel like this is probably what the game
I
wants
was
me to do.
pretty sure in my brain juice is like, oh, they want me to release it. They trying to, do the thing. I was like, no, fuck them. I'm gonna destroy it. That's like obviously the right choice to do with all the information that I have here right now. Because if that's how they figured it out, that would be really stupid, right? Anyway, so I chose to destroy Elpis, and I get the funny ending. Where
It is laugh out loud funny.
So she points in destruction. Zeno's like, "What are you doing, you bastard?" And then Leon is like, "Oh, I'm gonna hold them back. You run, Grace." And Zeno is holding Leon at gunpoint. It's like, at least I could save you, Grace. Which, by the way, it's not like Leon has never saved anyone ever before. I kind of fucking hate that they just kind of downplay how he just is portrayed as having not saved any fucking one ever. It's kind of annoying.
One of the people he at least helped save in Resident Evil 2 is like his handler for this.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I mean, like Sherry. Granted, I don't dislike Sherry at all, but like, I mean, what happened to Hunnigan? What'd she do? She get fired?
Anyway,
Ashley is probably the best example too. It's like the whole game is about you saving one specific person, and there's no choice you can make in Resident Evil 4 that results in Ashley not being saved.
Yeah. Anyway, he gets beat up by Zeno. By the way, all cutscene, no boss fight, which I expected to be a thing here. At least I could save you. And he gets fucking shot straight in the face with his big gun. There's blood everywhere. It's fucking... If you look at the footage here, I'm just kind of looking at it. I was like, okay. I'm just confused. It's like, right, I guess that's just happened.
It's such a fucking troll ending.
Yeah.
By the end of it, it's just like, okay, that was the fucking stupid ending. You want to see the real one? Like it felt like that.
Well, the game
like,
they
okay, that was
say
obviously not the
they
right
tell
one.
you, they tell you that's the case. So
Yeah.
Grace comes out. There's the helicopter. She gets picked up by I don't know, Chris or some random guy. We got credits. I think when the credits said, I was like, that wasn't ending. I think that was my reaction. So you get to the results screen, and hang on, it should pop up here in any second, because it tells you content added, behind the scenes video, blah blah blah, completion reward, challenges complete, and then it says you can return to the point in the game just before Grace selects the password for Elpis. Would you like to alter your choice? Note, you won't lose any content received from completing the game. They tell you not that ending. Don't do that one.
Yeah.
The other one.
Like we were just fucking around. You want the real one? Here you go.
Yeah.
If you're doing the sub 4-hour run, though, you cannot make the bad choice that ends the game immediately. It won't give you the speed demon.
Yeah. I asked James because he already did that. I was like, can I do the shorter ending to make it short? I was like, no. I was like, fine, okay.
I mean, realistically, it's the obvious choice most people would make if they're going for get to the end of the game in time.
Yeah.
But no, they don't let you have that one.
So yeah, you do that again. You put in hope, and you release Elpis, and look at that! It's actually not evil. It's a cure, and it's it's kind of funny. So Gideon just walks in with one arm missing, which kind of means he just got blown up in the other ending too, which just made me laugh thinking about it. James just says, in one of the CGI movies, Leon saves a guy from Las Plagas by shooting him in the back through his spine and Plaga, saving him from making him a cripple.
Damnation. No, he makes him a cripple. Like his epilogue in that. His epilogue in that.
I read that
movie
wrong.
is
Sorry.
rolling around in a wheelchair, and I believe he says like you can still do good in this world even if you don't have use of your legs, either before or after he does that.
Fuck you, Leon. Fuck you.
Jesus.
So yeah, Zeno is being really smart. He's like, finally, the thing. This is gonna change the world, chaos and whatever. And he just puts it in his neck immediately, and he just loses all of his powers because it's a fucking cure.
Zeno is operating under the assumption that Elpis is the perfect form of the mind control that, like, the evil organizations, whatever you want to call them, Umbrella Connections, whichever one is in context right now. It's an Umbrella Lab. Connections are doing it. That's what I mean. Bad guys. The bad men have been working on perfect mind control. Why would he inject himself with what he believes to be the thing that can make him just a puppet to be controlled however.
Yeah.
I don't
He
I
just
don't know why
nerfed
he'd do
himself.
that.
It's so funny.
It is funny, don't get me wrong, him nerfing himself and being a total nothing burger boss character. I mean, honestly, if they wanted to give him something to do, make the other choice Leon and him fighting as
Yeah,
like
it
the
would've been
things
something.
falling, and like would have been a different boss fight, whatever. But anyways, next we have Gideon coming in and saying this is Spencer's like grand design, that by removing bioweapons from the table for like warfare, it will plunge the world into chaos and anarchy. And I'm like, how?
Yeah.
How is having a
too,
cure
it's like-
to the zombie viruses going to create chaos? I don't get that. I don't understand that at all. I've been trying to make it make sense, but don't know. It's just like, well, I mean, now most of the world's war economy is based around like sending lickers and hunters and tyrants after each other. It's like, yeah, okay, but would the world get crazier if those weapons were removed from the table and we just had to go back to good old-fashioned guns and bombs?
Yeah, back to nukes, I
I don't-
guess.
It's like, well,
Yeah.
we used to use guns. It's like, yeah, I feel like I'd rather be dealing with people shooting at me with me having a gun being able to shoot them than like hyperspeed invincible bioweapon things that I'm not sure if I can even kill with
Yeah.
however much ammo or weapons I have on me.
And James just points out Las Plagas would also still exist. So
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, this is,
Yeah.
unless the antiviral is also an anti-parasitic.
yeah,
'cause-
it just ruins the black market exactly, James. It's like, oh, we can't buy bioweapons from the Ark anymore. That's lame. That sucks.
Where's the chaos, though? That's what I don't get.
I don't know. They're probably like, oh man, we can't spend it on this. Let's go to other weapons. There's probably other crazy things in this world.
You almost think you might have been able to avoid that last boss fight by having Leon be like, yeah, Gideon, you're right. Chaos. Okay, yeah, let's get this antiviral out to everybody, and the world will be chaos. You did good, man. You did good. Let's go
Yeah.
grab a beer. I'll buy you a beer.
By the way, while Gideon and Zeno have their one-on-one blah blah going on, Grace is just over there at Leon, having the cure in his hand, knowing it's a cure, and is not putting it in his body.
right.
And I just imagined, I was like, is that cure right? Can Grace, please help.
Yeah. I really am dying here, Grace.
I'm
Please,
dying.
please stab me with the cure. Now that we're sure that's what it does, just go for it. Here, pass it to me. Pass it to me. Even you don't even have to do it.
Yeah. So for everybody who doesn't know, if you thought Zeno is gonna be a boss in this fight, in this game, no, Gideon is just gonna get a fucking tentacle and decapitates him right there. Zeno is done. He did nothing. And then he used the same tentacle to just stab Grace lightly. It's just this whole time.
This actually,
yeah, go
it
ahead.
made me appreciate the incorporation of Xeno more, that he was set up as this like cringe, like force to be reckoned with, and then he just gets his head swatted off. Like it's like they knew how cringe he was, and then they have the character Gideon, who was set up earlier, who is a more interesting villain. Not that he's perfect,
Mhm.
but like I mean, he's a better character than Xeno at the very least. That he just comes in and swats the other guy's head off. I
mean,
I laughed out loud at that.
It's really funny, but man, what a waste of time this character was to even put in here.
Yeah.
Look, it's not Wesker, but he does all the Wesker things. Then Gideon comes and calls him a cheap imitation after he nerfed himself into oblivion, and then just gets
Yeah.
decapitated. He does nothing in this story. He just asks Grace for the password, then waits here, and that's it. It's so stupid.
They make such a big deal introducing him too, with like
Yeah.
the grand entrance with the shutter door opening and the cinematography and stuff, and then he just fucking he gets his head smashed off here.
Yeah.
Like he's just nothing.
Gideon must have been wearing his goggles too tight to think that, this is to expand Spencer's vision. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
You are an imitation. Give me like Samus vibes when you said that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is the
The
big
whole-
boss fight in this
Yeah.
one.
The whole anarchy thing is stupid. Like
Yeah.
I get him like
Anarchy.
Xeno injecting himself injecting himself without knowing 100% what it is fucking stupid. I can understand him having like conducting himself in such a way where he's operating off of knowledge that is faulty. But like I don't understand why Grace, like the only indication that Spencer had a change of heart was in the secret floppy disk
Yeah,
that Grace
And
had. There was like
it's
no
not
other
even
indication
yeah.
like
That's
to anybody else.
I would. That
and,
would've-
and the actual password itself is not made explicit to Grace. It's made explicit to us because as we're about to type the thing in, we get the like, this is hope is my last hope. She's my blind hope. Grace, you are my hope. And it's like, okay, I guess that's the password. But at the same time, it's like, can you really bank on the thing that you're typing in being not something that will blow up the building you're in if
Yeah.
it's just like, well, I watched this video file and I heard the same word 3 times.
What if
Three
it's
different
not?
sentences.
There's like small things as well. What if it's not case sensitive? What if it's hope with a lowercase
Oh God,
h?
yeah. Well, that was the other thing. Like
Or-
the fact
or-
that honestly, I would have had way less of a problem with that aspect if all of them were uppercase. But the fact that
Yeah.
it's like the H is capitalized and then it's OPE, it was like, are you 100% sure it's
Yeah,
case sensitive?
maybe he was clever with it, and it was like a lowercase h, then a 0, a q, and then a 3 or something. It's just,
Yeah, I would even be counting the number of spaces and be like, do I have to type a word that fits this whole
yeah,
thing? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, yeah, if I just type a 4-letter word, that doesn't fit. That's definitely gonna blow everything
yeah.
up.
So just to make sure that everybody understands how incredibly stupid this Spencer plan is, besides the whole retcon thing. So his idea is, man, what I did, that's really sucked. I want to redeem this. So I start this secret laboratory that does a thing called Elpis. And yeah, Elpis apparently also means hope, which I think actually Platoon caught up on, I think. So he kind of knew what was going on. But in any case, Spencer's plan is, I have now this orphan child. I want this child to be raised because I've experimented on so many children for this. This is gonna be my blind hope, literally. And I guess his idea is that somehow at some point she's gonna end up in a scenario where she's in front of Elpis and somehow also sees the footage that the foster mom, which would be Alyssa, shows it to her, or she finds it somehow gets into a situation where she's right here having to put in this password, and hopefully also figures out that this is not a bad thing but a good thing by typing in the correct password with the correct capitalization and not overthinking everything, and just puts in hope. That's insane that this all worked out.
It's
Especially putting on top that these other two guys, Gideon and Zeno, were like, oh, we need you to type in the password and stuff. While putting her through all these fucking gauntlets of death over and over again without helping. And then it still works out that she gets here because she somehow survives, and Leon is also here. It's such a tangled mess. Nothing. It's insanity. It's absolute fucking insanity.
What tests was Gideon running on her to figure out whether or not she was truly the chosen one that would have any bearing on her knowing this password?
I don't know. I don't even know what this is supposed to be further, like, more ahead. I don't know.
There's no blood test thing that you need to enter into the computer, no retina scan, nothing that like is like she's the only one who can enter this. Not a thing that for her whole life her mother's been saying, hey, just remember, Grace, the password is hope, as like I think she says as that she can remember and be like, oh my god, my mom's been telling me this my entire life. It's just like, no. Good thing she watched that video file 5 minutes before she had to type the thing in.
Yeah, oh yeah, I didn't even point that out. The only reason she even sees this is because Leon saves her. They jump down the fucking hole. She goes on her extra adventure that wasn't supposed to happen. And then she sees the thing because she accidentally finds a big terminal that has a disk that looks like the one she found. She puts it in and also watches 2 of the 30 files that is on there, because one of them is called Creation or Creator and the other one is called Grace. She doesn't even look at the other ones. So, insane. absolutely
Maybe one of
insanity.
them was explicitly her like saying, "Grace, this is your mother. The password is hope. You
Password is
need to
hope.
enter it in because that's what's going to save the world." But just to address someone says exactly why the blood worked to detect a password. I'm saying that instead of a password, having it be that she needs to do like 5 types of identification that are based on her DNA and biology would make it to be like we have to have her in front of this because realistically they could have brought her up to the mountains and just tried to talk to her until she gives the password. Like her being in front of Elpis and being the one to enter it in meant nothing.
Make it a fingerprint. That would have made sense.
Yeah, anything is
Oh,
actually
even
connected to her and not just a password.
yeah,
That's
that's what I
basic.
mean. Like any like
Yeah.
retina scan, blood test, fingerprint, like anything where it's like there's a reason she needs to be in this room, and that just knowing the password isn't enough.
Yeah.
And like I mean, I think as James mentioned earlier, with like why would you make the password just the name of your project in a different language? It's
Yeah.
like, well, I mean,
Yeah.
also yes, especially when like the whole apparently, I guess I mean again,
Sorry.
like it's like
I
what
just, I just saw something really something funny. Like at least one person who was in this project was like, "Elpis, that means hope." What did he mean by this? Oh, probably well, he hopes we're gonna make tons of money with all these bioweapons we're making.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just God.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, and that's what I mean. If they know it's just the password they need, like, I've got another comment there. They should have just tortured her until she gives the password. Like, exactly. If as far as is if as far as they know, the only thing she has that they need is a word to type into a computer. Why does she need to be at the Ark at all? Why does she need to be in Raccoon City? Why does she need to be brought to the care center? Like
Yeah.
realistically, Gideon probably just could have got it out of her in the hotel, which, funny enough, would be when she has the disc on her.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And yeah, it's just there's no way in which this works, and I don't think it needed to be like this. I think that they could have found a way to structure this game so that most of the same things happen, but it makes more sense
Yeah, would
and
make a
just they
bit more sense, for sure.
like again, I think it's the only thing I can possibly imagine is that the writers did the shut up, just don't think about it when they were trying to tease out the logic of this, and yeah, I just think they could have done better than that.
Well, we got a final boss fight going on. Victor Gideon, he's a boy. First phase, tentacle arm. He goes around, slaps you. You can parry that if you want to. He also uses electricity somehow with his powers from the back things there. He can do that. Don't worry about it. He also gets his rocket launcher out sometimes. This is where I accidentally parried this rocket back to him, and I lost my fucking mind because it was so fucking funny.
Oh, slick! I wish I tried that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
I
can
never
just
tried
parry
that.
it back to him. Let me get to that scene. Oh yeah, there it
That's
is.
hilarious.
Look at this on stream right now. He's
Parry
just
the rocket.
bam, right back at him. And I pause and just lose my shit.
Oh my
This
god.
is so fucking funny. It's like, I can't believe that actually happened.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with logical leaps like that happening in gameplay.
Oh, it's
when
hilarious.
Like, hey, this is the story that we're telling you. That it's like, hey guys, come on, think a little harder, try a little harder.
But besides that, he just dodges shit. He does like a jump. He does like a straightforward lightning attack thingy. You can just walk away from. But yeah, you just pump him full of
This-
lead until he falls over, pretty much.
I mean, both phases are a pushover, and this one, like, yeah. I mean, you can keep your distance the whole time, so you don't even have to deal with him doing his tentacle attack.
Yeah.
You can just like shoot him until he starts doing his AOE stuff, which is really easy to dodge. I mean, you just like wait for it to build up, run the length of the arena one way, and then sharply run the other way when he tries to land on you, and then you just repeat that over and over. Like, it's very easy not to take any damage, even on insanity.
Yeah.
Just you can easily not take damage on this.
Yeah, but then of course he has a second phase where he turns into Mega Big Chungus Nemesis. Yeah, Nemesis
So
turns
that
into a big.
and I was going to
Goofy bit.
address this when we were having the Nemesis talk earlier,
Yeah,
but I
go
realized
ahead.
I should probably just wait till now. I don't understand how he is functionally a Nemesis specifically and not just any other Final Phase Resident Evil boss goop monster. Like I'm not sure where it's like a Nemesis. Now that makes sense. And I'm like, what? Does it?
Yeah. It's just another member berry wedged in. I mean, we had Mr. X, we had Plant 42, and now we had Hunk. We got Raccoon City, and then let's put Nemesis in at the very end. Another a Nemesis variant. And it's not even implemented in a clever way because, like I was saying before, I mean, this last phase of the boss fight, it's literally just lifted out of Resident Evil 3 Remake.
Yeah.
And I would argue again, I'd argue that it is much better than the remake of Nemesis fight.
Did you not like the pushing in the batteries? Is that what it is? Or
Yeah, I'm not too fond of how it's structured. Yeah, like just pushing at least one or two batteries back in place in order to use the railgun again. Like you beat even on the hardest difficulty. Like it's hard to really try to down him just to push at least one of them back into place.
Mhm.
And I know I'm really going on another tangent with this again, but I really hate RE3 and Inferno mode. It's so unfair. I hate it so much.
I never played that, so but I believe
Yeah,
you.
And
Well,
again,
the,
I can assume that playing this in Insanity would be much easier than how 3 did it in the hardest difficulty. And
well,
again, like Requiem is one of the easiest games to complete 100%.
it is, yeah. The reason I say that the Resident Evil 3 remake final boss was better is that the powering up the railgun and finishing him off with the railgun was at least something interesting,
Yeah.
as opposed to just
Puzzle
like
mechanic,
with
and
this, you just shoot the initial set of pustules and then you shoot the other set and then that's it. Like
Yeah.
there's no extra, there's nothing else to
Yeah,
it.
you don't need a big gun, you don't use a rocket launcher, you just go up to the other glowy bit and just beat it to shit with your axe or your hatchet.
Ada Wong didn't like grappling hook down and toss me a railgun or anything. I
Wait,
was
who's
like,
Ada
oh, well,
Wong? Who's that?
never heard of her.
I don't know who that is. I feel like she would have been mentioned in the story with Leon. I don't know. It's just me. Where's my...
I was surprised.
I mean,
I thought Ada would come up at some point.
I mean, presumably she'd also have Raccoon City syndrome.
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I am tired of like the Ada's always in the background secretly saving Leon and doing all this crazy shit so Leon can do his job easier thing that the games keep doing. And I was like, I was hoping, like, I hope they don't have Ada doing this again, that again in this game. But I thought that she'd at least make an appearance in like the final cutscene or something, but they just don't mention her at all.
Yeah. Yeah, you shoot him one more time with Requiem after you shoot the bits in the cutscene, and it's GG.
Yeah, end of game.
End of game. We find Grace. We get picked up by, I assume, some part of Stars, right? Do you still exist, Stars?
Chris's Wolves faction,
Wolves
I believe.
faction?
That,
Whatever.
but that, yeah, is, I guess, James would probably be able to be the one to, like, fact check us on this, but I think is, like, connected to BSAA, but it's the faction of BSAA that isn't evil. The connection, the BSAA that has no connection to the connections.
Yeah. Okay, Stars does not
they're
exist
like
anymore. Okay.
ex-BSAA in their own rogue unit, right?
Yeah.
I
Whoever
don't know.
is friendly with them and Chris is currently doing... Well, Chris is not physically here. He just gets mentioned as like, Chris told you might be here or something. Because he's busy or whatever. Yeah, they kind of do like a little fake out where they pretend like they're just both about to die with the thing collapsing or whatever, or just dying down here, but then they obviously don't. Yeah, we got a little preamble, or post-amble, I should say. was like, hey, Sherry, I got a dose for you. We got a thing. It's like, ooh, that's cool. Thanks, Leon. You're amazing. And then Grace is sad. It's like, hey, I didn't actually shoot the vitals of the big Emily monster. Which like, no, shut up. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's so fuck
What,
you.
I mean, it just makes me think, like, did they write that line in towards the end because they decided they wanted to bring Emily back? Because it did seem a little like, like last minute twist. Like, hey,
It's
just
so
you know,
lame
she
because
might be alive.
not only is it like a mass, it's like kind of a cowardly move, and they actually go back and grab her, give her the antivirus, and she's fine. They even treat her for the blindness and everything. So she's having her best life. And my question is, oh, if that's the case, what about the other big crazy monster you killed yourself? That was a child before. Did you want to heal that? What about all the other things you destroyed? Who else can we treat?
I mean, I guess the only difference between Marie and Emily in that context is Marie like did the melt into goop and explode thing, whereas the Emily just fell over.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just saying, shouldn't you feel guilty now that you killed that other one because you could have saved that as well?
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
yeah. Why don't the same rules apply
Yeah.
to like the girl, where it's like the monster that they turn into as a cocoon, where the child is preserved in the middle. Like that seems to only apply to Emily for some reason,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
they
I mean,
wanted so desperately that nice ending of Grace losing
Yeah.
her mother, but then she becomes a mother to somebody who doesn't have anybody,
Yeah.
and then you have the two photos on her desk at the end. I like the photographs. I like what they're doing there with Grace, but I mean the way they do it just makes no fucking sense here.
Yeah. And then
I
we
mean,
get
like, I think. Sorry, I was just gonna
yeah.
say that I think maybe they could have tried to make it a little bit more palatable if it was Leon saying, you know what, like let's go back to the water treatment plant and we'll see if putting a dose of this in Emily's body helps. It might not, it's probably not going to do anything, but it's worth a shot. And then have a cutscene where it's her mutating from big dead monster person back into Emily. That might have been something, but well, it's just like, I didn't hit any of the vitals. Maybe she's fine. And then cut to her being little girl in like bioweapon cocoon. Just, I don't know. It seemed a lot more like an afterthought than I think it could have, even if it would have been silly regardless. I just think there's a better way to do it.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, why would Leon suspect that the child is preserved in the center of this cocoon monster thing?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, why? It's like it's like the cocoon is its own separate entity from the child, which makes no organic sense.
Yeah,
And
it's
why would
biological
Leon
mecha.
assume this is the case? Because that's the only way he would know to not shoot the vitals, is knowing that the kid is at the center and to not shoot the kid. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. And then we have like an after credits scene where they got rid of the remaining BSAA forces and retrieving the object before they sent in the wolves. And that's how that ends. So maybe that's DLC bait or sequel bait, or they grab something, whatever that might
I
be.
don't know what they were grabbing.
I
Yeah,
have no
that's
clue.
not clear to me. I was like, did I miss something? Am I supposed to know what they're after there?
No, it's just
I
some
guess it
little
probably is DLC.
some
Yeah.
bait.
It was the sunglasses of Wesker. It was Xeno isn't Wesker, but those were Wesker sunglasses.
Chris said they're
Yeah.
gonna look awesome on him.
Oh,
Go grab those.
Holy relic. Yeah.
While you're there, kill BSAA. You got
The
boss.
source of all the power, actually. Like it had nothing to do with any biological weapon. It's just the sunglasses.
And yeah, there you have it. We've done it. This took longer than I expected, but hooray!
Yeah. 7-hour forge. Look at us.
Look at us.
Yeah, really coming a long way.
For all this game's problems, I did have a lot of fun with this. I enjoyed replaying it. I enjoyed sort of speed running it, figuring out the way around all the scripted stuff as much as there was of that stuff. I enjoyed like sort of figuring it all out, getting around it efficiently, and the gunplay is fun. Shooting all the guns is fun. Shooting enemies feels responsive, and it's not like Resident Evil 6 where it just feels like you're emptying bullets endlessly into zombies that aren't even registering the hits. Like it feels like even when like enemies die in this game, like when you're hitting the corpses, they react, like they bend and lean back depending on where you shoot them, even if they're like a corpse with 0 HP. And the gore is satisfying. Um, yeah, it was just I had a lot of fun gameplay wise, enough so that I was enthusiastic enough to like start a new run like as soon as the first one was done, and the the completion stuff, the bonuses you can buy with the completion points, I thought was neat, and I got good value out of it personally.
Yeah, same. I'm like pretty much on the same boat where like I think this game is riddled with writing problems and the story makes no sense. But I did ultimately have a fun time playing it and wanted to dive back into additional runs. I ended up doing all the challenges. So as much as this is still a difficult one for me to recommend to other people as like, yeah, no, pay full price for this game, I think that like, you're either going to be on board or you're going to feel like you really overpaid for a game that you probably could have bought 6 months from now for $30 and it would have been a more reasonable value proposition. But at the very least, it did the trick for me in that I, yeah, would finish a run, fire up another one, and then do the next challenge. But, I think that your mileage on that type of recommendation will vary depending on just how much this game clicks with you. But yeah,
Mhm.
overall though, I had a good time with it, even though a lot of elements of it are not that great.
Yeah, I'm very much in the same consensus as John and Mark. It is a fun game. It's just the story is a complete mess. And yeah, kind of hard to recommend considering its current price now, but still like with the content that is there and the challenges that it gives you and the variety of weapons and gameplay tricks that you can do, it's still quite satisfying.
I
So yeah,
I don't
Apparently there
recommend
is
this.
DLC coming out. Oh, sorry. Okay, fair
I
enough.
I had fun streaming it the one time. Every subsequent playthrough wanted me to die more and more. I found it so incredibly boring on every next playthrough. I just wanted to play another Resident Evil game all of the time, and it's
Hmm.
a $70 game, dude. I I think you can get the better games on the Resident Evil series for much less money with way better quality to play all of this stuff. Uh, Personally, I have no idea how you had so much fun with this overall. Like streaming wise, I had fun doing it. I had fun shooting some people. But man, I think this lacks in so many ways. And I'm just like, get it on a sale maybe if you want to do like one playthrough to get the story or something. Uh, right now, absolutely not. I I don't want to play this game
I,
ever again.
I would say the story is one of the worst reasons to buy this game.
No, I
Like,
mean like if
if
you're like
you're-
if you're like a Resident Evil fan, I guess, and you want to know how it continues, it's just
I
like
mean,
yeah,
well, I mean, like take James's perspective in the chat there, which by the way, Jay, like people have said, like we should have had James on. We actually thought we were gonna have two additional guests, and the scheduling was a little bit bizarre. One of which we lost yesterday
yeah.
because this person did not want any spoilers for anything before Resident Evil 7, and we didn't think that would be super possible for us to do while talking about
Yeah,
this game.
that's that would be
But
tough. Yeah.
but anyways, I guess though that like it seems at least that if you're really invested in the Resident Evil lore, that this will not make you happy. No, it wasn't random. But we don't want to seem like we're calling people out at the same time. So like yeah, don't worry about that. But yeah, I guess though that I'm only bringing it up because from the perspective of someone like James, if he was told, yeah, get this if you're really interested in the Resident Evil story and want to see how it's continued, that's like that's a bad recommendation, Metal. That's like, if anything, he's the guy that's gonna get the most pissed off by spending $70 on this.
Yeah, no, that's what I say. If you get like for $10 and you want to see what's going on, you could grab it.
Basically.
I wouldn't recommend you playing it for the story whatsoever.
Right.
No, I mean, I liked what it did with the characters. I think Grace and Leon are both very likable characters.
Mhm.
But I mean, I've never really played Resident Evil for the story though. Like it's always just been the gameplay, the inventory management, and the horror of it that really appealed to me. But also like I was saying, the broad stretches of it, what it did on a character level and thematically, I did actually get a kick out of it as well. So that was to me that was sort of like
Yeah.
cake icing.
I'll be honest, I will
But,
never understand why.
Fair enough.
I mean,
but,
I understand your thought process,
I think a truly terrible Resident Evil game is 6. I mean, I mean that's a bad fucking Resident Evil game in my view.
Yeah, it's a brain dead
I'm
one.
to agree. Yeah, it's 6. 6 is one of those ones that I've seen a lot of people after playing this be like, yeah, I think like with the crazy stuff that happens in this game, people owe Resident Evil 6 an apology, and like I'm just like, Metal and I recently played 6. I would play this again before 6 again in a heartbeat. I wouldn't have to think about that at all.
Yeah.
But I honestly though I had a lot of fun replaying a little bit of Resident Evil 5 and 2 remake, and I think I agree with Metal in that, especially if you're not looking to spend full MSRP new release game price, like there's definitely better times you can have with Resident Evil for less money.
Well.
Resident Evil 4
yeah,
OG
it's not my favorite, and it's certainly not a masterpiece. Like this is getting a lot of accolades, like the survival horror defined, and it's like 10 out of 10s and 9 out of 10s, and the best Resident Evil has ever been. No, I don't think that's the case.
No, I
But
wouldn't go that far.
I can see myself replaying this one day. I mean, I've 100% of it, 100% of it. So like, I won't pick it up again until at least some DLC comes out. I'll check that out, but
Right.
I won't ever play the campaign of this again for like a few years, at least. If it weren't for like DLC coming out for me to check out.
10's on its way out or something, I might give it another run. But yeah, I think I'm in your boat. But I'm also like you, the one here who's 100%ed it. So it's like I can't see myself diving into this game for another playthrough tomorrow because it's like, what am I even doing this for? Like, what's my
James,
goal?
really? You'd rather play 3 make? You'd rather play 3 make?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying it to James. He'd rather play 3 make.
I would need to replay it, but
I mean,
maybe I would
honestly,
come to
yeah.
the same conclusion. I don't know. I only played it the one time.
I was about to say, like, from the context of I just 100%ed this game and I haven't played Resident Evil 3 Remake since it came out, I guess, yeah, I would probably replay Resident Evil 3 Remake before replaying this one. But, I mean, that's not...
See, that's interesting. I would sooner replay this than Resident Evil 3 Remake. Like, Resident Evil 3 Remake, I don't think it's terrible. It just reminds me of how much potential was squandered because of how good the original Resident Evil 3 was. And how much like content was cut out, like the clock tower and all that, and the fact that Nemesis was so underutilized. It's not a bad little playthrough, but once you finish it, it's not very long. Like you can blow through it in like 3 or 4 hours.
Yep. Fans are already going out of their way to make sure that all the cut content is in there through modding.
Oh yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, there you go. That might be a reason why I check it out again. Granted, I'm not chomping at the bit to replay Resident Evil 3 Remake either. It's just if I were to, like, I don't know, getting ready for another Resident Evil game to come out, and it was like, I'm going to replay some of these to kind of refresh my memory on the differences between mechanics as I've been doing for this past week. Yeah, I think, like, I might at some point replay Resident Evil 3 Remake, but it's not like... I'm also not like saying, hey, I'm going to start up a playthrough of it right now, even though I did finish 2 Remake like during this stream.
I am not looking to doing Inferno mode ever again. I'm not looking to 100% it ever again.
I mean, I didn't 100% it complete. There's a difference there. I played it once. I was like, I don't know. It seemed like Resident Evil 2 Remake DLC, and I don't like the stuff it cut. And Nemesis was kind of canned and not as interesting, but. I don't know, I guess it's fine was sort of my initial opinion on it. I think I made a video on it too. But But yeah, I don't remember it fondly though. It's just.
Well, let's
But I mean, it's
do
yeah,
some super chats. I'm kind of pushing
that's what
because
I
it's
was
getting late.
that was gonna be my sentence. But yeah, Metal, you
okay.
beat me to it. That's why you're the host and I'm the co-host.
Look at me, my big cock. I mean, no, let's do super chats real quick. We got a couple here. Hi, Vulcan Ninja with the $5. Thank you very much. John
you.
Ellis Bush, or Jab Bush, if you will, is still one of my favorite memes. This has nothing to do with the game, but I don't care about the game. So hello, hey, what's up?
I mean,
Thanks
it
for the
was a
super chat.
good meme. Yeah,
That's
good
pretty
Jeb
funny.
memes.
We got $2 from MJ Skyver saying, "Why did Leon allow the Z apocalypse to start?" Yeah, he didn't. He didn't really react that fast when that lady started biting the one guy in the face. That's
He's like, whoa, let's see how this pans out.
yeah. Let's see.
Maybe
Let's see her side of the story. And yeah, do water your jabs. That's important. $5 from Slumpy. Thank you very much. Now imagine RE4 remake Ada VA in the Grace mother death scene. Oh no.
Yeah.
Anyway.
would not have the same pathos that the Grace voice actress executed so well.
And another 5 from Slumpy. Thank you very much. Wait, how does a liquor climb on glass? They don't have suction cups, right? What is the physical mechanic of that? Glass is incredibly smooth. I don't know the exact mechanics. It's
Neither
just
do I.
weird mutation things, I guess, that made them.
I mean, the
able to do
first
that.
time we see a liquor ever, it's climbing on a ceiling. So I just kind of assumed that they can climb on shit. I didn't really think too much about it.
Yeah.
Some Spider-Man bullshit where they have microscopic hairs or something on their hands and knees or something.
Don't know the lore. I've just never ever thought to question how
Yeah.
the liquors are climbing specific materials. It's just like they climb all over things. They can be upside down, and that's a thing they do. So yeah, I didn't really think about it much further than that.
I don't even know either, but I imagine if you pressed Capcom on it, they would just pull something out of their ass like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you for the super chat anyway.
Yes. I always assumed claws dug into concrete. Oh, yeah, maybe. I guess that obviously that doesn't work with glass, but yeah, I know. Maybe James got some deep lore on that. Who knows? $5 from Hand 8007. That way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This game was too late. Too late TL ruined my too late to ruin my opinion of Capcom. I think that was just a typo there. After Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds, I have no hope for games improving. Rip Onimusha. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2 was more a problem with
performance. Yeah.
I did enjoy the game overall, and I did not play Monster Hunter Wilds, but I heard that ran pretty poopy.
I've played a bit of it. It's running better now. I've not really invested too much time into it, but I mean, I can hold a pretty consistent 60 FPS, and on the Linux build, I can get 120, but I do have to have the upscaling be pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
No frame gen though. And before, like the benchmarks were like relying on frame gen, and that's when I was like, hey,
Yeah.
don't want to even touch it. But yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2, we have a forge on it if you want Metal and I's thoughts on that in depth. We both quite liked it, but it did run like absolute trash.
Oh, yes. And another 5 from Ninja. Thank you very much. By the way, I haven't brought it up in a while, but since you're talking about spooky stuff, watch Parasite the Maxim. It's a great suspense horror anime. Yeah.
I have seen it, and I liked it. It is a fun anime.
Isn't that on our list? I feel like that's on our list.
Would I say horror suspense for it? I don't know. It's kind of, it's like an action show as far as I can tell. I mean, I guess there's body horror stuff in it for sure, but yeah, it's neat. It's a neat show. Recommend checking it out.
Nice. $5 from Slumpy, thank you. Metal, as an IT worker, do you just make vague hints at passwords for your coworkers by using the word repeatedly while talking to them? Yeah, especially when it's a randomly generated one. Anyway, have you checked the 759 blabidibabadoops yet? And then you say that like 3 times. They're like, oh, that's the password. I know what he's doing.
I'm now gonna like listen to old Forge episodes and see if Metal's been trying to secretly tell me a password that might decide the fate of humanity.
Yeah, maybe. You should probably watch all of my streams I've ever done. That's so much. When I think back how many streams I've done, how much shit of me is on the internet. Jesus.
I'll put it on 4 times speed and be done by the end of the year.
Oh, baby. Type Zero with $5. Thank you very much. When did Leon and Grace have time to pick up the other vials of the antiviral cure? We only picked up 2 and the rest stay in a container. They did that off screen. Don't worry about it.
And I thought also Xeno destroyed a bunch of them too. So like that, like when he says, Sherry, there's a dose waiting here for her, I was like, there is.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have to assume they picked them up after, because the thing didn't fully collapse, so they just found more. I'm dumb. I don't know.
Maybe.
And the last super chat from James just saying, pain.
Oh yeah. This Resident Evil episode was hardest on James, and he wasn't even on the panel today.
The secret password is fuck it, we ball.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So there you go, Metal. I got it.
Yeah. Fuck it, we ball. I said that a bunch.
That's how I will save the world, by typing "fuck it, we ball" into your computer, and
Yeah.
that'll release Elpis.
Well, the problem is maybe that's just a swerve, because a lot of times I say that shit just goes badly immediately after. So
It's just hit and run, like
Yeah.
Simpsons hit and run. Like,
well. But yeah, thank you very
yeah,
much
so
for the super chats.
thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
everybody. Yeah, we appreciate the support.
Yeah, thank
It's
you.
awesome.
Yeah. Before we're out of here, thank you for the guests on this long forge. Is this the longest forge we've done?
In a
or-
while, at least.
Yeah, it
Video game
has.
forges tend to go kind of late.
I don't know if I've ever hit the 7-hour mark. Maybe someone can check that or knows that. But yeah, it was fun. Thanks for hanging out for the full time. Thank you very much. Well, Jinfinitas, tell the lovely people what's going on, where you do stuff and things, and you need to give me the link to the Rumble or Kick, and then I can put that in the description as well, because I don't have that one.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'll I mean of course Metal did put the link to my YouTube in the description. You can find me there. I'm working on doing like a full lengthy analysis of Metal Gear Solid 2 still. I'm still writing it. And as far as that goes, it's actually doing much better than before.
Nice.
Yeah, like the progression is getting much better. I'm going to be delving into, discussing the ethics of AI, because that's actually one of the game's themes, of course. Like, basically, how it can be used as a tool and not have it be the whole end-all, be-all solution to everything, of course. But yeah, like, as far as my channel goes, that's mainly what I do. I analyze movies and video games, and I like to get back to analyzing anime as well. Like, properly, Yeah. And yeah, somewhere down the line I will have my voice acting channel out. Voice acting and sound design, music, really. And I also have another project that I'm also aiming to do. It's gonna be my debut as a VTuber.
They got
Like,
another
really-
one.
Yes, you got another one. Basically, what you have, like, my icon is really just a placeholder, like a work in progress type of thing. But I do know, like, the type of angle that I want to go with that best represents me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, you'll find me there on YouTube, and I'll give the links to my Rumble and my Kick. Though I'm aiming to stream on Kick someday. Fuck Twitch.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like, Rumble is what I've been doing most of the time. I've been streaming, like, just playing old and recent games, and of course just playing the more cultured ones, if you catch my drift. But yeah,
Nice.
you can just find me on my socials and all.
Nice.
All right.
That's it.
John, what are you up to these days?
I've been taking a break from RB and the Chief, but I'm cooking up another one. I have one like all written and I have all the assets gathered. I just got to shoot it and edit it. But like I've been doing other work and other projects, external work, and working on my taxes and shit. I'm almost done.
Oh
that.
man, I love doing taxes.
But anyway, I know it's great. I was doing it the other day. I wanted to kill myself in Minecraft. But this RB and the Chief, yeah, I've got a new one cooking, and I've been streaming the Resident Evil games, and I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you for entertaining my enthusiasm for this game. It's not that even that I disagree with you guys. Like, I agree a bunch of this
Of
game
course.
is fucking nonsense, but I honestly did have fun with it. So yeah, thank you for having me on and hearing me out.
Absolutely.
And John Graham on YouTube if you want to subscribe or whatever. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you both for coming on. I don't really do much on YouTube these days. I mostly just do Forge. We did get one last super chat though about next week's Forge. I mean, Metal and I haven't really discussed it. And I don't know. You want to watch
Yeah,
Once
we
Upon a
did.
Time in Hollywood? Did we?
We do Terminator
what's
4.
next? Oh shit! Yeah, okay, never mind. Terminator Salvation next week.
Yeah, Terminator
and,
4. That's happening.
Yeah, you know, sorry, I forgot that got pushed to 22nd. So yeah, I don't know. Terminator Salvation.
And a couple months from now, Pragmata is going to be released.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, somewhere in
But,
April. That's when it's going to come out.
Yeah, the super chat though was about next week. I did not think we had anything lined up, but I did forget that Terminator Salvation was
No,
what
it's
we
all good.
lined
It's
up. So
been a long
this is
evening.
again why I am the co-host. and not the-
No, it's all
but
good.
yeah, Metal, what are you up to?
Oh, all kinds of things actually. I started playing Look Outside. I did one stream of that last week, but I wasn't feel like super good over the week, so I was kind of doing a bit of a rest and was doing other things. But I'll be hopping back on that because that game fucking rules. So gonna see a new run on that where I use all the knowledge I've obtained in my first try. So that's currently my streaming game until, well, I do something else. Also,
Terminator Resistance.
Sorry?
Terminator Resistance is actually pretty good. It's made
No.
by the guys who made RoboCop.
Cool.
So that's going to be fun to do more. I've also started editing my Dustborn Forspoken Rando Rampage. That's like about a quarter done. The raw audio I recorded, or also like visuals because the Rando Rants are doing. I do those with like a webcam and stuff as well. The raw recording was almost 3 hours long, so yeah, that's gonna be a long Rando rant coming your way. Hopefully very soon. I had a lot to talk about, and it's not good. Those games suck balls. And after this, I'm just gonna be working and editing on my the Marvel Phase 1 ramble, I should say. I'm not really ranting about those ones because Phase 1 of Marvel is actually pretty decent and I enjoyed it. It has some generally good stuff in there. But I recorded that like a week or two ago, but I just haven't had time to get that. And right now I'm doing the other one, so that's also on the way. And then just more streams and forges. So yeah, if you ask me how do I sleep, I try to do that sometimes.
He cannot sleep. He has the rage of the JoJo burning inside him.
Exactly. Well, I kind of stopped watching JoJo for now because now I'm on the Baki trip with Baki Do just coming out. I went back and I'm currently rewatching OG Baki, and it's different than the Netflix one, but it's still insanity and fun. I love Baki. It's so stupid. it's I really like watching that shit.
Weeb.
Yes.
Yes.
Watch
I'm
Buffy.
kidding.
I'm not allowed to watch Buffy on my own. I'm waiting for Mahler to put me in the little cellar and make me watch it.
Can't wait till you all watch it just so I can avoid accidentally spoiling stuff and getting yelled at for.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't show me, I just feel this is like all a big psyops to make me believe that that's actually a real show. I don't believe it is real because it's been almost 12 years now that I've known Mala. He watched it with like 10 other people and not with me. So I feel he's just trolling me. I think that show doesn't exist. And I'm not checking it online. No, but yeah, he's going to grab me at some point.
All right.
But yeah, there you go. That's all my stuff. But yeah, we've been here long enough. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And yeah, we're out of here.
Thank you,
Goodbye,
everybody.
everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Jojo,
Bye.
Jojo.
Bye.
There she goes. Jojo, now she's quiet. She's a good puppy.